Hello everyone and welcome to the Quake World Championship European Duel Qualifiers. We started this third qualifier on Thursday and now we have the top 16. I'm Zoot and I'm joined by ZSX and we will be bringing you those matches today. How are you doing, Dan?
I am doing really well.
Yeah?
I'm so excited to be back casting now, and particularly today.
Yeah.
Because we're in the third week and we still have a lot of big names on the table, and I'm really interested to see how they've progressed, because it's now at a point where they should have learned the game to a sufficient level where they really adapted their style, and I'm really excited to see what they can bring, as well as the new names. A lot of people on that list I know of, but I haven't really seen in Quake Champions. So,
and it's the names that we're not seeing today as well, that we're playing in the third qualifier, that also adds to the interest levels, which we're going to break down a little more later on. Of course, we have got 8 matches today, which I'll talk to you about in a moment, but this has been the journey that we've been taking through the Quake World Championship qualifiers. We've had the Sacrifice qualifiers as well. We had just passed Duel Qualifier 3, which took place on the 13th on Thursday, which is where we have got our top 16 now. And of course, one more Duel Qualifier to be going to next Thursday. It is the last chance. If you've not qualified to the regionals already, that is going to be your last hope in doing so. And I know it's the last hope for me as well. And for you, actually. We've got to make it, Dan. Come on.
I hope I actually have to play you again.
No,
so I can humiliate you again.
I feel like I put up a pretty sufficient fight. I thought it was good.
And that was about the extent of it.
You basically got quite lucky, and the way you performed after, I mean, I would have qualified. But shameful UK playing.
In all honesty though, I think the last week's the most exciting week for virtually anyone out there, because the pressure is so much higher. And that really gives the chance for a lot more upsets. And
it's already kind of happening now. The jitters kind of, they start to grow as they're getting through the qualifiers, when they realize there's fewer and fewer chances to make it to the regionals. And when there's more and more pressure, where the build-up of skill and how the meta of the game is evolving is getting closer to crunch time, where people are going to be competing for part of that $1 million prize pool that we've got going into this event. It's absolutely insane. The first match that we will be having up is Kilson versus Chronic. Now, I think a lot of people are going to know who Kilson is.
For sure.
Maybe a lot of people won't know who he is. He is the #1 German player. He, I guess, could be regarded as a Quake legend.
He's got, massive levels of success in Quake Live and in Quake 3 up to an extent. So, obviously, he's known for his aim, and that's a really big thing, particularly his rail. And that's a huge thing in Quake Champions, but there's a reason why he's in Qualifier 3. And it's because he hasn't lived up to those expectations. No,
exactly. He's had a pretty bumpy ride over here. Let's see if I've got some of the information. I think in week 1, he lost to Pukawa in actually an early round. He didn't even make it to the round of 16. And then again, fluttering last week at the same time. You said before the show that he's a bit of an emotional player, in fact.
Be, yeah.
Do you think that he's going to feel that pressure today?
I think today is... he'll for sure feel it, but today the last chance saloon, where it's a little bit off because there's one more week. But again, if he fails today, then that's where it really starts to mount. It really starts to play with your head, like, why am I not winning these games? Like, what's going wrong?
Especially someone who's used to winning.
Exactly. But saying that, I've seen him in other tournaments in the last week or so, and he does seem to have refined his style a lot. So again, really excited to see what he brings to the table. But as I mentioned before the show, Chronic's no pushover.
Yeah, and you actually tip him to possibly even win this game, which it could be a brave call to make. I'm not even sure where I fall, so I haven't seen Chronic play much at all in Quake Champions. He's the #1 Irish player, and people are like, Irish players? There are Irish players? There are Irish players, and Chronic, he's been around for a long, long time. He's always been people who've been scratching at the top elite levels. He's played in kind of like the ESL Dubai ages ago, and some notable LAN events, but he's now really trying to come to terms with his game style and the game in Quake Champions.
As a player, he has... I don't want to sound disrespectful, but it's a very standard play style. He's very good at playing the map. He's very good at being in the right positions.
How could that sound not disrespectful?
Okay, well, it's a good thing, but I mean, he's not eccentric in his play style. But that really does favour him in Quake Champions, I think. But that positional play that he has is really strong. A great hit scan. The champions on offer, I think he can mix it up and offer something really quite exceptional that he didn't have in Quake Live. It offers him a new lease of life, I think.
And that's something that a lot of players are finding different. But why we've got players like Kilson now who haven't made it through the qualifiers, because it isn't the old Quake. It's a completely new one where you have to have a new game style. You got people coming from other games as well who are coming on. Like later on, we'll be seeing Bus Driver X, and he's been playing with Alliance. There's actually 3 Alliance players playing today into this qualifiers. Yeah, it's mental. But it shows that it's great that people who have got that kind of the FPS skill are able to be able to identify themselves within this game, within the champions.
We said as the weeks have gone on, people have changed their playstyle, and that's completely right. But when you're someone such as Kilson, who has 10, 15 years experience in Quake and the old versions of Quake, you have many habits, particularly dueling habits, that don't necessarily benefit you in Quake Champions. And it's really up to you to iron them out, to analyze what am I doing that worked before that isn't now, because it does require a completely different way you have to play this game. And until you fix that, you're always going to struggle. And
I think that's the benefit that maybe newer players have, is because if they can not have those bad habits coming into the game, then they actually can find a lot of success. And what we got is the first map will be Corrupted Keep. Now, I believe Corrupted Keep is going to be the first map going all the way through as they play it on that sort of round basis.
Sure.
In terms of predictions, I have for a map-by-map basis between these two players, Kilson and Chronic, I'm not 100% certain. I looked at this game, one of the interesting games today, where it's just impossible to tell who's got really a major edge. I think a lot of people go, well, obviously it's Kilson.
I'd say 90% people would say Kilson, but again, that is accounting out Chronic, who is a solid player, and particularly on Corrupted Keep. Taking that rail away from Kilson is obviously always going to hinder his playstyle, but he's no slug with the rocket launcher or the lightning gun. And we saw that in Quake Live. People underestimated him on, for example, a Lost World map. This is the equivalent. You've got no railgun, but he's very adept at moving around the map fast, being super aggressive, and he's got great aim across the board. Then again, this is a very positional map, and I think Chronic, my mind would lean towards Chronic slightly more.
For this map specifically? Or?
This map specifically.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, I think Kilson will definitely be looking forward to playing a rail map no matter which way it goes. And it's always a bonus for him if he's going to be able to get a win. Of course, if you are tuning into the stream and you're wondering, okay, what's this game about exactly? This is a duel we're playing within Quake Champions. The whole point is that each player starts with 3 champions in a best-of-5 round within the map. You have to eliminate your opponent's 3 champions in order to win a round, and you need 3 rounds in total to win the map against your opponent. We're playing a best-of-3 in maps between the players today, and every single matchup is going to have one player going through to the regionals that will start towards the beginning of next month, where they will play directly for a chance at that $1 million tournament, and one player is going to lose, which means they will be relegated to trying to qualify next week again and again and again and again. And speaking of again and again, there's one player who has been playing a lot of these qualifiers. Inns is going to be playing later. He went out in the first week to Cypher, which respectable. I mean, you can't play against Cypher. You can't. If you lose against Cypher, it's you had your chance.
It's the best learning experience you can have.
Yeah,
and that's the only way to put it. No one in the world at the minute would expect to beat Cypher. Yes, there are people who could beat him, but if you had to name someone who is probably leading the way in Quake Champions, it is Cypher.
You're not susceptible to flame if you lose against him, for instance.
I would agree with that judgment.
Okay, good. Then the week after, Inns did play against Garpy as well, and means that we have a UK player going through.
Thank you.
We've got a couple of UK players playing today.
Represent.
I know, right? It's a shame that we're here and we're not qualifying, but I think we've got our jobs to do. We've got Bus Driver X from the UK. I know we've got to be professional as well.
Sure.
And then we have to be completely unbiased, and we've got to be neutral between every single player. But when Bus Driver X are playing, and when Hell is also going to be playing later on,
do you love
I will. I'll try to remain composed and have no negative things to say towards their opponents.
I'll kick you under the table just in case.
Okay, just in case it gets completely out of hand, then cool. We'll see about how that.
But I mean, it's really great to see so many UK players coming back, because the UK scene has obviously not been that vibrant for a number of years, and it's really awesome to see Hell back. Obviously, such a classic player, come back now and competing again. It's awesome. Doing really well in Sacrifice as well.
Yeah.
And I hope he does well today.
Yeah, I mean, you got through to the regionals, of course, and No, I just heard that we lost Chronic momentarily, but we're getting him into the server lobby, so we should be starting the game relatively soon. And as you say, some of the players who have come to Quake Champions, they haven't been playing almost the most recent iteration of Quake Live, and they've just been going straight into it. Being like, oh, hell, this is incredible! I've got a chance right now to get big in esports when the industry is really establishing itself. We've got this $1 million prize pool tournament, which just bodes so positively for the future of Quake, and it's great to draw that attraction. And then the new players as well, who feel like, okay, I can really get into this as well. There's a ceiling here which I can climb towards and start competing against the best players in the world.
As we said, it's a level playing field, and that is really one of the most exciting things about this iteration, is that it really just has leveled the playing field. As you said, for old players or for brand new players to the game, it does seem like everyone has a fair chance, and it really is about who is adapting to this new mechanic of Champions Best with all the abilities as well. And Hell's obviously one of them that's really adapted.
Looks like we are getting into the draft between Chronic and Kilson now on Corrupted Keeping. Chronic going straight for the clutch pick right at the beginning.
Interesting. This is what I mean about him being able to have this new lease of life. Clutch is something out of the bag that I wouldn't expect it, and allows him to obviously move around the map extremely quickly, but also hold his positions with a really, really big stack, and that's what he's particularly good at.
We've got a Nyx and a Ranger pick from Kilson, I guess. We've got just big champions so far from Chronic. We're going to get a Ranger. He doesn't. Usually we expect maybe a Nyx or an Anarchy from a lot of players just to be part of the sort of team composition.
Yeah, Chronic's style, as I mentioned right at the very start, is very positional, and the larger champions in this game favor that massively. It allows you to build a stack even without the major items and hold really strong positions and trust yourself with your aim. Something that Toxic does really, really well. It takes up strong positions, holds the ground, and allows you to bully your opponent off the map. If you get caught off guard, and that's the really biggest reservation of that, that's where you're extremely vulnerable. So it really is up to Chronic to play extremely smart, know where Kilson's in all times, and just take those positions and bully him. But Kilson's obviously gone back to more of a traditional playstyle. Nyx is obviously a great hero that, a great champion that, to a certain extent, is very difficult to play against. But the Visor and the Ranger, a very standard Quake style. It allows you to put up a good stack, good movement around the map, and play super aggressive.
And I think that's one thing that you have to watch out for a little bit if you are playing one of the large champions and you are watching out for your position. Nyx can throw a curveball in that a little bit and spice things up, but we are getting into the game. It's the first match of the day between Chronic and Kilson. And this map 1 Corrupted Keep, we are going to be having Nyx of Kilson up versus Big Robot Boy.
Big Robot Boy. One of the most difficult things on this map is that initial spawn, that the person who gets the rockets can have a big advantage. So Kilson's doing a really good job at playing quite defensive and keeping away, because it is very dangerous just to rush at that rocket launcher.
And it's nice as well, the damage that he's been able to do with the machine gun, which is definitely going to make Chronic have to think about his stack a little bit. But the LG, they've got an air rocket already by Chronic, and that's the stuff we were saying at the beginning. I don't think we were predicting specifically air rockets from Chronic.
First frag of the day, and it couldn't have been much better.
Absolutely unbelievable. And look at the stack that he's got at the moment. He could completely crush Kilson. He's found him at the bottom. He's just popped his shield, and he's going to have to follow him through the teleporter if he wants to find him again. Machine gun out, and you've got to remember that hitbox of Clutch is absolutely enormous. He is so weak, but he is adamant that he can take down Kilson again. And 3 champions to 1 right at the start.
This was exactly the way we predicted Chronic to play. He's taking those positions, just making Kilson, forcing Kilson into fights he doesn't want to take, and Chronic, with such a tanky champion, is more than willing to take them.
And he's just trying to stack up a little bit, even investing into some of his health and armor into getting the rocket jumps.
This is the most dangerous time of the game for Chronic right now. Hasn't got his ability up. He hasn't got a stack yet. He needs to play super defensive, and that's why we're seeing him scouting out this red armor.
Spawns in a couple of seconds' time. We've got Kilson, who's really nearby. Oh, he almost gets the telefrag as well. The LG coming out of Kilson. The armor's right in front, but Chronic's not able to move himself into that position. Now Kilson, actually, with Visor, he's got an enormous stack. He's going up versus Scalebearer, which has got a good escape ability if he hasn't got the weapons and wants to get out, but this could be a nice trap. We can see through the wall there. Obviously, the players aren't able to see that themselves. And the timing, really. You kind of feel if Kilson stood there for another couple of seconds, he would have the perfect opportunity for a frag. But using his piercing sight, finding the scale bearer. That's a one damage rocket. Another one as well. Careful for the rockets from Chronic, though.
Yeah, it's a really great use of the piercing sight just to secure the heavy armor. There's not really much other use for it on this map, so it just made Chronic back off.
This is probably going to be another frag here from Kilson. So little health. Rocket splash. Is it going to get the frag? What? Oh, he almost managed to get him with the bull rush.
That would have been pretty infuriating.
Yeah, if I was Kilson, I would have absolutely lost it. We have got the Dire Orb, though, used by Chronic. He's actually only got one champion left. After having such an amazing start to this map, it might be tapering out quite a bit, as Kilson's visor has been spectacularly good.
That was super smart by Kilson then, not to push him for the kill, because he only had 100 health, and he would have been very vulnerable. And on this game, it's very difficult to stack back up when you're quite low.
Stopwatch.
That was quite an interesting just scenario right there with the Dire Orb. Kilson was very sure that he was going to go through the Dire Orb, and just at the last second he moves away and has his doubts and thinks it's just some kind of distraction, some ploy. But in the end he goes through it anyway, which has allowed Chronic to get out of that really dangerous spot just up by the LG where he's completely stuck there. And Chronic is slowly managing to pick up a bit of a stack himself, hanging around a little bit by those hourglasses, and now trying to move away so that he can unlock the rest of the map to himself. Yeah. We've got just over a minute left.
I predict Kilson now to go after this red armor, after this heavy armor. He should really go on the offensive. He doesn't need more items.
Oh, he used the piercing sight, but he actually wasn't able to see Chronic just then. Chronic's going to know he used that ability, and he's going to have a timing in terms of when is Kilson going to be able to next use that.
Yeah, Kilson really now should just be pressuring off these smaller items, because he still doesn't need to stack back up. As long as Chronic's not there, he's free to take it, but there's no other need.
And Chronic's just trying to escape. He knows that his stack's not as good as Kilson's at the moment. And you've always got to watch out a little bit for that Dire Orb. That Dire Orb can get you that instant kill if it is completely accurate. Great defensive rocket there by Chronic, managing to move himself away. And the splash damage that Kilson was starting to land was also getting slightly scary.
Yeah, this is the perfect way to play against someone like Kilson, who is just trying to rush you, is just to keep away.
Wow, the defensive rockets from Chronic. He's being lifted into the air a bit, uses the Dire Orb mid-air, but is not able to get any further damage. One good rocket could have got Chronic the kill, but Kilson will take that first round. I gotta say, I was feeling pretty confident of Chronic's ability after he dispatched those champions so early on.
Yeah, he just got suffocated off the map and he couldn't stack back up. Kilson did keep on top of him. He didn't do substantial damage, but he did sufficient damage to keep Chronic away from the major items.
Now on Kilson with his Nyx, going up against Chronic once again. He's managed to find himself the rockets, and he's forcing the Ghost Walk out. Chronic, he would have known exactly where Kilson went, as the Ghost Walk was used shortly after the shield. And Chronic is going to have the shorter timer for the item. And he's also picking up the hourglasses as well, which is going to help him out a great deal. But he's kind of stuck on that side, and Chronic doesn't really want to take any further damage himself. Oh, wow, Chronic, he just bullies his way past and makes sure that armor is definitely going to be mine. I do not care if you're in the way. I am getting there.
That was a drive by...
He needed to do that. Here comes the shield. There's still no Ghost Walk out. Where are the rockets coming from Chronic? Nowhere to be seen, and Ghost Walk is about to be up again.
And this is where Chronic again has to be very scared. Nyx has Ghost Walk and Nyx has a stack, and Chronic really has to play super defensive until his ability is back up.
Oh, here it comes. Ghost Walk, maybe used a little bit early though. The armor, he comes in at the exact right moment to push him off. That timing was impeccable by Kilson.
It was, but at the end of the day, it was a mistake by Chronic. He could not afford to be there without his ability, and it was a missed timing. He's basically just standing on an item like a free kill.
You don't really want to be standing still when you're going up against Nyx anyway, just because of the implosion.
It was a very great use of the Ghost Walk, to be fair. Most players use it very defensively, but on the offense is where it's scary.
All damage coming through. He forces the Ghost Walk early on. He's trying to do some damage. Chronic knows that he's following him. And it's actually good that he's been able to force that Ghost Walk. The Bull Rush will be up a bit sooner. Not that that would be the critical move that could secure him a kill, but it's always useful to have that extra mobility around the map.
And Kilson's doing a very smart job of just keeping Chronic away.
The damage, though, by Chronic.
But Crazy Rockets always changes the game.
Now, Chronic has managed to secure himself 2 items. Where has Kilson left 2? You said before the game started that Chronic has got that sort of positional play. And if playing a large champion is so important to do that, let's see what he's able to do.
This is the way you need to play champions like Scalebearer. You can't afford to be caught off guard because unless you have a bull rush up, there's no way to get out and you're forced to fight. So Chronic's doing a really great job again, just this time keeping Kilson at bay.
Yeah, he's got a bull rush up. He's going to fight completely by surprise. Die Orb used, and he's going to just bull rush right through him, get himself to his next item a little sooner. But it's that visor that proved so problematic for him last time round. He's just going in with the LG. I think he might chase all the way. No, he doesn't. He doesn't want to strafe him. Visor is a bit faster. Chronic is just trying to play this as conventionally as possible, making sure he secures the items, because last time round it was Kilson who was getting the big items. Surely the Rockets are going to be taking down Kilson in a moment. He's going through the teleporter, less than 25 health left for Kilson, and there it is. The Irish player getting his first round as well, resetting this map back to a best of 3 on rounds.
It was slightly sloppy of Chronic there, because he literally just ran to the heavy armor. There wasn't really any play there, and Kilson did a lot of damage. He just stuck around a bit too long. Yeah.
We are actually going to get to see from Chronic's point of view how he is going to be playing clutch.
Great movement around the map, actually.
It already looks smooth. It bodes well for us if he's been, especially if he's been investing time into really learning this champion.
This is what we talked about right at the start. This map is whoever gets the rocket launcher has a slight advantage because it's so difficult. Oh my word! It is so difficult for your opponent to get it, and he's just bullying Kilson away, but also taking a lot of damage himself.
He's going to go in for this. He's going to try and force that Ghost Walk, and he actually manages to do it. Now he's going to get an item on top of that. The armor's up. Good escape there from Kilson.
It was very risky. To be fair, Chronic should have predicted that and Rocket jumped up earlier, but doesn't matter.
What a move though by Chronic. He knew that Ghost Walk was not up yet, and he just had to close the gap as quickly as possible. No Rocket's going to be going to Kilson's Ranger.
Yeah, and again, Chronic just holding position, holding that Rocket side of the map, but giving it away now, so you have to be slightly more careful.
Oh, he's had forced to pop the shield maybe a bit earlier than he would have liked to. That armor's now been taken. Now he's got to be careful. Rocket's coming towards him. 12 health left. Kilson wants to kill that robot, and he's going to be able to do so. And his stack is actually not too bad following that. So maybe can launch with some relatively quick aggression, particularly with that Dire Orb up. Actually, some damage was taken by him. The Rockets aren't terrible at all, and he gets the kill in the end. 20 health left. Mega up. Straight over to the armor. And Ranger versus Ranger mirror match.
Yeah, Chronic needs to back off. He needs to use this opportunity to get the weapons.
Wow, the aggressive play. He gets onto the Rockets quickly. He's even going to secure the frag. That was so rapid. Could not have predicted him to make such an aggressive move. What I love from Chronic is the way he's giving respect, or not giving respect, to Kilson. He's really playing without fear, but that is going to result in him being taken out, and maybe he needed a bit more fear in that smaller scenario.
To be fair, he did get bullied by a lot of the nail guns, so give him that one.
Yeah, do not underestimate that nail gun as well, actually. That nail gun can do such a potent amount of damage. And we are approaching the end of the first map already, since the first round has been played relatively quick. Rockets coming in. Kilson. Oh no, the bounce pad is hurting him a lot. He does manage to double tap his way away. Well, this will be interesting to see if Chronic wants to close that gap quickly. His stack's really not that massive. He's taken 225 health bubbles, which will give him a hand in this. Rockets have to be good because the LG is strong. But Chronic survives, takes the Mega, and he was so low. It doesn't even completely fill up his health bars.
No, and we do need to see Chronic being a little bit more careful when his ability's not up. It is up now, so we can predict that he can go very aggressive if he wants to.
And one thing I like about Ranger versus Clutch is the ability to get that Dire Orb on them. He's actually going to go very aggressive, but the shield's still up. He can't find where he's popped him up in the air. Oh, Mega up in a moment, but he's going to run away. He doesn't want to hang around there waiting for it. That rocket was also phenomenally close. And Chronic's going to let him take that armor side of the map. He's going to try and get that shield up as quickly as he can. But 5 seconds.
Killson's doing a perfect job. He knows exactly what Chronic needs. He needs that armor, he needs that health, and he's pushing into pressure him while his ability's not up.
Oh, this could be dangerous, though. That Dire Orb's being used. He's got no escapability whatsoever. He's going to try and pop in the air. Gets 2 rockets with 25 health to go. Just timing the damage correctly.
That shows how important those 3 time glasses were, because if they weren't up, he would have died.
Yeah, because your shield goes down temporarily when you're firing weapons. And if you get that timing wrong, your opponent can shoot through that shield. And Chronic is starting to regain some of the control on the map that he didn't have earlier. Looking to tie up the map. 2 rounds to 2.
Yeah, Chronic doesn't need to push in for heavy armor. He's experienced it in the past. Without his ability up, it's very dangerous to go on that low ground, so he's just trying to trade with these smaller armors and pressure on the Mega Health as well.
And I think he's, now that he knows exactly what Killson's up to, he's like,
yeah,
oh, the armor's up in a moment. I'm just going to get it. This is a nice move as well, forcing him out. He got an air rocket as well. That is so weak. This is surely going to be a round going in favor of Chronic. Just, oh, the rocket is perfect. Does not even go for the hit scan at all. Secures that round, and that looked very, very confident. And
yeah,
just
convincing. I think he's adjusting to Killson's hyper-aggressive playstyle when he's on clutch. And he did a really good job of not pushing him for the heavy armor, which was the cause of his downfall in the previous 2 rounds. Yeah,
he's trying to just measure that aggression in the correct levels. He's going to try. Oh, he can't quite make it to the rocket in time, but it's a shame. He's found him. He's going to try and go with the gauntlet. He goes 1 down and another one. He gets the double pummel on Killson's Nyx.
It's real. That was incredible.
But, I mean, do you call it disrespect, or was that just the right thing to do?
It was the right choice, but as a player, you feel disrespected. And he's doing a really good job here. Again, sticking around that rocket launcher is just a really dangerous area when you haven't got the item.
Good initial damage, got the shield up over here. And Chronic has had an amazing first frag, but it's whether or not you can finish it off. Going with the LG in the air, he's going to take him out a second time, still retaining a decent amount of that health and armor. A little bit of time until items are back up, but he is going to be able to... I mean, he's so stacked.
And again, he doesn't need to do anything now. He's got a 2 champion advantage. His ability isn't up, so just hold out for 10 seconds. There's no need to be greedy. And there was real no need for Killson to push in there because he must have known that Chronic was there, so it's a little bit of frustration, I think, coming out on Killson's side.
That was a decent amount of damage that he just got. Is he going to go in? Is this where he's going to try and finish it? Rockets aren't really hitting so much. He's going to try pushing with just a couple of seconds left on the shield, and he makes it work anyway. 3-0s him in that last round, taking the first map.
3-0 for the previous 2 rounds, I think. Clutch and Clutch won.
That is absolutely remarkable. What happened to Killson there? He kind of just fell apart, it seems like.
I think it was more of an adjustment in playstyle. Once Chronic knew he had the advantage, he realized what was going wrong before, and that Killson was not afraid to pressure him on those items, particularly when his ability was down. So Chronic just said, hey, okay, I'll cut off the rocket launcher, and I just won't go for those major items until my ability's up, and I'll force you to come at me. And Killson just got a little bit too aggressive. As a player, particularly with such strong aim as Killson, you do think you have the advantage against someone like Clutch because you can hit 100% damage on all of your abilities and all of your weapons.
So what should Killson have done? Because okay, the Clutch is perfectly decent champion in the game, but he's got his own weaknesses.
He just needed to be patient. He needed to keep away. The most important thing with Clutch is monitoring when his ability is up. When it's not up, you know you can push in and go for damage, but when it's up, you can't. You have to keep away.
Yeah.
Chronic did a great job of finding Killson, but there was a few times when Killson pushed in needlessly. He needed to keep away, try and draw Chronic away from the rocket launcher, try and get him toward the major item, take that rocket launcher, and then regain some map presence. Without the rocket launcher, Killson could really do nothing against Chronic's charging Clutch.
Yeah, I do like the way that he was controlling that part of the map. I remember the first round, so one of the earlier rounds, he was just sitting on rocket like, oh yeah, I'm just not going to give you this.
Yeah.
This is now mine.
I mean, the best real champion of that map for Killson was the Nyx, because he could be quite aggressive and get away with his invisibility. But once that's gone, I mean, Chronic knew his chance was there, and he was just able to pressure and pressure and pressure and just get on top of Kilson.
Yeah, I felt that he used his Ghost Walk a little bit prematurely in some of the occasions as well. But anyway, let's gloss over that because we're going into map 2. This Blood Covenant, this is a map picked by Kilson. We are going to get the clutch pick early on as well. Nyx and Ranger for Kilson again, and Ranger and Nyx there for Chronic.
So we got Kilson with the same picks. That doesn't surprise me because he is, again, trying to keep to his the roots in the way he played Quake Live. Those champions there allow you to play in a very similar way that you dueled in Quake Live. So it shows to me he hasn't quite adjusted to this game quite yet, whereas Chronic completely mixed up his picks. And that shows he's very comfortable in knowing the strengths of each of these champions on the maps. The Ranger in particular is very good on this map for moving it around, getting the weapons very quickly. Whereas the clutch is just obviously his favorite pick as well. Yeah,
and he traded out the Scale Bearer for the Nyx as well for some extra sneaky mobility. And I actually, it's reminded me now that Seizure, who lost to Strengths in the round of 32 on Thursday, he was talking to me actually about Chronic's clutch and saying that actually it's remarkably good play from him. He says he's not experienced a clutch like that yet.
Oh, and again, it's one of those champions that just changes the way you have to approach duel. You can't play in your normal style, and that's where Kilson struggled a lot on the previous map.
Well, let's get into this map number 2. We are on Chronic's clutch to begin with. The rocket, though, is going to be taking the dire orbs used already, but unfortunately for Chronic, he's been stuck out. Does he want to rocket jump up, or is that just a little bit too aggressive?
I personally would have. Kilson had no ability, no weapons, but each their own. He's playing safe. It's obviously $1 million on the line.
And yeah, I think he felt that there'll be more opportunities for this.
Yeah,
let's get the job done later.
First round, first hero, first champion. Keep it safe.
And he knows exactly that Kilson has got that weapon, which he's so famously good at.
This is a huge lifeline against Clutch. Obviously his model is massive and it's very easy to hit, and the last thing you want to do is to pop that ability when you're in a rail battle, because it's such a waste.
And that's surely what Kilson's going to be trying to do, and what this map's designed for. He's going to be moving in with the shield. Hasn't quite found him too well. He fell to the middle floor. Available. He's going to try and get out of here, and I think Kilson's also giving him a bit of space because he was also very vulnerable and respects Chronic's aim at the same time.
Yeah, I don't know if Kilson's just severely ballsy or just quite crazy, but he keeps pushing in when he's used his dire orb and Chronic's got his shield up, so he just needs to be far more careful.
Yeah, that dire orb, if you know that Clutch has got his shield up, you need to have that dire orb available, otherwise you just get cornered, you get completely stranded. And it can be a bit of a get out of jail free card, because you can put that dire orb onto his hitbox. It's quite big, and you can get that one-shot frag. It's quite difficult to do. But, players at this level have got the skills to do that.
Yep, but falling back to trade, Chronic doesn't want to push him without his ability up, and likewise with Kilson more than happy to let Chronic do that.
I think part of the reason Chronic won't mind this map as well with Clutch is because of all the hourglasses that are on the map. Yep. He can get that cooldown on the shield going
this
to
just
zero
shows
quickly.
You how important the ability is. He doesn't want to move out of bridge until it's back up.
There it is. Confidence up. He's going to move in. Still hasn't popped the shield. Is he going to go for it now? He's doing a little bit of initial damage, and the more damage he does before popping that shield, the better. But he says, you know what? You got the armor there for yourself. I'm going to let you escape. Oh, this could be a nice cutoff. Kilson will have assumed that he's gone to the Mega already, and he's going to back off for it. Shield still up, but he's taking damage.
That's a move Kilson does a lot, and it's obviously a move from Quake Live predominantly, where he takes the red armor and rockets jumps up. It was a really great read by Chronic, but I think it's one of those bad habits that's not necessarily that great in Quake Champions. Saying that, he's on the Ranger, so it's far more applicable.
Oh, one bit of good damage. Dire Orb has been used. Extra damage found by Chronic, and he's going to run away. We've got that Mega up in a second, but he doesn't want to go straight over to it. He just wants to make sure he's not railable. Oh, he's going to go up. Is he going to regret going up? That bounce pad, LG coming out, and that hitbox is the size of a Zeppelin, so he is going to pick up that first frag after 3 minutes versus the Clutch, which would be a relief to Kilson.
100%. But what Kilson's doing really well is when he is pressuring with the rocket jumps, obviously Ranger takes a lot less damage. He's abusing that fact, and it allows you to move around the map extremely quickly and get into the face of Clutch when he hasn't got a shield up.
Oh, Kilson did just see him. Is going to be a landing. The first and only rail in that fight. Oh, this is hard work now for Chronic. This could be closed off and be first round for Kilson if he's just able to string together another shot. Oh, the distraction there from the dire orb. Chronic wasn't even looking in his direction.
I mean, again, he's obviously very comfortable on the Ranger and he's pulling out some great moves.
Switching away just as that would be a possibility to get the kill. Finding him with another rail. The amount of items that Chronic will be taking on the map. He's going to be scampering for health, for armor.
But there's only 1 minute remaining. Kilson obviously knows he's low and he wants to push in for a final kill to make it slightly more solidified, but there's no real need to. He can just keep him at bay.
These rails just don't stop landing. Chronic, is he going to be able to find any more shots? Kilson just can't find the finisher. And Chronic with that armor, he's not quite railable at the moment, but time is ticking. How on earth is Chronic going to deal with him? He's missed that the initial rail. And Kilson, he doesn't need to actually go in for the frag. He's railable at the moment. He's going to dire orb up, but the rocket comes out, and he gives Chronic the frag. Chronic going with the movement to get the armor position. This could be dangerous, though.
Oh, no.
I don't know if he wants to be here. There's still quite a few seconds until it's up. The machine gun's coming out, and Chronic, no, you've just thrown everything you've worked for with 4 seconds left on the round.
I think that answers my my original question. It is just crazy by Kilson.
Yeah.
Again, there's no need for him to stay there. He obviously got the kill, but it was such a high-risk play. I think Chronic missed 2, maybe 3 rails before he killed his Ranger.
Yeah. That was... Chronic will maybe regret the mistime there on the armor, but still, you're playing at this kind of level versus Kilson. He's got plenty of chances to get the job done, especially winning after that first map, Corrupted Keep.
Yeah, and it was a really great rail at the start that puts Kilson severely on the back foot.
Yeah, Kilson's not even going to challenge for that Mega right now, spawning quite soon. I wonder if he can just stand his ground on the armor.
The only thing he did see is he did see Chronic use his ability. It means he's got a slight lifeline in that he can pressure him, but it's bound to be up in the next few seconds.
I think Chronic missed that jump. I think he tried to get on the bridge, and because Kilson had just used his dire orb, he would have nowhere to run. And I believe the shield is going to be up.
Both of these players are playing out some crazy rails, actually.
Dire orb back up. Safety returned. And that small amount of absorbed damage that you get when you're standing still or moving slowly is clutch. Every little bit helps at the end of the day. Rocket jumping up on here. Oh, I thought he was going to go for the full jump. He has actually returned. His shield's not up anymore. Maybe this is a bit of an over-commitment from Chronic.
Yeah. Once he missed that first jump, and he's missed a couple of jumps actually saying that, but once he missed the first jump, there's no way he should be pushing in there.
Yeah, I think he should have backed off, and I mean, he would have had hourglasses not too far away from him if he'd taken them already. But it's a question of realizing, you know, time's on your side. You got minutes left until the game's ending, and the champions are equal in numbers.
A zoning dire orb. I don't think I've seen many of those before.
Unfortunately, it didn't really work for him. I think we're going to see Chronic go down again. Yeah, he's not going to be able to get a 90 damage rail, not with that amount of time in that corridor.
No, and we can see Kilson's style benefiting this map a lot more than it did Blood Cup, the Runes of Silence, sorry, well, whatever. Corrupted Keep is what I wanted to say. In that he's able to move around the map at high speed and really get in Chronic's face.
Chronic missing these rails. He knows that Kilson's absolutely stacked and that he's just used Ghost Walk himself. So really, Chronic just wants to hide. And he's going to go up. Is this just kind of forfeiting your life? I'm pretty sure he's just given up that round for free to Kilson. You have to have some patience in this map.
It was just a bit of frustration again coming through from the failed clutch plays. It's obviously his strongest hero on this map by far, but it's perhaps one of the more difficult champions to play on this map.
And he is going to stick with clutch all the way through. And we get that next start from Kilson once more. He's assuming that the rail's been taken. He might have to force us to go to walk. Hasn't taken any extra damage, but Chronic will know that he's up there. Is he going to try and go for some extra damage on the rail? Doesn't find it in time. Oh, the return rail from Chronic. extremely important there.
It is almost tit for tat on rails, and again that does favour the clutch. So Chronic's more than happy.
And Chronic is going to want to close the gap a little bit, but those hourglasses, each one reducing the timer on your ability cooldown by 10%, it's going to be helping Kilson an enormous amount. Both items will spawn again in 20 seconds. I wonder if they're going to actually want to commit to a fight during that time, or is it really going to be safeguarding your side of the map?
Obviously, Clutch doesn't really care a tremendous amount about Nyx's ability, but he does want to close the gap, and Kilson's making that extremely hard. He's just keeping at bay with rails.
And obviously each rail he's hitting is going to reduce that confidence for Chronic to move into the fight and increase the chance of him to pop that shield prematurely.
I think what Chronic needs to do is to pressure the items Kilson wants instead of just trading, because to be honest, Clutch doesn't really need them.
Shield up, but both items popped at exactly the same time, and Kilson just wants to run away. He's like, nope, I know you can see me. The one advantage I have is getting around these small corners quicker than you.
Yeah. And Chronic's again not confident to go in without that shield, so he's happy to trade, even though he really needs to get some pressure onto Kilson's
This
side.
could be a trap. Could be a trap here. But Ghost walks up already. He's going to force it up. Very nice by Chronic. He's going to assume they're on the other side. That was a good move by Kilson, actually. The shield is still working for Chronic, but he can't close the gap enough and get that extra damage. His health isn't that great at the moment. Sure, he has some, but he needs a lot more.
Blood Covenant is so difficult for Clutch to play, particularly against a Nyx who can move around almost equally as fast as you.
And look at that, the Ghost Walk's going to be straight up again. I don't think that Chronic will have his shield available just yet.
It will be more or less the same by the time they meet. Kilson's doing a good job at making sure he keeps away with those time bubbles to fall back on.
Chronic doesn't manage to hit the rail. I'm not sure if he meant to do that extra strafing at that point. Oh, he finds the rail shot just between the use of the shield and him firing a shot. He's moving in for this. He knows the shield's down. Is this going to be a possibility for him to close down this frag? Chronic trying to get out, finding that extra health bubble, but he's actually playing around with the dodge quite well. Unfortunately, he is the target the size of a small country.
It's
true. Will eventually die.
That is the example of exactly why you do not want to pop that shield in a rail battle, because as soon as he does that, Kilson knows it's his chance to push in.
Well, Chronic has got the rail, but he has to leave 5 seconds until the armor's up. Kilson wants to make sure he can't take it, but that was an important rail. That's suddenly given Chronic a lifeline where he can take an item. Is this going to be, again, an aggressive push? Kilson landing these shots. He's going to go in. Is he going to be able to implode him? Not quite, but the extra damage and then give him access to this major item room, it's an exchange he'll be happy to take. Fantastic read there, knowing he wants the health bubble.
Yeah, great prediction. And again, now Chronic just needs to play defensive, but he really cannot afford to wait for this heavy armor.
Oh, Chronic, you might have armor, but you're available. I think he got the die roll, but he's fallen on the other side. Misses the rail, has to get out. 1 minute left for Chronic to sort this out. He needs HP, and he knows that Kilson is hunting him to hit that rail shot, but he can't quite find it.
That would have been insane if he finished Kilson off there after hitting that die roll.
Well, we've got a aggressive Ghost Walk used.
But he's got 45 seconds.
Now, what Chronic won't know is that Kilson's used the Ghost Walk.
Yeah, he won't know that, and that's quite big because it keeps you on the back, keeps you really defensive if you don't know what the ability status is.
And Chronic has got a decent enough stack, so he's going to need to attack. He's going to need to find him, and he just has. He's going to realise in a second that the shield's not up. He's got to finish this frag. He's like wondering, why isn't he popping Ghost Walk? What's going on? All you had to do was switch over to the machine gun and you've been fine, and now Ghost Walk has returned with less than 20 seconds to go at such an important time for Kilson. Incredible rail as well.
He's still railable. This is his last chance saloon.
Oh, what a rail by Chronic! The Ghost Walk was up as well, and somehow lands that?
So greedy by Kilson. He obviously didn't
What the hell's
know.
going on? The die roll coming out once again. He's going to try and finish it off with a rail. He can get himself the kill. Surely a bounce pad rail's going to land, but he can't hit it with one rail remaining.
There's so much panic in this match. It's insane.
The fact that Chronic had the time to get over the bridge and get that angle beforehand, is just mind-boggling. Dirorb coming into play, they're going to trade places, and he's going to follow him. Tries to get the angle on the rail, and Kilson's guarding this. It's going to be LG versus Rockets, but Kilson wins it. Chronic wanted to finish it, but it was not the right time to do the job. 1-1 in maps, and Kilson gets it. What a final round there.
I don't know what just happened. Quake Champions.
You're here to analyze this.
It hits me in the face. Yeah, that is very true.
So say something clever quickly to understand why we had just an ridiculous exchange in positions and
I'm
everything.
Not sure if Kilson wasn't 100% aware on the time left on the map, and he certainly wasn't aware how close Chronic was to hitting that rail. But irrespective, with 3 seconds to go on the clock, no matter where he is on the map, you just hit your ghost wall.
Yeah,
like
that's all you had to do, really.
That's literally all you had to do to win.
I have the win button right here, but I'm not pressing it.
Yeah, and then Chronic obviously didn't expect Kilson to go just flying into his face without weapons right at the very end, and just panicked with the rail switch.
Yeah, so there was the Dirorb used by Kilson to come onto the map, then Chronic was pushing down to the armor. They changed places, and Chronic was like, I don't want to wait 2 more seconds for the armor.
No, I meant previously.
Oh, right.
Literally after the 5 minute after the 5 minutes went up.
Oh, he couldn't hit that. He couldn't hit that shot. And that should have been it for Chronic. And I think he was still adamant. He was still in that mindset that I'm chasing the frag that is guaranteed to be mine.
Kilson did a great job right at the very end of blocking the doorway. He heard the Dirorb back up, and he thought, my only chance here, I haven't got a rail, I haven't got a lightning gun, my only chance here is to hold my ground in this tight spot, and it worked out perfectly.
Because if he went over to that mega health,
he would have died.
He would railable surely, or
he was railable at the time, I believe, yeah.
So Chronic, is he going to be able to calm his nerves a little bit and make things happen for him in this third map? We've got Clutch and Ranger and Nyx. Once again for Chronic on Ruins of Sarnath. We're going to get pretty standard picks as well from Kilson. I think he's had that all the way through. Yeah,
and again, it's what he's comfortable with. It allows you to play in a very, very similar way as he did in Quake Live. And again, Chronic's pretty much same picks as well, particularly with that Clutch. Ruins of Sarnath is a good map for Clutch, actually. So let's see how he does.
Yeah, absolutely. His Clutch wasn't as inspiring on map 2 as it was on Corrupted Keep. Corrupted Keep was phenomenal to play, and I think Clutch really works well on that map, especially when you don't have the rail and you've got the rockets to work with. It's absolutely excellent. We've got a few more.
This map is slightly more enclosed than Blood Covenant. It allows you to keep away. I do expect a little bit of a stalemate trading of items. When his ability isn't up, he's more than happy to drop back to one or the other. But at the same time, he can pressure into his face in those nice tight corridors, and there's a lot of time bubbles as well to pick up. So Clutch can have a really high uptime on that ability.
I was going to touch on actually the hourglass time bubbles, those things, because even for a champion like Nyx as well, can be really useful if you're using it defensively, and you can quickly clatter around and pick up those items. We are here though on map 3 between Chronic and Kilson. This series has offered us some joyous moments already, and I wonder who on earth is going to be taking this one. We got exchange damage already, high position. Looking for some pretty ambitious rockets, but is he just going to go in?
Yeah.
it appears so.
I'm not exactly sure what the plan was there, because there was no real way he was ever going to catch the Nyx, but hey, c'est la vie.
Yeah, I think maybe he was still in the mindset of before. Okay, so he's taken the armor. He wanted to make sure he got that item
he took a lot
before anything else, and Chronic just kind of standing there. I hope he's all right. Maybe he's just basking in his own disappointment from the last map.
Because no, it was more that Kilson used his Ghost Walk as well, and Chronic thought he was going up the jump pad, but instead he tried to double bluff and it didn't pay off.
Not a bad little rocket there. We should have the armor for Chronic as well. And he's going to make it out. No rail angle found for Kilson just yet. And Chronic's got to settle his nerves a little bit. I guess in some respects here it applies to both players. Obviously Kilson, with such a supreme amount of competitive exposure already, probably going to be able to balance himself out quite well. I know Chronic's had good experience too, but he's the one who's on the brink of removing a Quake legend.
But Chronic's doing well. He has slowed it down, and you want to get Nyx into those corridors, so she is out of position, because one rocket, even if it's just a bit of splash, affects Nyx so disproportionately.
There's the rail. Kilson's surely going to be forced to...
Again, again, he's just very greedy with using his...
Let's just assume he won't hit the rails. I mean...
There is that element of he trusting his aim far more than anything else.
And that move there from Kilson, he's just split across the map.
That was actually a very good move.
He wanted, I guess, to get out of that. It's a bit of a sort of choke point in a way.
Yeah, exactly. He had the rockets. He could block the red armor choke point, even though he didn't. But it allowed him to get out probably the safest route.
He might meet him with the rail up at the top by the bounce pad. Chronic found him and is going to be able to return 5-6 and finds the follow-up rail. Incredible shot here by Chronic. His Ranger has been definitely up to the job, going up against the Visor. Visor has been actually a really strong champion, typically for Kilson. It's got to be careful. Hits a rocket to rail. Going to try and go in for the frag, maybe? Well, he picks up the rail anyway. That repositioning was excellent there from Chronic.
It was very, very aggressive play from both of them. Kilson had used his ability, and Chronic still pushed in. But then Chronic used his ability, and Kilson still pushed in. So, I mean, these players are now clashing with their aggressive styles.
But I like it. I like that they're not fearing each other, and we're not getting these stalemates of not seeing each other around the map for 10 minutes at a time. I do like the tension that those games bring, but the frags that we're getting are, I think we're seeing just some very intelligent plays in general.
Yeah, and Kilson knows Chronic doesn't have a rail, so he's guarding that with his life at the moment.
Chronic's got to be careful though, because if an aggressive Ghost Walk came out, it's so unlikely at this stage of the game to happen. Whoa, then he's going to force it after that. He's going to know exactly where he is. This is a great move, actually. But he hasn't got the rails to follow it up. Has he got extra damage to find anywhere? He's cherishing his stack this time, and I like the fact that he's not overcommitting to the fight like he would have done in the past.
The pummel switch is an indication of anger in Quake, by the way. I do it every single time I mess something up, I switch to the pummel.
So the non-verbal communication in-game.
Exactly.
On the rail. Oh, nice work over here. And this is something you touched on earlier about getting that shield used when you're just railing.
Yeah, but Kilson playing a little bit smarter, knowing that he didn't really have any stack to push in, and one rail would have almost certainly spelled his doom. So still safe play from Kilson, perhaps learning from the previous map.
I like what Chronic does. It's just a small little detail, but the way that he exits the jump from the bounce pad, just to make sure that he's not railable immediately going up to the sort of the apex of the jump.
Yeah, and I think as a clutch player, that is imperative. You're so easy to hit no matter where you are on the map. You have to take every precaution.
He somehow manages to avoid that rail. Is he going to go in for this? No, not quite able to. He wants to force that Ghost Walk and then use his shield, because then he'll have the information he needs.
It's just a few small errors coming out here. The weapon switches haven't been great, particularly on Chronic's side, switching to rail and missing them. We saw it on Blood Covenant as well. Just stick with the rockets, or maybe he didn't have a lightning gun, but try and get a lightning gun.
One day. He's using that shield. He wants to close the gap a little bit, try and force that Ghost Walk at least once. There we go. And he's got to watch out a little bit. He's only got 2 rockets left. Going in for a rail shot. He's going to miss it. Surely that commitment's they're gonna stop now. Less than 10 seconds until the armor.
Kilson is so aggressive. He trusts his aim over and above anything else. He always sticks around for perhaps 1 shot longer than anyone else does. And that has been catching Chronic off guard, but again, I think he is slowly adjusting, which is why he slowed down this game quite considerably.
That quick movement to get into that rocket. And having to manage his ammunition a lot. I mean, if anything, I'd almost take another rocket just so you don't have to do it for ages.
The items are...
This is an interesting use of the shield.
Yes, it really was. But the items are pretty much bang on, so they're more than happy now to split, particularly because Chronic again used that shield.
When I say interesting, I mean bad?
Not bad.
Or do you think, is there really a point? It felt like nothingness from...
It was preemptive. He literally popped it the second after Kilson backed off. He thought he was going to be guarding that choke point because that's what a lot of players would do. But Kilson backing off just at the right time.
Do you feel like you have to weigh up, though, the value of using an ability early, assuming that it's going to get value for you?
Yes, 100%. But he knew that if Kilson... He knew 2 things. He knew either Kilson would be there and he could pressure him, or he wouldn't be there, he would be on the heavy armor. Either way, it allows Chronic either the chance to do damage or back off and play safe until it's back up. Okay. So either way, it was quite a good analysis from him.
Okay. He has spotted him on the side of the map over there. We are getting a long stalemate between these 2 players. Definitely feeling the heat a bit more as these maps and rounds have been playing out. We've got the largest champion in the pool versus the smallest.
But I think you can now see the pressure, because this is the final map, and both players are really afraid to commit.
Chronic, the fact that he's got an advantage in rounds, only one round in the map, but to retain that advantage would mean everything to him.
Yeah, and it's 45 seconds left. Still both have all 3 of their champions, which means the next kill could be definitive.
He's going to go through the teleporter, actually. He's not going to find him, I think. Oh, he's up at the top. Cheeky little rail.
Cheek.
That's good detective work.
Yeah.
Rocket spam, absolutely underrated. Here's a split on the items, so we got they pretty much spawn at the same time.
Chronic is desperate to pressure, but he knows that he can't get caught off guard as well, because if he has to pop that ability defensively, it could be the end.
Can I just point out that it's been 5 minutes and he still hasn't... Oh, he's gone through the teleporter. He knows that he's there and he wants to go in for it. He actually goes for the rail. Can he find one more shot? That's almost it. He gets the kill and Kilson goes down.
That was great play. He missed the opening rocket, but it doesn't matter. Kilson couldn't afford to attack because he had popped that Ghost Walk already.
Do you think the fact that he was visible before the teleporter was bad, or that played into her hands, or do you think Kilson Chronic would have gone through that teleporter regardless?
Well, Chronic popped his shield, so he knew exactly where he was at all times anyway.
That is a fair point. And speaking of which, Chronic is 1 round away from knocking out Kilson, where it would be 3 qualifiers in a row that Kilson does not make it to the regionals. And that shield is down now. He's got the rockets. I wonder if he's going to be getting the LG this game. Maybe it's too soon to tell.
He needs to back off desperately.
Oh, the Ghost Walk's being used. Chronic in trouble though. Oh, he's found him. Done some extra damage. Got to go careful through the teleporter. Now Kilson might be thinking, you know what? Maybe this is a bad idea. The armor, he's no longer railable. And has Chronic just escaped what looked like almost certain death?
A rocket.
He's got it. He's going for the health. I was worried there because I thought that Kilson was coming down the lower end as well.
Yep, and I think Chronic did a very good job in that. Kilson's a very rhythmic player. He likes to take the same patterns across the map, so I think Chronic knew that Kilson wouldn't come down that way because 99% of the time Kilson goes the other direction. So it's a smart read, I would say, anyway, by waiting there.
I think now that Chronic can breathe again, considering he was so close to death, I wonder how he's going to approach this. He's going to move in, push him off did he push him off the Mega there, or did Kilson get that?
Kilson got it.
I did not quite see it. But his shield's down. He forced the Ghost Walk at the end, but obviously wasn't able to commit. Needs to use that choke point. Kilson is going to try to go for the shot, but it's a good little sidestep dodge.
I think after last map, Kilson felt playing defensive didn't work against Clutch. He had to take the game to him. And I think we're definitely seeing the benefits of that. Chronic's very much on the back foot now. Before, he let Chronic get a stack way too easily, and once you've got a stack, it's difficult to force him off the map. So by keeping in his face, he's doing a really great job here. But standing on an item when you do not know the time and popping your shield is perhaps the worst thing you could do.
And the item's still up.
That's exactly why.
Yes.
It's just super greedy.
Why would you pop the maybe he just assumed that he was ghost walking towards him or something like that, but you don't know when...
I think it was a massive miscalculation in timing, obviously, but he thought it was going to spawn in the next second or two, and he knew Kilson would be there.
Yeah, that was a dangerous guess to make.
I mean, he was right on the Kilson front, he was just wrong on the timing front.
I've seen a few people falter and also lose their tournament survival based on big mistimes on items. You can't sit on items, especially against an X.
If you don't know the time, you just need to wait and get that information. You cannot really afford to do that.
Mega coming up, he's trying to dodge this. Oh, he's forcing the Ghost Walk. This might be a really good play as well, actually, by Chronic. Has the rockets. Mega has been taken. Only 17 damage, so not going to be suddenly changing his mind to go deep into the fight once more. Can still feel the tension rising as this game goes on.
Minute and a half left, so we've still got some good time.
Oh,
I'm not sure if he heard that.
There it goes, and it's because of the hourglass is being taken as well, I think. That was a fantastic frag by Kilson, and Chronic just... there were too many question marks above his head in terms of what Kilson was doing then.
It was a sound play by Kilson because Kilson knew that Chronic would not have had his ability up. So really, really strong play.
And also all those question marks, the fact that he did it before the teleporter, where he wouldn't have heard it. I mean, that was just maximum confusion. Your defenses are down if you're Chronic.
I think Chronic had no idea, so it was awesome.
1 minute though. Chronic has done some pretty impressive things with his Ranger in this series. I wonder if he's got it in the tank.
But he only has 50 seconds to pick up this 2-champion deficit.
He's got stack.
He
That's
does have stack.
Step 1.
But I think Kilson's learned from Blood Covenant thinking, I do not need to rush Chronic right now. I can play defensive.
So just observing the detail on this part of the map. Hits 1 rel, that's nice. Get a little bit of chip damage. That shouldn't deter Chronic too much from pushing in for a fight. But he's going to meet up with him.
Is he going to pop the Ghost Walk? Oh, holds onto it. That's big. That could almost be game.
Yeah.
If he pops it at 57.
Hopefully he will actually do it this time. Dirorb, he doesn't make the move forward. Maybe he was hoping that Kilson would kind of overcommit and go down.
He knew if he did it, he was dead.
Just use the Ghost Walk, please.
It's two champions anyway. That was a much better map by Kilson. Far more composed. He kept in Chronic's face and kept him off guard the whole time. As long as you don't let Chronic get that really stable position with a big stack, you can actually whittle him down.
Fight.
You kind of just think, though, what if you didn't just wait for 15 seconds on the armor?
Yeah, I mean, it is definitely a what-if. Huge mistake.
And that it could end up being... We obviously don't know what would have happened if he didn't do that, but he's 1 round away from qualifying to the regionals. You've got to be playing flawlessly at the moment, particularly if you're going up against Kilson. We've got the rockets coming out from Kilson at the moment. 1 rail, and that is going to force Kilson away. That's usually all it takes when you're playing as Nyx.
Yep, Kilson didn't have a rail. If he had a rail, he might have pushed in, but again, he knows the stakes here. This is his last chance.
Yeah, he can't afford to make a single error. Armor's up in a second, and he couldn't be more impatient for that Ghost Walk to be up. There we go. And breathe. Oh, he's going to back off. He doesn't want to use the Ghost Walk straight away. He knows there's a health bubble nearby, and he is going to secure it. Oh, he's going to run straight into him. This could be really brilliant for Chronic. That's awful, awful news for Kilson.
That was such a great read by Chronic. He knew exactly what Kilson wanted. He wanted 2 health bubbles, and where are they? They're exactly there.
This is really big. We've got the Mega spawning in a second. Chronic going to battle his way up these obstacles to find it.
Yep. I mean, that's happy. Happy days. He got the Mega. He didn't need to pressure the red. He didn't have enough stack. And again, his ability's not up, so he's just playing super cautious till it is. Oh no.
Oh, this could be really bad for Kilson. Oh my god, the damage! The royal, can it follow up? Not quite find it.
That was like a comedy sketch.
A few seconds. This time Chronic waiting a bit more intelligently for this, and another huge rocket. The pressure that Kilson is under at the moment.
He should really be trying to get up quickly.
Oh, he's going to find it, but he can't overcommit to this fight. He's got to remember, I have the edge. Yep. Let's not get too hasty over here. I think play defense. Even if you got the shield up right now, you just stop your movements.
I mean, even though he has 125 health, as we mentioned before, time and time again, he's such an easy target. He needs that armor. It doesn't need to be the heavy armor. He needs to try and get across to the small green ones.
And it is annoying on this map because those small green ones are on the opposite sides.
Exactly.
So you can't just skip around and stack up very easily, like maybe an Anarchy could on a Blood Covenant or something like that. Well, obviously, you've got your armor limitations as that champion. Oh, the rail comes out. This is pretty bad news.
Yeah.
Always cautious.
The reason we're not seeing Kilson push is because, again, he knows about that shield. So Kilson, he's got enough time to whittle him down. If he pushes in, there's a very, very good chance Kilson will die. So he's playing very smart and patient at the moment.
And Chronic not taking the same care he was earlier with his movements on the bounce pad, and maybe costing him a bit of life then. But it's actually been great timing from Chronic as well. He hasn't been playing on the items for ages, even though he might have been hearing them getting taken. Oh, he's got to get out.
See, he has to pop the shield there. But Kilson, I don't think that Kilson saw that.
But did he hear it is one question.
That's a very good question too. If he did, then we can see him, we would expect him to push in, which he's doing.
One rail, goes back through the teleporter. He's got to watch out. He's trying to change places with him, but it is Kilson going to be securing that frag. Clutch is out of the picture. It is Ranger versus Nyx.
Yeah, so I do think then Kilson heard it, which was an awesome play to push in.
Yeah, and locking him down. That's such a tricky part of the map to play on. And maybe in hindsight, Chronic can think about how he could have escaped from that situation, but it's too late for him to be thinking about that now.
But without the clutch, I am leaning in the favor of Kilson for this one now.
That would bring us to a tiebreaker round on the tie-breaking map. And I know Chronic,
again,
he'll be trying to prevent that from happening. You do not want the tension to rise that high that you have to win it, well, when it's anybody's point.
He's going to have to pop the ghost wall to get out.
I think Chronic's just about made it. He's only got 50 health. Where is he going to look for the resources? He's down at the bottom. This is an awful place to be. His Ghost Walk, I don't know if it's going to be up for a while. I'm not sure what his time is like on it. Careful of those rockets. Dire Orb here to play some tricksy maneuvers. The rockets,
Awesome.
not too bad at all from Chronic, but you're just stuck in a corner there. You just don't want to go to that part of the map. Actually, that machine gun damage.
Jeez.
There's 20 seconds remaining. Kilson, we've seen that it is possible for him to throw at this stage.
Yeah, but
maybe it's a strong word, but you know.
He's learned, he's hiding, and I'm not sure that Chronic can actually get to him.
Actually, 5 seconds. You can see him on the side of the map, but he's just not able to close the gap. And Kilson, he is a second away from making it to the tie-breaking round.
Jeez.
Emotions are going to be pretty high level at the moment. The psychological pressure that you've got, and this is where I think Kilson might do a little better than Chronic. Even though he is an emotional player, he is going to have that resilience.
100%. This is heart in the mouth time.
Oh, the damage that he's done. 20 seconds, he's just machine gunned him down. What?
Why is he not using the Ghost Walk? Even though Chronic has a shield, you still have to...
What?
Oh,
What?
Oh,
no. No, he didn't. He just got the Dire Orb implosion on him.
Jeez.
And two very important champions have just been eliminated, respective to each player, of course. We've got Ranger versus Ranger. What a way to impact
We've just
this
gone
critical
from
round.
2 to 3 rounds that have gone the distance to insta-kills.
And Kilson's got a massive stack. There's still 5 seconds until the armor's up. Kilson's not actually heading that direction. He realizes, I haven't got rockets. This is important. And maybe that's giving Chronic a bit of an extra lifeline, I think.
Yeah. I'm sure they both calm down. My heart is slowly calming down as well. And that's why we're seeing them just trade some items now.
They spotted each other. That's a good rail. Dire Orb used at the top. A good repositioning there from Chronic. And he's going to get that Mega. Early on Mega. If he's not too aggressive on the armor and he goes back and gets the items, he should still be able to make it to the armor in time. But he's taken so long to do that. It's a quick exchange.
Yeah, I'm not sure he was 100% both timings, so it was just a much safer play.
Maybe the Dire Orb wasn't up. Maybe that's something he wants to keep in his pocket.
It wasn't up. He used it to get up
yeah.
there. Nice and quiet now.
I do like the sneaky plays. There's good value in moving slowly around the map. That players like myself who play Anarchy just don't get the grip of straight away.
No, you prefer to charge.
Just run quickly.
But we can see the importance of just hitting one rail. It forces Chronic back time and time again, but they both trade.
Important return fire from Chronic. That prevents Kilson from getting too much confidence.
Slightly healthier though. Chronic would die, I believe, or just about.
There's still a while until that armor's up, and Chronic, you're in a dangerous spot at the moment. You probably need to get the hell out of there. You've just got this champion repositioning himself, but he is going to be going down. And Chronic, again, on the final round, you're going to sit up for items that aren't up? Are you absolutely mental?
Items are important, but they're not worth risking your life so blatantly for.
And this is where Chronic might look back and be like, I regret my actions. He's just hiding here.
I think Kilson knows.
What? This could be the end of it for Chronic. That's it. The frag that just finished it like that. What have we just seen?
That That was crazy and anticlimactic all at the same time.
It was like climactic but anticlimactic. I'm just not really sure what to make of that final situation. It was smart though of Kilson to realise that he was over there.
Panic skills by Kilson, he says. I mean, I don't even know if Kilson knew actually. I thought he did, but I think he wanted to just restock up on the rocket launcher.
Was it just
I think it was just pure
a
coincidence.
happy accident?
If you would, a happy accident. Let's roll with that.
Yeah, I mean that was still an absolutely amazing series, and I think there was some mention of the dire orb on the clutch at the end, which was so important for Kilson to hit that.
That could have actually won him the series and won in the spot in the region. I mean, at least it vindicates our judgment, saying how close the game was going to be. It could not have been any closer.
Yeah.
And I'm super impressed with the way Chronic played.
He's going to kick himself though.
Oh,
for those, he made at least 2 errors in that last map alone on items.
He played the better Quake by and large up until those mistakes. But when Kilson turned it on, there's not much Chronic could do.
Yeah.
And once that clutcher got taken out of the equation, I think you could see Kilson's confidence rise massively. Chronic really has perfected that clutch.
And you know, from the first map where he was playing so quick against clutch and it was not working at all, to at the end where we were seeing these 5-minute rounds or so on going up against clutch, is a huge difference, and that shows that Kilson was trying to adapt throughout the series. So I'm impressed with Kilson, and he of course has made it through to the regionals. It looked as if he wasn't going to make it at all, and he would have to fight in the 4th qualifier, but that is going to be enormous relief for the German player. You guys will definitely be seeing him at the regionals. And looks like we got ourselves a set of replays, and oh my god, there were so many things that happened this series. I just can't even get my head around all of them. Nice little bull rush work there from Chronic.
There's nothing more satisfying than steamrolling your opponent with a bull rush.
Great little air rocket there through the teleporter. And this is Chronic that was just trying to secure his 2nd round as well. Again, flying robots definitely the theme of the day so far.
It is. This is the pummel. It is,
oh, this.
It is pretty cool to see a flying fat mini island around the map. And
I think that actually, although we saw so much more, that those 2 gauntlet kills, that's something that shouldn't go overlooked. That was amazing, and I'm so glad that we saw Chronic do it. And it would be insane if we could see the. Obviously, I don't want to make demands, but that rail on down to the bottom of Blood Covenant that managed to secure that round for Chronic when Kilson should have been using his Ghost Walk.
Yeah.
I mean, what a critical moment was that.
Bush.
That was the one right there. And you saw how far Chronic was away from him at that point. That was just great movement skill from Chronic to make it happen.
This was a great play by Kilson.
Yeah, and I think at that point, Chronic was like, I've been outplayed. There's not much I can do.
This was the mistake. Because the reason why he pops the shield is because he felt Kilson was going to come down there, and he felt he was going to be stealthed, and he wanted to see him. But it was just a complete miscalculation on times. Yeah.
And the fact that he made those timing mistakes in a couple of instances, it's like desperation, really. It's like, well, if I have this item, everything's going to be so much better for me. Oh my god, that dire orb kill as well.
Won him the game.
Unbelievable. So guys, we are going to move to a quick break in a moment. I believe we're going to be getting Syndrome versus Smoke to be confirmed. But thanks very much for watching the Quake World Championship Qualifiers EU style on the round of 16. Me and ZSX will be back in just a moment to bring you the next match. Hello and welcome back everyone to the Quake World Championships European round of 16s in the third qualifier. We just had an unbelievable series between Kilson and Chronic that we still need to just get out of our system a little bit. Yeah. But we've got an interesting matchup coming next with some players called Syndrome and Smoke. Now these might not be household names, but there's some interesting stories to both of them actually.
Yeah, I don't want to say an upcoming player because he has been around for a while, but a relatively new name to the dual scene versus a much older legacy really in Smoke.
No, indeed. Let's go into those in a bit more detail in just a moment, but it looks like we're getting straight into the draft. Smoke going for the Visor, the Ranger. We've got a Nyx, an Anarchy, and a Ranger for Syndrome, and a Sorlag as well.
I don't want to say it's a deliberate pick by Smoke, but in my personal experience, I find Sorlag is quite an effective counter to Anarchy.
I totally agree. As an Anarchy player, I can tell you I really hate playing against Sorlag, so I do not think you're wrong on any level there.
But they were some busted out picks. They both knew what they wanted to do and they just went straight in for it.
Exactly, no hesitation whatsoever. Now to go with the players a bit, Syndrome, he plays with the Alliance, where two of his teammates who are in the team are in this qualifier as well, and that is also Bus Driver X and I believe Strengths that is playing at the other side. His opponent Smoke beat the fourth teammate in the team, Sparty, earlier in the round.
A bit of revenge going from Syndrome here.
So yeah, might want to avenge his comrade's death and take him out. But Smoke, an interesting, you said has a good, an interesting history in Quake.
I mean, he hasn't been around for quite a while in the dual scene, but he was, at the very start of Quake Live, he was one of the more prominent duelers anyway.
I think we'll go into more detail about him in a little bit, but we are going to be starting on Smoke, who has got a Sorlag to begin with, going up versus the Anarchy. I think immediately, because Sorlag was the last champion he picked.
And so was Anarchy, though.
And I think that's just a good read by Smoke to think that, actually, I know this guy likes Anarchy, and I know that this counter could be quite effective at the beginning, and he's only just realized that he's gone over to the side. The Acid Spit is not up, as he used it very early on.
I think if you're picking Anarchy last, I mean, you only really pick Anarchy if you're super comfortable on the champion. So Smoke must have known Anarchy was coming out. And he tried to reserve it.
And again, a nice little move there by Syndrome. Knows that Sorlag quite a big hitbox, fairly easy target, and gets that damage he needs while moving around quickly. Syndrome also picking up the frag on Smoke's Ranger very fast.
Seven's coming out like crazy there.
He's got to be careful. We've got the machine gun. I have got the injection used to refill his health and increase that cap. And he's just going to move away and get some of the smaller items on the map before we get to that next rotation.
Smoke
of the large
really
items.
needs to settle down. He's a little bit unfortunate, but he's also just running into this Anarchy, so he just needs to back off a bit and try and play a bit more positional than he's currently doing.
Defensive rockets aren't too bad from Smoke at all, actually. But he's taking quite a bit of his own damage as well, which isn't helping at this stage. He did decide to play, as you say, fast and furious at the beginning with the Sorlag, and it just did not bode well for him. And you always wonder, how do I want to approach that first round of the first map? Do I want to go in all guns blazing, flying everywhere? Or do I want to play too scared, too passive, or try and just measure that aggression and defensive play just right? And it's so hard to gauge that for the first round.
I mean, unless you're either got a strong CPM background or super just comfortable against...
Ooh. Now that LG just ripped him apart. Good play. Is worth noting that Syndrome, when he joined the Alliance, was originally an Anarchy player on Sacrifice. Sorry, a Nyx player. And Strengths said, move out of the way. I'm going to be playing the Nyx now. You go play something else. So Syndrome became an Anarchy player. And it's clear that his practice on that champion looks like it's paying off. So let's see if he's able to kind of retain that strength. He's walking into a bit of acid, so taking some extra damage. And although it's not much damage, it's useful for Smoke because he knows exactly where Anarchy is on the map for that period of time.
And you say it's not much damage, but against such a squishy champion, it really does add up. And this is one of the reasons why he has just backed off now.
Yeah, he has got that injection. Always useful to have that kind of the health reset. Although you're disarmed during the period you're using that ability. Could it offset possibly?
It's slightly an offset for his personal timing, but also slightly an offset so he can, at the next rotation, get or at least pressure both items effectively.
Going in with that LG, not bad damage. Rockets as well, though, from Smoke. are also quite good. And right above him, actually, forcing that injection out from Syndrome. He's going to go down with the Mega, still spawns in a second, and is going to be able to pick it up in time. The armor going to be up soon, but the LG is just relentless from Syndrome.
He's got some really great hit scan, and Smoke's struggling to keep up with that at the minute.
Yeah, as far as what we were saying, a good counter to Anarchy is, being Solak, I'd say that Syndrome's playing that quite effectively. Do you think there's something that Smoke could be doing a bit better against this Anarchy?
Yes, he can't afford to be committing so heavily to items. You need to... You have to just almost let Anarchy take them, and you pressure him when he does. Because the Anarchy it just breaks the traditional conception of duel, and you need to play around that.
There's some massive rockets there by Syndrome, pushing in for the frag. That was so clean as well. That was just surgical precision from Syndrome. And see, he's going to push in. He's just going to try and get this next champion out. Got to be careful of that Die Orb. That's actually enough damage that he wants to back off a little bit. The LG and Smoke is finally getting himself on the board a little bit with the frags. That's going to be a relief. That's going to be a sort of a bit of a block in the mind, just being erased slightly.
And there's nothing up for the next 10 seconds, so it really is a bit of a stalemate. Oh dear.
Ooh. And that damage, Syndrome just comes charging in and is like, hello, I'm going to take you out quite comfortably. And that's round 2 for Syndrome. This could end up being quite a fast and clean map for him.
Smoke's just struggling to adapt to the speed, so we need to see him do slightly what Kilson did in the later maps, which is just play keep away. You don't need the items.
And Syndrome getting those 2 big weapons very early on, which is going to help. And let's see if that Solak's going to adapt a bit to these plays. Got the machine gun, you're kind of stuck on the corner a little bit. Is going to be moving out, but that LG damage is enormous. He might be able to get the frag as well. Sure, we've got a little bit of the acid, but that's not going to bother Syndrome. He's picked up a very important kill.
Yeah, and again, Smoke getting caught out slightly, and Syndrome punishing heavily. That is the main feature of this duel so far.
I'm quite impressed with Syndrome. I do recognize him as a very sort of capable player in the community, and he might be getting himself another frag in a moment, looking for the rockets at the end, but he's run out of LG. Syndrome as a dueler is not something I'm kind of used to seeing, but he's playing a very sort of clean style at the moment.
Yeah, making the right decisions, pushing in when Smoke's out of position, and just keeping back, picking up the items when he doesn't need to. So it's very simple but very effective at this current time.
And it's going to be making his team proud, being the first of Alliance qualifying if he manages to win all the necessary maps in this series. Moving in with the LG, is this going to be another frag? Syndrome might have to be a bit careful, forced to use the injection, and then just pushing straight through anyway. That is the aggression you can get. Your defensive rockets need to be on point if you want to prevent that.
You nailed it on the head. Against an Anarchy, you just have to hit those shots. He can come in so quickly, but if you hit the shots, he's pretty much dead, so it all comes down to execution.
And maybe Smoke is just kind of warming up into it. It could be that maybe things will be very different on the next map, and I know that some maps favor some players more than others, so I don't want to make any assumptions of how Smoke's going to perform throughout the entire series, but at the moment, this isn't enough. We need to see more from him, and Syndrome might look to close out this map right now and just push through the choke point. There we go. Clean 3-0 from Syndrome.
Obviously that map didn't favor Smoke. I mean, that doesn't take much analysis. He didn't find a way to stop the train, and that was Anarchy. It is a difficult map to do it because there aren't huge choke points there. It is, even though it's a very small map, it is also quite open, which allows Anarchy to get in and out, and very hard to trap him. And Smoke just didn't find a way to counter that.
Yeah, I mean, there was 9 frags to 1, or something along those lines.
And I think every round lasted about a minute to 2 minutes. So it was just balls to the wall play by Syndrome. Yeah,
and he's going to feel confident in that. Although you don't want to feel overconfident still. You still want to be measured. You still want to be focused as well. And Smoke, he's going to have to knuckle down a little bit and figure out what went wrong. We know him as a capable player, having beaten the Sparty and RZD in this tournament already. If you guys don't know RZD, he's top 2, top 3 Italian duelers in the scene at the moment. Sturmy, of course, number 1, and I think really RZD between Hal. That's not a fight I'd like to host.
2 very strong aimers.
Yeah, they're just strong players all around. So obviously Smoke's done some really good things to get to this point and eliminating the Alliance player.
It was a conflict of styles, I think. Smoke beat Sparty, but Sparty, I imagine, would play in, again, a very classical dual sense. And Syndrome, coming from a different background, just warps that. And Smoke really needs to sit down and think. He knows what he knows what's coming at him now.
Yeah.
So he has to really adapt with his picks.
Let's see, we've got Blood Run that's going to be picked by Smoke. We've got the Ranger, the Visor. Very keen on. We get exactly the same thing from Syndrome, so no changes there, and we get the Nyx at the end. So no Sorlag pick or anything like that.
Clever. I mean, I believe he did pick the Sorlag, as we said originally, as a counter. It didn't work. He's taking a completely different route.
That's fine. If you recognise that as like, don't try and force it. If you think, oh, this could work, let's try that. I got a map to really try this out, and then you lose horribly, like Smoke just did then, and go, no, it's definitely going to work the next time I try it.
So
you might put yourself at a disadvantage.
In my mind, he thought, I'll fight fire with fire on the previous map, and this map he's saying, okay, I need a way to stop this. I need a way to slow the map down. And the Nyx is obviously a really perfect way to do that.
Yeah. And I also find that the Ranger actually on Corrupted Keep is slightly under not just not something that can deliver as effectively as a map on Blood Run and on the others.
Very creative to use it well. It's super strong, and I've played against very strong players with that hero, with that champion. Sorry, but it is. Yes, as you say, it's much easier to use effectively on the Blood Runs and Blood Covenants of this world.
Absolutely. Now, I guess the question is Smoke going to provide any challenge for Syndrome, or is this going to be exactly the same as what we saw a moment ago? We've got Smoke coming out, and he's going to die orb away, trying to keep as much of that armor preserved as possible. That's a much better start for Smoke.
He's not dead. Yeah,
this is good. Do you think we should be congratulating for him? I think this is bad news if it's if we have to start on this.
Yeah, I mean, let's take it one step at a time, you know? Keep alive, and then we can plan the next step.
Oh, that was the defensive rocket that Smoke needed. That was perfect.
Exactly it. You need to force Anarchy to come to you.
And look at that, all of a sudden, he's just forced 2 major items for himself. There's a couple of hourglasses here that he can take if he wants to reduce that cooldown on the Dire Orb. Got all the weapons necessary. And maybe Syndrome's going to think now, okay, I can't just charge into him and be okay with that.
The next step now is forcing out the Ghost Walk. So personally, I think he should be pressuring and forcing out that Ghost Walk.
Smart from Syndrome not to go to those 225s, which are typically seen as so important. There's the Ghost Walk on.
And now's the opportunity to push in extremely hard.
He's going to find him. This is it. This is surely going to be a kill for him. We've got the Gauntlet out as well. Syndrome is going to go down. Comfortable frag there for Smoke in the end, and he's got a Ranger to play against. A slight mirror match right now. Uh-oh. Oh, the perfect weapon switch as well. Dire Orb coming out, but there's not enough weapons at all for Syndrome. He has using the nail gun, I think he was there, but that is a clear round for Smoke, and all of a sudden it's back to front from what we were seeing on Corrupted Keep. Yeah.
Far more comfortable on the on that map than the previous. He did extremely well. Once the Anarchy was gone, again, we could see the confidence just rise.
Yeah, and I think that was just Syndrome maybe getting a little bit cocky at the same time, and you can't do that.
He's obviously got a strong sacrifice background. I believe his playstyle is orientated around getting in people's faces and bullying them with his obviously very powerful aim.
Which is a worry though, because none of the remaining maps in the pool offer that kind of playstyle in duel, same way that Corrupted Keep does?
Not to the same degree, but with Anarchy you can play that way. I think Blood Run's probably the hardest one to do that with, because there are more choke points. Oh,
he managed to get the Dire Orb damage onto Syndrome.
Perfect.
Lands a rail. Syndrome is absolutely crippled from that. He's going to be finding a couple of 25s.
That's the only thing about Anarchy, as I said, you need to pressure him, because every trade he takes really hurts that champion.
Nice little chip damage there from Syndrome, trying to keep that information intact and know exactly where Smoke is. And it's item times.
They are split, so I mean, okay, that's complete mistiming by Syndrome.
I think Syndrome maybe just assumed that this is going to be something hard to challenge for. I'm not sure if he had his injection up at that point, and or the gross lack of armor, you're vulnerable to a rail.
This is nice. He's just baiting this item here.
Here we go, quite possibly. Oh, and Syndrome just spots it before he takes that dive down for the item. I'm just missing out on that shot. It wouldn't have been the frag. Definitely would have been helpful. Gonna find him again. Missing out on those rockets. So much damage coming from Syndrome, and he wants to press forward. And he's missing again. Smoke with the rockets. Can't quite land the rail. That would have been a frag. Oh, what a shot though by Syndrome, blocking him off. I think Smoke was almost hoping that he would move down the staircase towards the rockets, but it was the opposite way around, and Smoke's attention was drawn elsewhere.
And that just demonstrates the most frustrating thing about playing against Anarchy is that that champion gets away with murder. It can do things nobody else can do.
That's just a way of calculating that aggression properly, which Syndrome has, on the whole, been very, very good at. And let's see, the pressure now is on the visor, and I think Syndrome's looking for a way in.
Yep, 15 seconds before major items. This is the opportunity Syndrome needs to take.
Rocket's not quite landing at his feet, and he's going to go over the LG, cleaning up quite nicely.
Ideal, and now
Forcing
he
the
can
spawn.
back off and get both.
Oh, the spawn frag as well. 1-to-1, very clean, and that is that's just something that if you're going to be dueling on Blood Run, you need to be memorizing that. It's possible to counter if you move back, but recognizing where you are off that spawn and going, okay, let's watch out.
Yeah, I'd
take some presence of mind.
Just delay until you know they've gone.
Delay as much as you can.
I think it's almost definitely in the game, right?
No, you get forced. What?
Okay, well,
the Rockets just went to each other. They decided that they wanted to fight there and then. There was no calculation of weighing up the possibilities and
just
why should I or shouldn't I be in this conflict. They decided we're going to die and we don't care if we take ourselves down with them.
Smoke is 100% happier with that trade. He's got Anarchy off the map.
Yeah, true. It's a delightful exchange for him. He's going to be finding Syndrome though, who has just ghost walked. And that's a great timing as well on the piercing side. Excellent damage as well.
Perfect. That patience on the final rocket. I think a lot of people would have panicked and maybe even died because of it, but he just waited and waited and waited.
Yeah, absolutely spotted by him. We're going to be careful. Syndrome, the aggression.
Yeah.
What? This is not the same duels we were watching earlier. Oh, defensive shot. He is going to still reach his health cap though with that mega health. One rail. And he's going to find another
1 minute
smoke.
12.
1 minute 20, did you say?
12.
12. Oh my god.
Quick fire rounds. This is a boxing match. It's just back and forth. They're both taking blows, and Syndrome comes out top a lot more because of his Anarchy and because of his aim. But when Smoke is able to get the Anarchy off the map, he's won every round so far.
Well, that's what he's going to be working on again, of course. Anarchy going to be coming up right away. Trying to take both items. Oh, this is actually pretty dangerous for Smoke. I almost would have... Sorry, pretty dangerous for Syndrome. I almost, as Smoke, would have gone in there and tried to finish off the fight.
Yeah, it's a massive level of respect. But he also...
Oh, the sneak away.
He also knew that Syndrome needed a rocket launcher, and that's why he set up the trap instead.
We might have a bit of rockets coming down from above. Good moves, actually, from Syndrome. Always repositioning himself in order to get that required damage.
Yep, he was low, and that's why you've seen him just sit back now up in that top item area, trying to restack up.
So trying to almost play this fairly slowly, just because he realizes that Anarchy can suddenly get in his face. Good rocket landed, and I think, yeah, Syndrome does not want to be part of this fight. Mega's up. Oh, that rail could have closed out the Anarchy, which, as you say, would bode well for him winning this map.
But your point's very true.
That's frag. There it
You need
is.
to force Anarchy into these choke points and force him to come to you, and Smoke's doing an excellent job at that.
It's like the difference between day and night from Smoke on Corrupted Keep to Smoke on Blood Run. It's been absolutely phenomenal in comparison. And there goes the Ghost Walk. He's going to find him, try to land a rail, but it's just going to be shooting nothing but stone. And he might be able to get, yeah, quickly. That's just been ABC for him.
I think we're seeing Smoke's dueling pedigree come out against Syndrome's natural aiming ability, and that Syndrome's not doing anything on the map in terms of pressuring
Ghost
items.
Walk? There's no Ghost Walk. That's another quick frag.
Yeah, he's not pressuring items, he's letting Smoke get his stack up, and when that happens, Smoke's super comfortable.
Wow, and he lands that next rail as well. That was such a quick map going in the way of Smoke on this occasion. I mean, both of the maps we've seen, I think it's been a grand total. It's been basically like a normal Quake Live duel in these two maps.
Just quick, running at each other. But again, as I just mentioned, I think Smoke is a natural jeweler relative to Syndrome, and he was able to control those items, and that forced him into fights Anarchy didn't want to take, and then when that happened, he was just able to snowball.
And the Ranger being able to get the timing right, taking both items in just every rotation, pretty much, helped him so much. Is there anything that you think Syndrome could have done better in order to not die so quickly, I guess, is what he did?
I mean, at the end of the day, that's his style. That's what's worked for him up to this point. I definitely feel that it works on the Anarchy well. But when that Anarchy was taken away from him, he still tried to play in quite a similar way, just sit back on the minor items. He needed to have more of a presence on the map, really sniping away at the Megas, sniping away at the heavy armors to make sure that Smoke wasn't just running around fully stacked. Because there's nothing he can do then. He was forcing up the Ghost Walk and just keeping on top of him the whole time.
Yeah, I do feel like Smoke was just perpetually on, well, overstacked, I think, as they say.
I think, obviously, Syndrome was very confident in his aim, and it just wasn't paying off that he didn't have enough items to keep him in the game.
Now, moving into map 3, this will be Syndrome's map pick. He is going to be getting the Nyx and the Ranger, presumably BJ. Anarchy at the end. BJ pick instead of the Nyx, actually, for Smoke.
I like it that Smoke is mixing it up. Syndrome's got his set 3 that he likes to play, but Smoke's obviously thinking about it, particularly with his third pick, just thinking, what can I use on this match that's slightly more different, perhaps, so that when Anarchy is getting in his face, that he can just switch on that dual wield and just blitz him in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, to be honest, in that last map, we barely saw any of his Nyx. I think when we did, it was dead immediately.
Exactly.
And it had no impact. Other than that, he kind of just survived really well on his Ranger, with Anarchy just walking into shots half the time. But we'll see. BJ, I can see it as being quite a good pick versus an Anarchy as well, but you have to be able to lock down the Anarchy. Otherwise, Anarchy's just, oh, I'll just leave.
This is again, this is a more open map than Blood Run. So I think in Smoke's mind, he's thinking about, if I do catch him, how do I kill him as quickly as I can? Because it was Sorlag originally, and that didn't work, so now it's just saying, I'm going to switch on my dual wield, and I'm just going to hope I'm going to kill you. Yeah,
even if it's just with the starting machine gun or something along those lines, that can still have some great effect. We are on Smoke to begin this series. He has selected Ranger to start with, and he's been so good actually with the Ranger. I mean, I think we were almost making fun of him at the beginning when he was playing Corrupted Keep, but this has turned out to be a really, really important champion for him. And naturally, Syndrome selecting that Anarchy as his first port of call. Good rail.
Something Smoke hasn't utilized effectively yet is the rocket jump skill of the Ranger. I think that's something that's really underutilized. We saw Kilson do it particularly well before, though.
Oh, there's going to be Anarchy kind of walking into his shot set, and he's going to land the rail right at the end. That is a very challenging rail to land, actually. Anarchy can be so slippery in the air. Armor's up, and I think Nyx, he's walking right next to him. Going to find him in a second, and the damage is great, but Syndrome just gets blown up by the well-placed rocket. And that was it. That's what Smoke had to do in order to survive in that fight, because that LG was very, very strong.
Syndrome basically plays like me. Just crazy and always on the aggression, but it would have worked, to be fair to him, except for pretty much a direct rocket.
Yeah, and that's the health pool there for Nyx. Oh wow, and Smoke just clears him up. That was rapid.
Smoke has now got his rocket game on point, and that's really damaging for an aggressive player like Syndrome, because you're always pushing into an opponent, and if he's hitting directs or at least full splashes, then you're in lots of trouble.
Syndrome waited for that dire orb to kind of land somewhere else. He really just needed to use that dire orb, even if he was in mid-air. That's the only way he was going to get out. There was no time for him to wait for the dire orb to travel to a certain distance.
Yeah, Syndrome, as of yet, isn't using any of the champion's abilities to a massive level of effectiveness.
LG, okay. Well, he's using the weapons.
He uses the
very
weapons
good effect.
very well, to be fair. Very well.
And that LG to rail combo, especially when you're shooting from above, it's a tough angle to hit. He's going to be forced to get that Ghost Walk out. Smoke still running at him with the shotgun, but can't make anything happen. Smoke with a second frag, and again, we might have a round that ends within a minute again. BJ, though, this is what's interesting.
I have just noticed, actually, that it has been the Nyx first pick, not the Anarchy.
Yeah, that's a very good point, actually. Clearly, he's not satisfied with the way the rounds are going when he plays Anarchy first anymore. It was really good at the beginning in the first round where he was crushing things, but not so good anymore. Oh, the rocket getting him around the back. Maybe Smoke thought he had an extra fraction of a second in that moment, but I don't even know if he saw the pistol getting used.
He had no idea. Completely contradicts what I just said. So that was an extremely effective use of Nyx's ability.
Yeah. And glad to see Syndrome doing that, and that we're actually seeing a good fight going on Ruins of Sonath, even though these rounds are ending so quickly.
Yeah, and back to the Anarchy after such a successful round on Nyx.
What do you think of that? What do you think? Why?
Yeah, I'm not sure why. I think he's just mixing it up and making sure that Smoke has to keep on guessing, really.
It can maybe affect the way you have a start. The rail, ooh, he hung around quite long there. Even a bit late to check on that rail angle, but safe and sound now. Good defensive rockets. And I want to, because this is the last map, and of course, if you win this map, you go through to the regionals. I'm expecting these players to maybe slow down the game a little bit as these rounds get closer and closer to deciding a victor.
I don't think that's in Syndrome's personality. I think if anything, they're going to get faster and faster.
That was an incredibly important rail shot landed by Smoke.
Yeah, you're completely right. If not, Smoke probably would be dead right now.
He's sweating on the item quite a long time, and okay, take note, Chronic. Syndrome left when he realized that the item wasn't going to spawn when he wanted to, and did not give up a frag.
Yeah.
Write this down, Chronic. This will be very important for later.
Yeah, I mean, you can stick around, but he took a safe position where he knew an exit.
God, Algae coming out. The rocket comes out. There's no chance they can use the injection. I think he would have died anyway. That looked like it was going to be slamming his chest. We've got a Ghost Walk going straight away. Always back to what you're saying, but I think Syndrome trying to leg it. Rail shot. These guys are hitting well today.
Yeah, he is hitting well, but it's just... Oh.
We're going to get another die roll. We have got the armor taken straight away, but I think Syndrome just leaving because he doesn't have the weapons to fight against Smoke.
It's just needless fights sometimes that he's taking. It's again, confidence in his fighting ability.
Oh. A little bit of rocket damage, but I don't think Syndrome will lose sleep over that. And he's going to go down for the armor as well. Lots of items taken by Smoke. However, that rail does prevent him from getting into that supreme overstack position.
Syndrome's a bit late. Again, timing's not particularly on point.
Good little move by Smoke, actually. I like that. Repositioning up to the top level means he can now challenge for this Mega. He hits 2 rails in a row. The die roll, he just mans up and takes the damage.
He literally manned up.
He was like, I need that angle. One more rail angle, and I've got the kill, and I've got the round. Now, Syndrome back up against the wall. It's on you, buddy, to do something and bring us to that tie-breaking round.
Sticking with the Anarchy.
Okay. Again, the one round he won was with Nyx.
I never know, it could have just been a misclick.
Could have.
But I think it was planned.
But I mean, he always last picks Anarchy, even though I think everyone knows that he's going to pick it.
Yeah, you never know, just in case he wants to switch it up.
What? He just, okay, stand on my head for a little bit. That would be really good, thanks.
Some strange things coming out in this duel.
I think that, the rail angle for just a second would not have been a frag.
Both are low, and so both more than happy just to fall back to their respective items.
I think that initial fight where they were standing on the head, I think it was basically a combination of what Smoke trying to get that perfect shot, and maybe Syndrome not quite realizing, but they might finish things up over here. He goes in for the rocket. The aggression between these players, they're not willing to wait at all. There's almost like just complete lack of respect by both parties.
Yeah, I mean, it was a trap by Smoke, and then Syndrome really had little time to react.
Oh, that's good recognition there from Smoke to realize that Syndrome didn't go directly for the armor. He hugely stacked.
Sorry, the very nice thing about that play was that he pretty much guessed where Syndrome would have spawned, which meant he knew he would have gone for the Mega and not the Heavy, so he actually pressured him off the Mega and took both items.
Pressure up right now on Syndrome. This could be the death of another champion. He has got Ranger, and that's it. His lifeline is gone, and he will be sent to Qualifier 4.
We should be pressuring him right now.
Oh, the Rockets. He's lost his dial up. He hasn't got very good weapons at all. Surely Smoke's going to take this one out. 3 rounds to 1 on the tie-breaking map, when things looked like they were set in stone on Corrupted Keep, and there was not a living chance at all for Smoke to do anything. I mean, he comes out with the goods.
At the end of the day, he adapted extremely well to the play style of Syndrome, and Syndrome really didn't change anything. He, in all fairness, he didn't duel naturally. He just wanted to take fights, and he was obviously very, very good at that, but Smoke played around that, was able to capitalize on taking some of the items and really pushing Syndrome out and into fights he didn't want to take. And we saw him time and time again catching Syndrome off guard. So it was just Smoke's smart play that really won that game.
I think Smoke was a little bit more willing to play a slow game than Syndrome as well. Syndrome, I think he just likes frags. He's almost like he doesn't mind who gets them either. He just wants them to happen and be seen by people. Unfortunately, he will falter and be. I wonder if this is going to be the first of many Alliance players to go down.
To go out today.
Possibly.
We've got Bus Driver and Strength. So, but this is, as you see here, the tracking of Syndrome in this first map was.
It's excellent, really.
Yeah, I mean, the 7s just speak for themselves. But it was, in all fairness, a learning experience to Smoke. And this is what we see. He just plays extremely patient.
Brilliant trap from him.
Exactly. And he catches out Syndrome time and time again.
And seriously, the next ones that we got, this was a very easy map. Oh, it finds the Dire Orb at the same time. And so difficult for Syndrome to have a chance to escape. He's left solo in those fights. Oh.
But it's those type of plays where Anarchy really abuses, not abuses, but utilizes to the most effectiveness the ability to move around the map and take fights that you're not expecting as a natural jeweler. You have to completely reevaluate the way you think about the game when you're playing against Anarchy.
Well, unfortunately, Smoke doesn't have to think about playing an Anarchy for a while. He can rest decently.
I'm sure he's going to rest and have nightmares all at the same time.
But he can definitely look forward to the regionals happening at the beginning of next month, and it's really cool to see him play. I mean, it's a name that I hadn't seen for a long time, and you sparked that memory having played in the early parts of Quake Live.
Yeah, I mean,
great
back
to see him
in
play.
2000, I think it was 2008, 2009. The first iteration when Quake was released. Perfect shot there. Smoke was around and he was one of the more prominent jewelers in the local cups. He was always top placing and then he kind of just disappeared. I think he even attended or was planning to attend like IEM Dubai, which was the first ever real Quake Live big tournament. So he's been around and it shows in his play.
And I wonder how he's going to be able to compete versus the others. He managed to take out 2 Alliance players though, so I think that's there's a special amount of just.
He's notching up.
Exactly. Unfortunately, there should have been all 4 Alliance players in the same bracket. Then he could have just taken them out one by one. But we have the others later on. That is Strengths and Bus Driver X, the 2 remaining players. FYI. But guys, we're going to go over to a quick break before we get over to our next match. You're watching the Quake World Championship 3rd qualifier on the EU side. We have got such good talent on this side. I think the North Americans are really going to be bricking it later on when they actually meet at QuakeCon. I've been told, though, to be gentle. Guys, we'll see you in a moment for the next match. Hello and welcome back everyone to the Quake World Championship EU qualifiers. We are in the round of 16 games. We're quarter of the way through the EU matches. We just had a pretty fast and furious matchup between Syndrome and Smoke. I don't know if any series in the world will ever be as quick as that. But coming up next, we've got INS versus Cephas, which will surely be interesting as INS is finally hoping to qualify to the regionals, third time, round of 16s on the trot.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, third time. First time lost to Cypher, and then second time he lost to Garpy.
Yeah,
he's a Russian.
Go on, Garpy.
He's a Russian, and from what I have seen, he plays a very defensive style. And I don't actually really know that much about Cephas. I did see him in Quake Live, and I haven't seen much of him in Quake Champions, so I'm quite excited to see what he can bring out against him. Yeah,
Cephas did beat Dazator on his way through the brackets. Now, I don't know if a lot of people will know this name, but kind of I'd say between 2011, 2014, that type of period, he was a very good Russian dueler who was, you'd expect him to make pretty deep into the online tournament brackets. So Cephas having gotten that under his belt to get to the stage is a really positive sign. We're going to get into the picks right away for Corrupted Keep, where we're going to get two ranges off the bat, and INS going for the, okay, we're going to get double BJs and a Nix and a clutch there for INS right at the end.
The final pick clutch.
I'm often now surprised to not see clutches picked on Corrupted Keep, because I just think that clutch works really well there, and if you're not going to pick it, you've got to have a good way to be prepared for one.
Yeah, and again, look, seeing INS in previous weeks, I definitely think it suits the playstyle. So, and it came out in response to a Nix. I never think it would be picked just because of a Nix, but obviously there is their own interaction there that does favour clutch somewhat. So yeah, I mean, the picks are, I guess, relatively standard for what we should expect.
And Cephas playing from Switzerland. This is a player that I've played a couple of times as well. Not in competition, as far as I can remember, but he's a perfectly solid guy. I would have to say, though, I favour INS to win this, probably around the sort of 60–65% mark, in my opinion. Cephas, the problem with Cephas is he has got minimal competitive exposure, and that's something that's really important, and it's really important to start building no matter how experienced you are in a game, which is why these tournaments that we have, like these qualifiers, it's important for everyone to get stuck in and start building that experience. We are in the game now between INS and Cephas. We've got clutch going up versus BJ, and BJ, he's already tried to pop the dual wield and not going to make anything of that. Got a bit of damage between the shield barriers going down with rockets fired, but not enough.
Yeah, and we see the clutch coming out first despite being picked last, so once again it does indicate to me that clutch was always going to be there and he just wanted to hide that from the opponent.
And it's quite quickly is able to build up his health and armor. And now with the Nix to go against, it's about who's going to be popping that ability first. And has got plenty of weaponry. Oof, gotta be careful of these rockets. And he's going to try and cut him off over here, going in with the shield. But we haven't got the Ghost Walk used yet, and I think that is great work from Cephas, actually, to have managed to escape that.
I completely agree, and that is the sign that INS needs to just play slightly more defensive, pick up those time bubbles, and really wait it out for another just 10 seconds. But there can be quite a long time in Quake.
This is a big opportunity right now for Cephas to do some damage. So there we go. There's the LG coming out. There's still 2 seconds left, but weakening INS a fair amount, and forcing him to have to play on the items a little bit more. If Cephas can actually keep playing like that, I know it's really early on, but it's a good sign. It
is very smart play from Cephas not to overcommit to these items, but at the same time...
Whoa, the LG coming through, and he just gets the rocket damage on him. The rocket was also used by INS, which meant his shield temporarily went down, and Cephas was able to do the damage. Cephas now with the LG, Dire Orb comes out, but it does not matter. He is getting the job done.
Some crazy aim coming out there, to be fair, though, doing tons of damage to INS.
No, this is actually incredibly good, and he's managing his ability very well on top of that, which I think is proving so useful for him.
Yeah, when you have that in the bag, you can afford to do some really just crazy moves and get away with it.
Got to be careful though. That's the Blazkowicz will have dual wield up at some point. Unfortunately, Cephas has got a got the ability that could save him from trouble. It's going to be important for Inns to try and force the Ghost Walk without using dual wield. And then it's just a simple question of catching him off guard for a fraction of a second and getting the maximum damage out. The LG, there it is, force the Ghost Walk, and I believe there was no dual wield used then. And he might not even have to use it. Can he find that last bit of damage? The machine gun does come out, and that is going to spell it 1-all with champions remaining.
Slightly careless on both sides. In's just standing on the item, and then Cephis pushing in onto the item as a Nyx when you're always the underdog in those type of fights. So,
oh, In's just spot him on the corner of his eye. He's got a decent stack, and as well managing to manage his own use of the dual wield. He's going to have that going up against Ranger, so this could be quite big. I think that Cephis has got to be careful with his Dire Orb, as that escapability could prove very, very important for him. Oh, the air rocket, just as he rocket jumped up, that's a huge amount of health expelled.
Yeah. Inns needs to try and take the high ground. He's just cycling items at the minute, and that's...
Fair enough.
If he's going to hit a full rocket, it's fine. But at the same time, he was taking an abundance of damage, and if he didn't hit that full rocket, he probably would have died. So he needs to just take more map presence on the higher ground and really push Cephis away. Cephis is happy to try and sacrifice those items in exchange for damage, and Inns needs to learn from that and really keep that high ground a little bit more sturdy. And
Inns didn't even use the dual wield on Blazkowicz in the end. He just didn't really need to do it. He was doing just fine without it. Very late pickup. Or BJ, that's unusual time to use it. His BJ was not very good against Clutch last time round.
No, but this time he's reserved and not run into his doom, so...
Bit of armor. Now there's just going to be the push and shields up. Dual wield is out. He's using it preemptively, but he's actually got an insane amount of damage of the air rocket to finish. We got the Mega up. He delayed the armor to begin with. I don't know if he'll be able to make it there in time.
I don't know what just happened, but that was disgusting.
Well, he was picking up the rockets at the right time, and when he popped up the clutch, obviously when you're in the air, you're so much more vulnerable. Your shield only covers like a part of you.
No, it was great rockets. Yeah.
But it just looked interesting how he kind of engineered that fight to begin with. It was, you saw the shield and you thought, oh, there's no way there's going to be any effectiveness, but Inns let him be effective through just careless aggression.
Smart play.
Whoa, no, he just got perforated there through the teleporter. Cephis timing the use of the teleporter.
And we can see Cephis just taking the high ground again, and this is what you need to do when you're in control on this map. That all began with him just getting information on the timing and falling back to take the red. So now he has full control of the map.
Now he's using this preemptively, I think, because he wants to secure that mega health. He's got it, but he hasn't got any dual wield to go against anymore.
Yeah.
I wonder who this armor will go to. It looks like actually
has to be Inns. There's no way that Cephis can push across. Yeah, I mean it was a little bit silly popping it so early because he's going up against someone that has the same ability, so he just sat there and waited till it had gone.
I'm actually almost surprised that Inns wasn't able to close out the frag a little bit sooner. He may have just seen his feet for a moment as they drop down. The Mega's going to be up. Is Cephis going to be able to secure any items? He's kind of put himself right on the back foot on this map.
He needs to get out. He wants information, but he also needs to know he's safe. Okay, he's got the information, which means he can push back and take a defensive position, probably up high on the bridge.
He's going to get some updated information now as he hears the steps below him. And just trying to do some precautionary spam on the side. He doesn't want to overcommit to this room because the amount of damage you can do from a distance with the machine gun is pretty remarkable. Mega's up. Wow. I thought he was going for the full challenge there. He might be able to get himself over to the armor in time. Inns is above. Oh, this is greedy. Oh, it finds him through the teleporter. LG to follow him up. The rocket goes through his legs and the machine gun it does the job. That was a bit insane. I'm finding there's a bit of carelessness though going through the teleporter. There are people who are willing to gamble a little bit just to see how the fight pans out. But yeah. Cephis with a perfect response there to Inns' commitment.
You're completely right. It was fortunate and it played out to his advantage, but on another game it might have not happened.
We're getting an aggressive start right at the beginning again actually. Cephis using the dual wield early on, but the robot just flies over him.
I'm seeing Cephas use this champion slightly in a different way. He's more than liberal with just using the dual wield if he thinks a fight might happen. It's kind of similar way in which you play Clutch. You just use it preemptively, and then if it's not up, you back off until it's up again. So it's quite an interesting approach, really.
Oh, wow. The damage he did there. You've got to be careful of the shield. And still wants to come through, but he finds a direct rocket again. Has he got any more? He does, and he finds the rocket at the end, eliminating Clutch from the third round. And Inns has got Ranger. We're going up versus the Knicks.
Yeah, and now we have, again, Cephas with the opportunity with the Ghost Walk up just to do nice damage and still has that fallback. Whoa,
that LG though from Cephas, he tries to commit a little bit too much. The amount of damage he'd done already, he could probably walk away a happy man. But I think he wanted, you have to set yourself realistic objectives, and I think he got a little bit in over his head.
Yeah, it's one of those things in Quake, it's about balancing risk and reward, and he'd already done so much that his confidence was enough to push him perhaps for a kill. But you can't ever predict that someone's going to hit basically a 75 rocket on you at a really random angle.
He used the die roll across the other side. He's just forces a lot of damage on Inns and trying to put himself out of a sticky situation like that. Brave. It almost worked.
But foolish.
I mean, I think really just get out then. I mean, I don't know why you have to force these fights. You've always got to have an escape route, is the way that I've looked at Duel.
Yes.
And a lot of these players are like, right, I'm committing, and I'm going to make it work.
It was more that he was caught out of position and felt almost trapped into using the most extreme situation. What we haven't seen on this map that we saw on the Chronic, and we are seeing it exactly right now, is this protection of the rocket launcher area.
Well, I think you will have been heard there. There's a huge robot falling down the stairs.
Yeah, a few tons of crashing down the stairs.
Mega is going to be up, and yeah, Cephas is just going to back off. Mate, you can take it, that's fine.
Yeah, and the way in which Cephas is playing is pretty much the counter to which Syndrome was playing before. He's saying, if this isn't safe, most of the time I'm quite happy for you to have it. But against Clutch, that's always a little bit dangerous. You need to try and do some damage at least.
Yeah, a little bit of a scatter of LG. No. Okay, this rockets do slow him down a little bit, and he's just escaping. That's nice. I like that. Just run in circles around the map.
I think
you'll be fine.
The counter to Clutch, which is a pillar.
And he had the dual wield nail gun out for a moment, dodging the rockets actually quite nicely. Oh, that rocket just going past the robotic thighs.
Close, yeah.
I think Clutch really wants to push in there, but he's just such a target for damage. If you were a fast champion, you possibly would have gone in there and tried to secure the kill. Cephas needs to stack up a bit.
Yeah, he's not healthy, but I believe he does have the jeweled up, so the next step is keeping away from Clutch until he uses his shield, and then hoping you don't die, and then you can push in.
Look at that stack he's got to go against. There's, what, 350 collective health and armor that you're battling upwards to.
Exactly.
He's got 75 health, 50 armor, and he's almost at his cap.
One of the most crucial things against Clutch, and we've said it time and time again, is that chip damage. He's such a large champion. You need to keep whittling him down, because when he gets to this stage in the game, there's not much you can do except run.
This is great unreturned damage that Cephas is doing. The amount of stack is reduced, and a rocket sending in sky high. Is there going to be a race to armor?
I believe I heard the jewel being popped.
Oh, really?
I might be wrong, but I thought I heard it.
There's a possibility. We know, as you said earlier, Cephas is quite liberal in the way that he uses it. Oh, a little bit late to spot him. We're going to get direct rockets from both of them as Cephas decides to commit suicide in the end. And it's going to give Inns an advantage in this decisive round. If Inns wins this, he is going to be going with a map up into the next map of the series.
That was nice by Cephas. He knows he has heavy armor to fall back on. He's using Nyx's agility just to do chip damage onto Clutch.
He's getting much nail gun damage there. A tiny bit came out, not a huge amount. Getting a nail gun, he's really hoping to hit some strong shots. Has he not got Ghost Walk? Nothing there at all? Does not seem that way. Sorry, no, there was nothing going on there. Peculiar.
It was slightly peculiar. I didn't see him use the Ghost Swap previously, so I can only assume he wasn't expecting to get hit again by another full.
And we have got the Ranger. This is the last hurrah here for Cephas. He's been doing all right versus In so far, and he's actually, to some extent, surpassed some of my expectations and just how intelligently he's been playing. But look at that, he actually moves into that die orb. Can he get that final bit of damage? Not quite. Inz is tremendously weak though. He's got nothing on him and he's still kind of just happy to be in the same room as Cephas.
That was good play by Cephas, rocket jumping up to the bridge to take that high ground. That's where you're safest, really.
Cephas has got to push in for a frag. Very, very important. Okay, that's guys. Okay, I don't know if you guys have played much Quake, but let me educate you on what you should avoid doing. Now, the maps they might have some certain boundaries, and if you fall off them, it's just certain death. And when you walk off without, you know, anyone pushing you, it's negative. I don't even care about that frag. I mean, what the hell did I just see before?
Well, there's 30 seconds left. And Cephas is really in the advanced position to push this. I would say he doesn't really want it to go to overtime, but at the
what am I seeing?
Yeah, it's crazy.
I mean, I thought there was no chance for this to happen.
There we go. There is a downside to Clutch's move.
Yeah, I mean, In's clearly having some troubles. Can I request that on the replay? Oh, sure. Can I request it to just be removed from history altogether because
here we go, sudden death.
Shouldn't happen. Anyway, let's. I'll move on beyond that. I'm sticking to it a bit too closely, but Seth has still done very well. I've got to give him some congratulatory statements to say you've made it to the overtime and giving himself a chance to tie up the rounds on this first map. And hopefully, for Inza's sake, he's not going to be too distraught from what should have been a pretty easy round win. Blaskovitz, oh, that's amazing rockets, actually. Oh, I love that. He's going over the LG, but he almost commits. Cephas with some very intelligent attacks, and he is just pulling away from the fight at the exact opportune moment.
Intelligent but ballsy. Yeah, that is the real way.
Hello, they meet each other, both with some pretty powerful rockets. The LG, though, from Cephas, he is going to clean up that round.
And we're on 2-2.
Marvelously executed.
Yeah, I mean, it all comes down to the ice skating off the map, but it's still Cephas had to close it out, and he did that remarkably well.
I mean, it was assisted, as we've already covered, but anyway, let's forget about that. Cephas, he's on Blaskovitz to begin with. Can he give us as magical a round as last?
The heavy armor.
There's a big delay on there, and Cephas is not going to have a clue. And that shield being used already. Can he survive beyond the shield machine gun coming out? Using the dual wield, actually, probably a good shot just for any scare factor to stop that robot rushing him. He's found right below. He's in massive trouble. Dropping off the edge in hindsight was a bad idea for Cephas.
The one thing Cephas is doing quite smart, and that I haven't seen many other players do, is using the nail gun against this clutch. Because he's such a big target and it does a remarkable amount of damage. It's been really effective at keeping clutch relatively zoned out.
It's definitely an underrated weapon. And against the, I mean, it's not just against clutch. I think it's good at against Solag, against Scalebearer.
It's good against everybody in reality, but it's easy to hit against the clutch.
Oh, the shield coming through. We've got the Ghost Walk. No, we don't at all. Cephas goes down in that occasion, and it's just the Ranger to escape versus. There's no shield up, so can he get some of that machine gun damage? Not at all. Cephas falls in 125 on round 5.
And once again, we see the power of the clutch in that some players just really struggle. It's not some players, the majority of players against a good clutch really struggle to deal with it, particularly on Corrupted Key.
I think there's a few misplays from Cephas right at the end. The ways that he was managing some of his abilities, he could definitely have changed it. Because I know I've been really impressed by Cephas throughout the course of that map, but at the end it felt like he finished it on a little bit of a downward swing.
So simple stuff about overcommitting to that heavy armor, not using the Ghost Walk, etc. etc. There were little mistakes, but I think overall they both played a great game and it was very even throughout.
Yeah.
And I've been impressed with Cephas, particularly seeing that Inz has done so well in previous weeks.
Yeah.
Cephas match that.
Exactly, he's on the big stage and he's delivering us some good games. It is of course going to be Cephas's map pick coming up next, so he will get to change things up, and we will have the railgun reintroduced into this series. Let's see what they decide to pick. We have Ruins of Sarnath chosen by Cephas. We're getting the Ranger to start with, Nyx for Inns, and let's see if we get any kind of just repeat picks. Is there going to be Clutch? It looks like the same for Cephas, and no clutch anymore. He's choosing that visor instead.
And we did see Chronix Clutch struggle a little bit on this map. So it is very dependent. Obviously, Crop to Keep is a great map for Clutch. So seeing that visor come out is just another strong champion that you can use in a variety of ways. There isn't really anything that it does particularly well. It just does everything well. Yeah.
And I think with that piercing side, there's different ways that you can use it. It's not just about information gathering or trying to predict the next rail shot.
You can zone out, exactly.
Zone out your opponents, and you can kind of almost keep them stationary, because there's that sort of paranoia of, oh my god, if I go around this corner, I'm going to take damage. And especially if you're a light champion, you just don't want to take anything.
Particularly on Ruins, I think it's a great ability for zoning other champions out, because of all the number of attack routes there are to these items, and you can make sure you know exactly where they are and keep them at bay.
And any predictive rockets on top of that is always massively welcomed by the players. And it looks like we are setting up here in map 2. Inns is a map up on Cephas at the moment. Is he going to be getting that 2-0? We'll find out. Cephas first though on the Nyx versus another Nyx. This could either be really, really slow or really, really fast. Nyx obviously known for being able to change the pace of the game quite dramatically. We've got to watch out. Don't want to use that Ghost Walk first, but it is Cephas that will be forced to do it to begin with.
Inns knows exactly where Cephas is.
Is he going to go through? Whoa, brave move by Cephas. Drop down. He has got the rail, so he could use that, but he's going to go in for the health instead. Cephas did manage that situation quite well, to be fair. And the armor up. Oh, the rockets coming in! Absolutely perfect work from Inns. And he manages to get himself that armor.
It was exceptional.
I almost wish for maybe a little bit more rail, but I guess I can't really criticize what Cephas did too much, apart from possibly too soon to go to a major item.
It was, yeah, I mean, it was slightly that, but Inns just read every step of the way exactly what Cephas wanted to do and cut him off at every corner.
Decent rail shot there by Cephas. Not forcing out a Ghost Walk at all. But he might have to in a moment. There it is. And Cephas has got plenty of stack. He's trying to find the rail. Not going to hit the shot at all.
It was one of those situations where Inns reserved it for a defensive purpose, but I believe he definitely could have used the Ghost Walk offensively and caught Cephas off guard. Again, it's just a playstyle thing that I think Inns always wants that to fall back on.
And he's finding the number of hourglasses on this map as well to reduce the timer on that cooldown. Armor coming up is going to be Cephas on the backside of the area. What a rail from Inns as well. Finding that extra damage. Dire Orb used to escape, and we might have... I thought he was going to think of rocket jumping for a second. This could call for an aggressive Ghost Walk, and the second I thought of saying that, he was all over it. Just be careful, he hasn't got much of a stack, and having just used Ghost Walk, although Ceph is not going to be aware of that, you want to be very, very careful. Is Ceph again going to brave it out and go for armor? No.
No, he's far too damaged. He just has to play again, keep away.
And Inns has been very, very good at that hourglass, always making sure that it's up at the right time. Ceph is so weak, he's taken a rail.
This is another chance to use a defensive Ghost Walk.
He's not managed to lock him out. Again, oh, there Ceph has returned. Mega's been taken though. And Ceph knows that he's got to hit an extra amount of rail. I'm actually quite surprised that Ceph has been able to survive for so long around the map. He's picking his time to move from area to area. Absolutely, well, incredibly.
Yep, he's done a great job so far of just keeping out of the way, even though he's pretty much dead in all situations.
Is he going to go for another cheeky rail? It's a risk. Dire Orb came in. We've got the Mega. Ceph is expecting him somewhere. Doesn't take any further damage after that, but he's got a limited pool of life. And Cephas, he's not going for the armor, he's just going to the edges of the map. And Inns, feeling though it would be the right time for Cephas to make that kind of play, is cautious when he goes to the armor. Well, that rocket might catch him out massively. He went through on the die rob? The absolute maniac, 50 health.
And now he has a very, very slight stack advantage. He's in position for the Mega, and he can just get straight back onto the red, and now it's Inns' turn to be on the defensive.
And about time, really, because there's 60 seconds left. There's a champion advantage for Inns. And Seth is kind of making the first of the very important steps required to tie the game up versus a Nyx. Now that he's got this stack up, though, he's got to find Inns, and he's got to force that ability off its cooldown. It's going to go right into it. That damage straight away. There it is. Immediate play. Seth is holding his position quite tight, but overcommits back over to the Mega area, but in some sense, securing the items for himself.
Yeah, I mean, there is 30 seconds. That is enough time. We can see he's not going for the heavy armor now, because he knows...
That might have been an overcommitment from Cephas, giving that armor away. 20 seconds to go. He's missing all of the rails.
There is no Ghost Walk, so if he does catch him, which will be very tricky, there is still one last chance.
Cephas is making the right reads of where Inns is going, but he's just not able to walk through the damage. It's too much from Inns. And there we go. Ghost Walk used at the end. Note taken, Kilson.
Yeah, I mean, Inns played that extremely well. He didn't overcommit at all. He played it extremely patient, even though he got Cephas down extremely low a number of times. And then when it was his chance to run, he did that effectively. So
I felt at the end that the armor went up and Cephas positioned himself in a way that allowed Inns to get it. Maybe he could have gone for the armor first because the amount of time left on Ghost Walk. But I mean, it's all about the sort of hindsight that we've got.
Exactly.
There's some very minor alterations in decision making where the outcome could have been different. Forcing it.
Use.
I like this. Oh, it's Cephas. Surely he's going to be able to get the frag, but he loses out on the Mega somehow, and that's going to be the armor for Inns. We got a rail at all? We do, but not going to be landing or connecting in any way, shape, or form.
Both missing absolutely crucial shots.
I think Cephas should have won that 10 times out of 10 around the Mega, though.
I agree, it was slightly fortunate that Inns got there first, and it was a very bold move, but paying off at the end of the day.
Yeah, that's it. If you can make it work for him, then all the credit to him. Again, he's going in for this. Seems to be a staple maneuver. Is there Ghost Walk, though, from Cephas? Rocket's coming out. He cannot seem to land on a single rail shot. He's going for it, though. From above, not much action can be made from it, and the amount of rails that Cephas must have missed.
Yeah, it all began with a nice read. He backed off because he knew for a fact that Inns was going for the aggressive Ghost Walk, and that effectively saved his life.
So Inns has got the Ghost Walk up again. Has Cephas got the same luxury?
Yeah.
Got a bit of rail damage to follow up, and Cephas does have it. He's not even going to use it that defensively, actually. Is he going to be able to escape now? That armor's up. Oh, he's not going to be found. That was just a huge pickle to be in.
It was an attempt at a double bluff. He wanted to trick Inns in thinking he was running away when in fact he was just going to stay, and Inns read it.
And still being very careful, giving a lot of respect to Cephas. I mean, coming onto this stage, being not overly experienced on the competitive scene, and being able to come out with these intelligent plays from Cephas bodes really well for him, moving deeper into the sort of Quake Champions tournament's timeline.
I completely agree. Cephas is showing a mighty fine playstyle, really. He's smart and he's got good aim, so.
But he's still got plenty of this game yet to play. Maybe he can even sneak a map or the series win under his belt. And only has that first round. Oh, a little bit of damage does find, I think, a pretty juicy rocket right at the end.
And that's enough to keep Cephas back. But he's not too concerned because he just took the Mega health. He's got the heavy armor. But Inns still has the Ghost Walk, and this is always the crux point. You need to try and force that out.
He's been discovered. He's going up aggressively with that Ghost Walk. What's he trying to do with it? He's trying to make the implosion happen. Not quite. Die roll comes out, and I think Cephas wants a little piece of action. 2 good rockets right at the end for Cephas, and Inns maybe a bit in over his head.
It was extremely fortunate that Cephas's bounce took him over the back of Inns, because Inns lost complete tracking, and that really might cost him the map.
Yeah, and that, again, aggressive play. Early, sitting on the armor, and Cephas's timing was spot on. He didn't make a single mistake just there. The rockets came in at the right moment, and Inns wanted to back off and not take that full damage. Ended up dying anyway. Just one more champion, and he can tie up those rounds. There it is, found right in front of him. Doesn't need to use the die roll, but anything like that, LG tracking is top.
Yeah, and it was, again, just a nice read of the situation. He'd taken an equal trade, slightly more damage on the Mega, but he got the item, and he knew then Inns was weak, and he could follow up for a kill.
Round 3.
See if we can get more of those ABC plays here from Cephas. Armor taken instantaneously. He's going to find a good rocket there from Cephas. However, he's been weakened significantly and just uses that Ghost Walk at the last fraction of a second. Is he still being followed, though? Uncertain. No, it looks like Inns is backed off nicely. He wants a small armor.
Cephas is scared, though, because he knows that Inns has a big stack advantage.
Oh, what a rush, actually, from Inns. That was clever, though, because Cephas thought, well, if I go to armor, Inns is going to cut me off over there.
Exactly. And he's read that and double back.
That was, I'm just very intelligent. Totally caught Cephas off guard. He's going to have to go over to his Ranger, though, which I'd say has still been probably one of his strongest champions so far. And that was Ghost Walk he's just sent.
Yeah. Nice rail.
Oh, is he going to go up that bounce pad is the question. No, he's backed off to a safe corner on the other side. Here's that Mega and Cephas to increase his stack and start to lock down Inns.
This is what Inns is very good at doing. He's just more than happy to play on the defensive, play on the back foot, but he also generally does good damage around items as well, which always keeps him in the game.
I think with that little switcheroo, Cephas is like, well, I won't fight.
I wanted this anyway.
Yeah, just got me positioned on this item. Can get up to the top easily enough. Has walked through a pretty massive choke point, but his timing has been on the dot. So he's rewarded handsomely for his efforts.
Cephas' timing has been superb, actually. And when you have that sort of impeccable timing, you can base all your decisions around the items.
Is he going to be able to follow up now and do that extra damage? He finds it. The last couple of hit points that Inns had, and he is tied. Well, both Nixes off the map, tied up the champion's scoreline. Even Stevens going for the close range rail. He goes. Is he going to get the Mega? What the hell? He gets the Mega and the rocket frag at the same time.
Yeah, it was a really great move by Cephas, but I'm not sure if Inns realised he missed the Mega until it was too late.
Still 10 seconds till armor's up, but that LG is so powerful. And he has got the armor. If he wants to fall back for it, I can be happy to do so. 5 seconds though until the Mega health. Cephas does need to work the weapons a bit, but I'm not sure which way this is going to go around.
Inns needs a rocket, but he's there now anyway. So he's in a great position to defend this next round of armors and items, should I say. But Cephas has a dual wield and should work on the assumption he has a lightning gun as well.
This is really early on this. He looks like he's just ready to take the item. That might be a 10-second miss time.
And Cephas is, yeah, just free red. Thank you very much.
He's going to find though, can he lock him out? He got the dual wield out and just went in there. He didn't even care.
He didn't have the lightning, so I was wrong. But if he did, it might have been a different story.
Did he have, well, I don't know what he was using at the end. It was a nail gun, whatever.
Rocket launcher.
Oh, really? It was just wholly ineffective.
But it was that initial rail as he came out was going to the Mega Health that was the real culprit.
The thing is, Blazkowicz is still fairly squishy as a champion.
Yeah.
And really, if you take a rail, you've almost got to behave as an Anarchy or a Nyx or something like that. You've got to get back to stacking up and being, cherishing every last hit point you have.
He was fully committed, but it was foolish again.
Good rail exchanges.
Yeah, but all that means is that both of them will just sit back in their own little territory so they feel comfortable to go find the other one.
I think it's going to be Cephas winning that race to Mega. Is he going to drop for armor? Has he got the cojones to do that? Oh, this is a nice little trap from him. Gets a bit of damage. Maybe would have liked to be rewarded a bit more for it and force the Ghost Stalker out himself.
Yeah, and that gives Inns the upper hand now with his ability up. And virtually equal stack, so Inns should be going aggressive.
It's just pushing past those choke points. It's just not. You've got to restrict yourself to some extent. It's given a free rail angle. He's monitoring everything. He just does not want to use that Ghost or get 25 to 23 health. If that last rocket was a bit more potent, things could be very different. He's pushing the boundaries now in terms of what is
90 damage rail.
Okay, fair enough.
Nice. Really nice.
Because obviously you want to use defensively the Ghost Walker as late as possible if you're Nyx. But there's a fine line between being late and just dying, so...
Essentially, yeah.
To all Nyx players, do watch out.
It's the dilemma in that it is your sole lifeline and you want to be as precious with it as possible, but at the end of the day you're counting on your opponent missing a shot, and that's never a gamble you really want to take at the top level.
Yeah, because it's just that much more rare. Well, not in an exchange. Inns actually gets taken out by one shot, and he wants to go aggressive. Follow from behind. This is something that Cephas will expect it. No. What? He die-rolls back into it, but it's not going to work out for him. One more frag, and Inns can finally say that he's qualified to the QWC Regionals.
Nice use of the dual wield. Really nice use of the dual wield. Just securing the item because he knew exactly where Inns was and that he wasn't strong enough to push.
A lot of health and armor just taken by Inns. He's going to find a direct rocket. This is just so close to getting the frag. Inns has done it. He gets the 2-0 on Cephas. He's through to the regional finals in order to qualify directly to QuakeCon. He couldn't do it versus Cypher. He couldn't do it versus Garpy, but it's done. The saga's over.
It was hard work.
It was, actually. I am impressed. Even though it was a 2-0, you might reflect and I think, oh, 2-0 can't be much of a fight, but it was a really good fight.
It was particularly corrupted keep. It was real hard work. Cephas put up a good fight. I did predict an Inns victory, but that was not as dominant as I was expecting.
No, absolutely. Inns had his own difficulties, and Corrupted Keep definitely had his very interesting moments on top of that.
And that is the delightful yet frustrating thing about the round format, is that you can get so close, but if you don't win that round, you're down a whole third of the game.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it was so close, but it just isn't reflected in the scoreline.
No, that's very true. That's on another aggressive play, but this is where actually Cephas came out on top, perfect, where he had those crazy air rockets. It did happen on a couple of occasions where Inns' over-aggression cost him, and oh, the perforation is joyous to watch that.
Not if you're Inns.
And this another occasion where Inns was just completely over-aggressive unnecessarily. But that's the point, when you see an opponent like, oh, I don't recognize that name, maybe I can be more aggressive than usual. You kind of start after figuring out, okay, I'm losing rounds here, I'm going to have to not let this happen at all. And this is the, I was waiting for this all replay long. Why? Just why?
It's the point of no return. Like, you're not off the map, but you're out of control and you're just sliding to your doom. I bet that was in slow motion for Inns as well.
You know, Inns is just going to be happy that he's qualified. He's going to look at that and go, I'm so glad that did not cost me the regional final spot, because that would be, I think hilarious probably isn't the word he'd use.
No, I don't think you would want to say
horrific.
But I think the one thing, particularly on Ruins, that was really interesting was the amount of aggressive Ghost Walks coming out from Inns in the end. Not all of them paid off, but he did it particularly effectively, really. And he was very good at keeping Cephas low, but not sacrificing his own life. He did not overcommit virtually ever throughout that. Well, Corrupted Keep, yes, but Ruins, no.
And that's one thing I think at the top level when you are playing against Nyx. You have that healthy level of paranoia all the time. It's just, I could be attacked. It's like if you hear a certain level of silence, like something too quiet going on here.
You just back off and you just spam in front of you.
Exactly. There's like where you start thinking, okay, if I was them and I was Nyx, where would I attack me from?
But all of that in like half a second.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
and you think, okay, this is dangerous. Items over there, you usually don't want to sit on the item because that's where it's almost they're baiting you into, and it just those are the mind games I think in Quake Champions that just are so interesting, and it's so different as well to Quake Live because you're thinking about other aspects of the game as well.
For Nyx, it's definitely the ability that breaks that framework in which you think about a duel. For the Anarchies of this world, it's the way in which they move around the map and take fights and take positions that you're just not used to, that you have to play, I guess, in your conscious realm. You have to always be thinking about each individual situation. You can't just play in a rhythm. It's ever changing, and that's a really exciting aspect of the game.
Oh, definitely. Guys, we are going to be going over to a quick break. When we return, we will have more from the Quake World Championships European Round of 16 qualifiers. So do get yourself a beverage, get yourself something to eat, and we'll be back in just a moment. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Quake World Championship qualifier. We are in the European round 3, round of 16 stages. I'm Zoot and I am joined by ZSX. We are going to be moving into Strengths versus Jocks in just a moment. Strengths, one of your favorite people in the entire universe. What are you making of this?
I love a bit of Strengths.
Yeah?
I do.
Everyone does.
Secretly love a bit of Strengths when he loses too.
Yeah?
I unfortunately can't see that happening today.
Yeah. It's been, well, for people who have enjoyed that, there's been plenty of fun occasions previously where you could enjoy it, but now against Jocks, I mean, I've got nothing bad to say about Jocks. He's a great player, but whether or not he can make it up versus Strengths is another question. We did just see the champion picks and bans there, but just to chat about the players and their story in the tournament so far, Strengths did beat Seizure before this round on Thursday. And Seizure is quite an aim-heavy player, someone who's confident in his own aim. Yep. The thing is, Strengths is like the aim player.
If Strengths is on, he doesn't miss.
Yeah, exactly.
And if he doesn't miss, you have to keep away from Strengths for the whole map.
And the thing about Seizure, who played against him, I think he tried to remove himself a bit from the duel component of it in terms of thinking about the way that where you're positioning around the map and taking things easy, and was a lot more aggressive. Now Jocks Meister maybe a bit less heavy on the aim, but he's a much more purebred dueler. And
the thing about Strengths is that in a very Kilson-esque way, he's a very rhythmic player. He likes to cycle and has these patterns in his game, and if you can work them out, it's actually quite easy to take advantage of his movement. He does a lot of damage in return, but you can get on top of him.
Well, let's get started right now in Strengths versus Jocks Meister. We are on Strengths' his perspective at the moment. He has got the Ranger and
everything on the map.
Straight away, a little just an aggressive repositioning. To get in Jocks' face a bit. It is going to be the Visor, Nyx, and Ranger of Strengths versus the Ranger, Nyx, and Scalebearer of Jocks.
And Jocks is doing the right thing here. Yes, he got no major items, but if he can control one of the major guns, he takes an advantage.
Things you almost wish it was the LG that you could control versus Strengths, but the Rocket's still understated in Quake Champions. Very, very important if he can deny it. And he's going to try to use the rockets right now. Dyrol coming back up, going to be pushing him into the lava. Wow. But what a repositioned play by Jocks. He's got nothing that he can take. One more bullet of the machine gun would bring him down, but he remains alive, which is one important thing on this game.
Again, we've seen that quite a lot on this map, is that people are tempted to pressure the heavy armor from that top position, but it's also quite easy to do a significant amount of return damage from below. And so sometimes it's just better to let them get it, or try and do some damage on the return when they're coming out of the teleporter instead of getting in their face.
And Jocks is going to feel suffocated at the moment. I don't know how many items he's taking on this map. But
zero major items so far.
He can be happy to have the weapons, but I mean that's just a sort of commiseration prize. And Strengths just checking that dial, but it's actually served as quite a good distraction for Jocks to go elsewhere.
Most of the time, it is a distraction. So always follow the player. Do
you think that Strengths could maybe be a bit more aggressive given the resources he has?
This is what I mean in that he's a very rhythmic cycle player. He's more than happy to chase the major items, and that is what I mean. It does not always work in his benefit.
Well, he's going to have to make use of some of this control at some point. He's going to get the Mega now.
As soon as he's up, he backs onto it, even though Jocks was slightly trapped in that corridor. And then he rushes over to the red. This is Jocks' opportunity now. He's getting a little bit more healthy to interrupt that cycle and deal significant damage.
The Dyrol comes out as well. Jocks can't do anything against that. That was a well-engineered fight from Strengths just then. I think Jocks was expecting to be just a little bit further deeper into the map, basically.
Yeah, I agree. But when you're on the defensive, it's generally better to try and take the high ground, particularly on this map. So being on the low ground left invulnerable.
Good defensive rocket, actually. And right now, Jocks needs space between him and Strengths while his Ghost Walk comes back off cooldown. There's only 6 Hourglass timers on this map. And I think he's already taken 3 of them.
No, but Strengths is doing a really good job of not taking that much damage. Something Strengths does do well is he doesn't take fights unless he wants to take a fight.
He still seems to be taking so many items, and Jock's trying to get on something. Oh, the rocket is perfect. There was the Ghost Walker, but just that much damage that quickly, you're not going to react to it.
It's a bit too much respect coming out from Jox. He's just letting Strengths do.
Oh,
wow.
no.
Okay.
What a defensive dire orb. You know, what you can often do is you can dire orb through the player bull rushing to you and just appear on the other side. But if you get the timing just right, you can make that happen, and it's an excellent counter. Well played, Strengths. Fair enough.
I wouldn't call it a counter, but
yeah. I don't know what you call it, but it's there.
It was a move.
Strengths getting the armor side part of the map on this occasion. Jock's actually getting some major items. He gets the mega for himself.
Mega of the game.
That was I was looking at such interest and intrigue at that dire orb, but it really served as nothing.
Just a bait.
And Jock's just going to back off. I can see Jox as being the type of player who, in a scenario like this, a high-pressure game, playing with a lot on the line in order to qualify to that $1 million tournament, I can see him giving too much respect.
Yeah.
And I can see him thinking that's the right thing to do as well.
It's what happens naturally when you play against somebody like Strengths, when you know going into it you just can't match the output of their damage most of the time, and you end up playing a type of game you're not comfortable doing.
That dire orb didn't help too much. That mega's not going to be up for a couple more seconds, but actually that was a good attack by Jox.
And there we go. That's the first time he has actually decided to make a presence, and he managed to bully Strengths away.
Maybe that's going to show that actually I can do it. I can make a successful aggressive move, but now it's a question of trying to get something that's going to lead towards a frag of some sort. He is going to follow through on his dire orb and takes actually further damage from that. LG coming from Strengths. Didn't do too much on that occasion, but he's going to choose to back off, and Jox should get some armor, which is probably an item he'd prefer at this point.
Yeah, definitely. And Strengths just playing... He must know it's been taken, but...
Guess not.
He's just playing careful. He knows he doesn't need to overcommit. His preferred style is get... Okay, he has no idea. His preferred style is get the stack and then just slowly bully your opponent.
Oh, that LG from Strengths. I mean, there wasn't that much coming out from the rockets of Joxmeister. That was, yeah, not a whole lot happened just there for him.
Well, the problem... Lovely.
The bull rush. Oh, he doesn't quite do it again, but he runs through. There's nothing up for him. This is just going to be a simple chase down by Strengths. An easy second frag for him.
Yeah, the problem in the previous fight is that Jox had to switch weapons, even though he did more damage than Strengths. Switching weapon cost him his life. He couldn't afford to stick around.
And it could quickly sink through to a third round if Jox isn't able to do anything now. The Strengths giving his own respect as well to Jox in some level.
Yeah.
Already, that's all he had, just to be in the room, and he forces the Ghost Walk. When he's found him.
I don't think that Jox has a lightning gun, so he knows he can't really afford to fight Strength until he's got that. Oh, he does.
He has picked it up. The damage, it's okay, but Strengths, the range on that weapon, not quite there. I mean, I'm sure it was really precise and he would have done loads of damage, but it didn't make it. Instead, they will reconvene at the armor, where Jox plummets to his death. And
it's very basic Quake from Strengths, but it's effective. We don't really see Jox with a presence, and every time he does have a presence, Strengths is doing the right thing. He's got good weapon choice, he's making the right choices, and Jox is almost just playing into that at the moment.
No, he didn't. That is filthy from Strengths. Perfect calculation of the trajectory of that dire orb. That was genuinely really impressive.
Yeah, I'm massively impressed by that. That was...
I thought he was going to push him out of the window for a second. Oh, this is good misdirection. Gets a little bit of extra damage, but he's not able to follow it up at any point. Items are coming up, and he is going to interrupt him over by the health. Ooh, this is not a bad jump up, but I don't think he's going to get to the armor in time to do anything. Jox should be going down now. Yeah,
perfect play by Strengths. He realised he wasn't going to be able to get across in time, and Jox was more than likely going to take the telly, and it should just be GG.
Oh, No, couldn't transform it and turn around or do any further damage on Strength. Jox got outplayed hard in that. I don't think he... Did he get a frag?
No, I don't think so.
No, Jox going absolutely messed up in that duel. Of course, we saw Syndrome completely dismantling Smoke on the first map, and it looked like no competition, where the next map would be exactly the same. But it could change on the next one. Jox may become more comfortable if he gets a rail in his hands. But the signs there are telling me that Strengths is going to be
if it's any
getting through.
I would say that was probably the weakest map that Jox could have played against Strengths. The game he wants to play, by the looks of it, is quite a defensive, slow game, and Corrupted Keep is not the map really where you can achieve that.
As I think that Jox, I mean, I've played Jox quite a few times. I'd expect him to pick something a bit more like Blood Covenant,
I was
something
thinking
along
Blood
those lines.
Covenant. Blood Covenant's probably the one I would expect, but I honestly don't know what he's comfortable with.
Yeah. No, we'll find out though in just a couple of moments. But no, I've played a lot of them. I respect Jox a lot as a player, but he's someone again who needs to keep exposing himself to these competitive elements and build up that experience versus the top tier players.
It is a huge attribution that you can't really obviously tell by watching. When you get into that zone, is how it changes you. You suddenly just warp when you play a completely different game to any other practice game you've ever done. And I'm sure Jox is thinking, why did I do that? That's not how I normally play.
Yeah.
But particularly playing against someone like Strengths, it just changes your mind.
And I'm someone myself who's quite youthful in terms of the amount of competitive exposure I've had. And when I started playing the qualifiers, and especially when you have the pressure of the stream coming onto you, and you got all these people watching, you do
critiquing
and or other people critiquing me, and I'm just like, why am I making these decisions? It's very difficult, and getting used to that. It's better than even just practicing 1,000 games without being competitively exposed.
So we have a mirror matchup. Again, Strength sticking to what is tried and tested, what he knows, and I've said it a couple of times. I definitely think that at least the middle range areas, the ranges and the visors, allow you to play a Quake style that is very similar to what you're used to from Quake Live, because it doesn't really introduce that many new elements with the champion. And Jox obviously switching up slightly, he's probably more comfortable with that as well, but we'll have to see. The Nyx is obviously the biggest pick there and is the most regular pick we see across the board just because of how powerful her ability is. So that's obviously an expected pick as well. Yeah,
absolutely. I did have a conversation with Strengths earlier this week or last week, and apparently he's been making Cypher Rage as well in practice games.
I would not be surprised.
Yeah.
He would probably brag about that as well.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, I think the only reason people know is because he bragged about it to me, and I obviously suck at keeping secrets.
But,
so
yeah, I mean, he's one of those players that if he's on his day, he does the basics so damn well, and he just hits everything. Makes anybody rage.
Yeah. Well, let's move into the next map. We've got Blood Run, which is actually what Jox has ended up picking. We are going to see Strengths off the beginning, and he is just going to dive off, maintain that maximum stack. And it's about weapons now for Strengths, which Jox isn't having too hard a time finding. He has got a rail. Is it just shotgun coming out from Strengths at the moment? He's thinking, okay, this isn't enough. I can't close the gap closely. The Dire Orb is out. You've got the rail. Oh, he does the 100 damage, and Jox is left with about 3 health points.
Jox, in all fairness, has been super unlucky. I mean, the 2 Dire Orb kills in the previous match, eating one to the face just now. He's not having a good time.
He's just like, there's some kind of magnets in his head or something. I don't know what's going on. Oh, the rocket come out, a little bit of extra damage there from Jox.
And we can already see that Jox's slow style is being respected by Strengths. He's not pushing in as he will do until he's got a sufficient stack. And the lightning gun, which is obviously his preferred weapon.
Unreturned rail as well by Jox. Not doing too badly. Now, can he drop down to the Megator? He goes through. Great move. I think he secured the armor as well, but can he double back and actually get himself a rail shot? Strengths is railable. He's sitting on the arm of nothing, and Jox is not punishing him. He has the health to do it, and he avoided it.
He needed to shoot at least 1 rocket out. It would have been slightly risky, but the reward would have been huge if he hit it.
And he could only afford to take 1 rail anyway, and he'd already stepped out into the center of the map. So what are you going to do about escaping? Absolutely nothing. You used your Dire Orb at the mega health. Nothing you could do. And immediately he just walked into a fight, forced himself onto the railgun, which is probably a weapon he'll be happy to have. But I don't know, weighing up against using the Ghost Walk and having that on cooldown, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, it just means he needs to be even more careful now. As we've discussed in previous games, the Ghost Walk is your lifeline, and you can't really afford to be showing yourself at any combat level without it up.
Strengths is just chasing quite directly at the moment. Gonna find him. LG coming out. Ghost Walk. Oh, I think it would have been up any second. I mean, it could have been milliseconds away from spawning.
It definitely was, but we saw Strength's urgency in getting to the Nyx before it came back up, and that is the crucial part. If you have the advantage as a player and Nyx's Ghost Walk is down, you need to do virtually everything you can to get on top of her.
I think Strengths...
Yeah, he's not happy with something.
I don't know, it's like he heard the piercing sight and then he just went slightly crazy for a moment.
This is what I mean, man. Strengths just jumps in and hits everything, and what can you do? You just have to run away. It's infuriating as a player.
Strengths has been feeling pretty comfortable with his game lately. He's definitely someone who was struggling at the beginning.
It looked like he was lagging a little bit there. I know he has trouble with his connections.
Well, he's going to be hoping not too much that he can't get the job done, but with that rocket to LG, securing that first round.
Just solid Quake again. Nothing spectacular. Taking strong positions, pressuring at the right time. He's taking Cooler's advice, and yeah, securing kills when it's safe to do so.
So what do you do then if you're Jox?
Why do you think Cypher's raging? I mean, there is literally sometimes where it is almost impossible to feel like you can do anything.
Oh, there was a chance for rockets just then for Jox, but he wasn't able to follow up at all, and he has already taken a hefty amount of damage.
You have to force Strengths into these close corridor rocket fights. At the end of the day, it's highly unlikely you're ever going to win at a mid-range / long-range fight with Strengths, so pick him off with the rail and force him into these corridors using the rockets is about the most you can do.
Jox might be able to get himself that armor. He is. Can he get out? He's taking a direct rocket. And what? Did he just close his eyes as well and just say, hey, this is done?
He tried to jump across and he hit the wall.
Oh,
and
no.
it knocked him down.
Yeah, because that's not gonna. You're not gonna profit from making a move like that. Would definitely not prescribe that to anybody. Honestly, it looked as if he'd given up in that fight from my perspective. But you're probably right with what you said.
He was a sitting duck, so I think he pretty much gave up when he fell. Oh, lovely!
There we go.
First kill of the game. Let's go.
Jox might be in for a shot. He's also tied up the champion scoreline with that. Oh, he doesn't know that. Oh, wow.
Oh,
okay, that rocket coming out.
Strengths didn't pick up the armor.
And he's actually dropped down to the lower level. I don't know if... Will Jox realize that the armor still hasn't been taken? Oh, that last bit of rocket spam was very good from Strengths. 5 seconds for Ghost Walk for Jox. And I think that was the Mega that was taken by Strengths as well. Yep, it's all gone, Jox. You're going to have to work on some of the other big items.
The benefit is that Strengths cannot be as nice. He cannot be as aggressive with the Nyx just because the stack is far lower on the champion. So that does give Jox a slight lifeline over.
With a couple of seconds left, is Jox going to want to hold on and try and get that Mega? It's behind, but he's pushing forward. He doesn't want to be baited into the Mega area where he's a sitting duck for the railgun. He does leave it, and I can respect Jox making that decision. I think that's the right thing to do. I think Strengths ran into a wall and wasn't quite able to push out as his Ghost Walk ended.
They should both just about have Ghost Walk up now.
So I think Strengths just used his.
Oh, did he use it just now?
I believe so. Oh, no, you're absolutely spot on.
And that right there is a symbol of how Strengths plays. Tries to be as risk-free as possible. Some other players would have tried to go for another rail, but Strengths doesn't need to. He's more than happy to stack up and just take another fight another day.
This is aggressive. Okay, this could be really good, actually. He hits one rocket. It's given him position, though, on this armor, but how much is he going to be able to do? He does take it, but the LG damage is so much. Absolutely relentless sevens.
That was a really aggressive move. It doesn't look like it, but there's no reason why Strengths should be pushing back in, because all it would have required is one more rocket from Jox, and Strengths might have died.
He's used that defensive Ghost Walk himself, but Piercing Sight was used a moment ago, so Jox probably would have sensed kind of what Strengths was doing then. And Piercing Sight's got a pretty long cooldown. Strengths is going to find it. Oh, he didn't quite pick up the armor. Machine gun coming out. The LG, he can't make it. Jox loses another champion. At least he's making it closer than Corrupted Keep.
Yeah. He's just not able to cope with the power of Strengths.
Yeah.
He doesn't really know how to respond, and it is very difficult.
I think the nerves are showing too.
The nerves are definitely showing, but he just needs to play the corners more. He's trying to be patient, but it's not quite working out yet. And that's not a great start because Strength's got everything.
Yes, Strength, 2 big items. He's got the lightning gun, of course. The Rel shortly to follow. Does only need the rocket launcher himself, which is the one saving grace that Jox has. Although I think he would maybe rather swap out his start for a new one. Jox right above, trying to use some information, looking for the angle, because you can see straight through to the Mega Health. Unfortunately for him, he didn't do any damage on that. If he's playing with Ranger, he could Dire Orb away, but he decides to stick around and takes actually the full 90 damage.
That rocket was insanely close, to be fair, to hitting him back in the face.
Jox has managed to retain some health, though. Keep getting all the right health bubbles, finding the lower, small armor.
This is very well played by Strengths. Once again, we're just saying how he doesn't do anything particularly...
Oh, dude, wow. This LG coming out. The rockets weren't too bad at all in the end, but it wasn't until Jox was already on half health that he was starting to have any effect.
Yeah, it doesn't help that Jox isn't hitting the key rockets he needs to. But again, like I was just about to say, Strength just isn't putting him in a position where he could realistically die most of the time.
Mm-hmm. There's the drop down. Is there anything defensively Jox has? He's got nothing. He's managed to get a couple of kills in this series, but right now everything hinges on his visor, and if he can make anything happen, he's just used his Piercing Sight. And I don't know, this could be...
This is it, yeah.
Just a formality for Strengths. Oh dear, there's the rail. He's going to drop down. Not one more rail, can't land at the moment. 13 health left, and a nail gun shot would kill him. So Strengths, it's going to have to delay this closing frag. Here come the rockets. Air rocket to finish it. No. Shotgun is out, and Jox might still be in the map. I'm not sure for how long though, because Mega was just taken. This is very dangerous. Oh, almost a vertical shot, but he needs to pick up any of the scraps on the map as soon as possible.
Yeah, he's still in a very precarious situation.
That was a good use of Piercing Sight. He's managed to secure a huge item from that.
And that's what you mentioned earlier about the zoning out. He didn't know where Strengths was. He knew the major item was up, so just getting that vision means Strengths technically can't challenge.
And yeah, he's just sitting and looking at his feet. Kind of a metaphor for how he's probably feeling through this series.
At the end of the day, I mean, pressure's on Jox to make something happen. He's an additional champion down, he's a map down, he's 2 rounds down, so things aren't boding well.
Well, at least he's got the Piercing Sight, but he's going to use it very quickly just to get a small armor.
Yeah, that wasn't the best use of it. But
oh, this is good.
Nice.
Strengths just walks right into his rockets. Jox moved around up to that upper level, and it actually proved to be a very powerful repositioning. Yeah. Visor versus visor, though.
And that's the exact way in which Jox needed to try and play a little bit earlier, is getting Strengths into those situations.
What do you think of the 2 rocket jumps?
I think it was the best way to get out without much damage.
Rel,
Run
this
away.
could be the death of him. It just about makes it out. But the 2 health bombs there, then he's got to watch out for the teleporter exit, and he's going to take more damage.
Oh dear.
A very big oh, he's got to get out. Oh my god. I can't believe he went in for the double peak, but of course Strengths is going to be landing that rail. Jox did put up a valiant effort though in that final round.
I think if there was one word to describe that, it would just probably be clinical. Strength just playing faultless, like not spectacular, just doing what he needs to do to win that game.
Yeah,
it was a job by Strengths.
He didn't drop around throughout that series.
I think he dropped 2 kills all game.
And
3 kills?
No, there was 2 kills he dropped, and I think Jox managed to get another 2 kills beforehand. There were a few floating around. Jox didn't make a fool of himself by any stretch.
No, but even still, it was the experience and prowess of strengths against just Jox who's learning it still.
Yeah, completely. The first map though definitely went a lot worse for Jox myself. At least when he got his pick, it was. Yeah. There were some interesting moments, and maybe Jox is going to be having a few nightmares in terms of dire orbs. Just.
They were. To be fair, they were crazy.
Yeah, they were very good.
So good.
I mean,
I need to get practicing that.
No, exactly. And actually,
if I could do that to your Anarchy, that will make my day.
So the thing is, when you're going against the smaller champions, it's even harder to do it. But obviously, that's where the satisfaction comes from.
It's something that Strengths did do very well, particularly on this map, is pushing in and using those dire orbs effectively. Look at like that, for instance. So
just great damage with it. I mean, half these clips already have had the dire orb involved. His range has been fantastic.
It allowed him to. He always used it, or generally used it to close the gap.
There we are.
That was great. Yeah. And the smiley came out. I didn't see that before.
Just dire orb after dire orb after dire orb, and he just bring it to great effect. I really think. I mean, when id and Bethesda are looking to do the full release of the game, that was amazing.
That was the one.
When they're looking to bring out the game full release, Ranger is going to be one of the sort of the free champions to play at the moment. I mean, it's free to play anyway, but the fact is that Ranger is probably the highest skill ceiling champion there is at the moment in terms of the things that you can do, the mind games you can play with him, and what the dire orb really unlocks. So I think if people are finding their way with a lot of champions and adapting them to their play, that's brilliant. But you've got to have Ranger as part of your repertoire, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. I think the rocket jumps, as I mentioned before, just open up so many opportunities as well that Strengths didn't use, Kilson did use, and not enough people do use yet. It's so powerful to get on top of your opponent.
LG. No, it's brilliant, and I'm still getting surprised by the amount of the different plays that we're still seeing through the tournaments that we've been watching. As Jox actually getting a little bit of his own back. That's when we thought he was actually done for then, but he managed to make a small comeback in the round. But yeah, once again, congratulations to Strengths. He's going to be making it through the first player in Alliance to qualify, I think.
It is indeed. And we've got Bus Driver to come and maybe Sparty next week.
That's possible.
Next week.
Sparty's a big name in the scene who still hasn't really broken out very well in the duel. I know that part of the difficulties are he's got a crazy sleeping schedule. I don't like giving these kind of excuses for players, but I know that Sparty has a very unusual routine. But he's definitely going to need to break out of it for the qualifier, because I'll be very surprised. A lot of people will be hugely surprised not to see him get to regionals at least. Yeah,
I agree. Particularly at QuakeCon, which was obviously his breakout tournament all those years ago. I know for a fact he's been concentrating more on the sacrifice. So not qualifying or getting to this stage this week, I think might be a wake-up call. So I expect to see a much better Sparty this time next week.
Definitely. Well, we can cross our fingers for that. Guys, we're going to take a quick break, and we are going to be back in just a few moments for the next game here in the Quake World Championship European Qualifiers. Stay tuned. We'll be back in a second. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Quake World Championships. I'm Zoot and I'm joined by ZSX. We are going to be moving into an interesting game between Antovka and Razy, where we're going to be learning a few things.
Yes.
But
mainly who they are.
Well, Razy...
To be fair, Razy did play against Faz last week at this stage and did very well. I believe it was very close actually, 2-1.
Yeah, he managed to get some...
should have won from what I remember.
He just had crazy combat skills as well as part of it. I know that Faz was giving him a lot of respect as a player, and it's someone who I expect to do very well now. But we're going to go straight to the champion picks, where we'll continue the player discussion in a moment. Antovka going with an immediate clutch pick, and Razy to deliberate and decide.
This map for me is the most interesting because I honestly do not know virtually anything about either one of these players. So going in, it's going to be a complete learning experience from us as well. Yeah.
Razy, I've small familiarities with. We've seen him actively. I've played him a little bit. Definitely a great player. And considering the question marks above Antovka's name, unless you know, there's a lot of very, very talented Russian Quake players, and I can't say enough about the sort of standard that they have in their part of the world. They are crazy good. But Antovka is an unknown name for me.
For sure.
So I guess we're going to learn a bit going through that. He beat Dracu coming into this round.
Yeah.
But that's, and he's a good Finnish player. But otherwise, yeah, question marks absolutely everywhere.
And there were some very unstandard picks by today's games. There was one Ranger, I think, the rest was his Sorlag. We saw a Scale Bearer, a Clutch, an Anarchy. So we've literally got a very different match to everything else we've seen today. Yeah, definitely. And to talk about Razy, he did beat a few interesting players. He beat, I think it was Germany's Filion, who's a solid guy, Pobdoc as well he beat, and good old FNX. He also took down on his way through the bracket. Poor FNX.
Poor FNX indeed. But guys, we are starting this game now on Corrupted Keep between Antovka and Razy, and we are on Antovka to begin with his clutch that's already bringing the pace.
He clearly knows how to play this character. Some great movement skills already coming out, and that's always dangerous. But it's against Anarchy, and this is a very, very strange matchup.
I quite like this matchup from an Anarchy's perspective. Saying that I don't fear clutches at all is probably a little bit naive, but I feel like it's not something that Anarchy can't deal with, just because he is able to escape and evade some of those shield charges.
Exactly.
That speed, oh my god.
Probably the only champion in the game that can actually outrun a clutch. And I don't even know if it can half the time, but it has a very good chance to get away, particularly whizzing around those pillars, etc. So
there's the shield coming out. He's going to try and close the gap, but you can see that Anarchy so quick getting around the corners. Shield's about to go down. Here comes the LG, and Razy demolishing him, getting the gauntlet out as sort of I don't know, celebrations just then. But that's exactly what he wanted. He wanted to bait out the shield. Knew then that he hadn't done enough damage to carry on. He couldn't escape quick enough from Anarchy.
Yeah, and just doubled back and hit 100% lightning gun on the tank, and it was game over, really. But
loving this from Razy.
It's a really great move.
It's just mesmerizing, to be fair. But it's going to be Antovka getting himself the LG. Little bit of damage from a distance done so far. Oh, finds a meaty rocket down at the bottom. But can he get over to the armor in time? Timing that rocket.
Yeah, that right there is something we haven't seen today. Is he didn't overcommit to that heavy armor. He could have rushed in, but instead just hit some damage from the long range. And being an Anarchy, you do need to be careful about those overcommitments, because as we mentioned before, you're extremely vulnerable to being just almost one-shotted by a good rocket.
Oh, he's hardly taken any damage so far. He's really had kind of free roam to position himself wherever he wants. There we go, LG coming out. Mega has already been taken, and Razy is going to leave, giving himself that small extra speed boost with the injection.
Yeah, and really good play. Didn't overcommit, gave himself an option to get out, did some okay damage, and he's playing very smart.
Now it's about finding that angle on Ranger to actually deal some damage to make him fear himself. And I like that he's being attentive to the hourglasses so that he can try and get his injection up and ready as soon as he can. But he's kind of giving him space. He's happy to move away, and that extra damage that might mean, okay, I can move in.
He's actually playing the Anarchy in a very different way that we traditionally see, in that the CPM movement that Anarchy has is more just for repositioning and for getting out of bad situations. He's not using it to actually, not abusing
that should be a kill.
It's really smart. He's making sure he's always in a safe position and then using the movement to get on his opponent.
Oh no!
Ouch.
There comes the bull rush. Now, that's one thing. It can be quite difficult to dodge against a bull rush, depending on the position. And Antovka getting absolutely creamed there in that area by the Mega. That was pretty savage.
That was a good description.
Yes. Razy, as you're saying about the Anarchy pick, though, Anarchy is also a champion that can slow the game down as much as speed it up.
And that's what he is using
so
it
much.
for. Yeah, and that's exactly what Razy is using it for. I think that is super effective.
I wonder if he's going to be able to get that same kind of effectiveness versus the clutches he did last time, because the timing of his attack and the way he managed the shield defense by Antovka was impeccable.
Yeah, I think last round it was more Antovka feeling him out, and I think it looks like he's giving him a lot more respect this time around, instead of just rushing straight in. So yeah, I'm expecting to see a slightly different clutch now.
Razor's just waiting for information. He's got to be careful not to get stuff stuck in there.
I don't think Antovka did anything.
Yeah, I'm not sure he did actually, and the shield wasn't used at all. He's going to move in. Can Razy escape at all? He's just going ring around the Razy.
Yep,
Something.
That's the best way to get away from a clutch.
Well, did the shield go up there? Because I didn't even see. Razy was just running away the whole time.
Yes, it did.
Oh, that rocket doesn't do a whole lot. The Mega's out, but he's decided, you know what, I don't want to put myself in the line of sight or line of fire of rockets.
Yeah, again, he's playing it very smart, assessing the situation, and he knows the limits of this champion in that it is a very squishy champion, so try and just keep away and only take those safe fights.
Well, he's not managed to be successful on the offensive beyond forcing that shield used but last time, but he's staying out of fire.
And he's also abusing, yes, clutch is quick, but the kind of turnaround between where clutch can get to one section to another, he's using that to his advantage, so that's why he just stole away the Mega.
Oh, this is great chip damage as well. He's probably done over 100 damage purely with the nail gun and the machine gun. Absolutely unreturned.
And there again, just using the quick speed of Anarchy to reposition and take advantage of the slow turn of clutch.
And that's going to be another exchange on the two big items.
I think that Razy is quite happy with that, just because of how weak the champion is.
We can see from the green and blue bar up below Antovka's name, he has got so much stack to work with. He's just trying to work out, how the hell do I close the gap?
Yeah, but the question for Razy is, I need to whittle this champion down before I engage it. I also need to get rid of its shield before I engage it.
I mean, it can be quite difficult when you haven't got access to that railgun. But he's managing to change positions quite well and get to the other side of the map. 2 seconds till armor, but he's not going to be able to go for it. He just runs out.
Also saving onto his ability to fight another day effectively.
Yeah, he wants to keep that as long as possible. Well, he's not found any resources at all. Nothing's been spawned for him, and the ones that have been up, he's not wanted to position himself there just due to respect to Antovka.
But he doesn't mind. Like he could have gone for the health bubbles in that nail gun room, but that would have meant death because that's where Razy was expecting. Sorry, that's where Antovka was expecting him to go, and so he just waited and waited and waited till he knew 100% it was safe.
Not a bad amount of damage again with the nail gun, but still very much Antovka who's dictating the levels of control.
Interesting air movement there off the jump pad.
He's definitely trying out things. You can't blame Antovka for being a little bit experimental. Algebra between the two players in the air. But just machine gun at the end, and that is going to be use of the injection.
But what Antovka has realized, I believe, is that he can't use the shield offensively against Razy. He can't rush in with the rocket and shield because Anarchy is just going to run away. So he needs to take these mid-range lightning gunfights that Anarchy won't win. That's why it's a little bit of a stalemate, but it's also very good play by Antofka as well for not overcommitting, because that's what cost him his death in the first round.
The machine is learning. That's all I can think about.
It's also just 100 damage.
Oh, look at that. There's
exactly one half rocket and Anarchy is forced onto the back foot again.
Yeah, and what items is he going to go for now? I would not be surprised if we're going to get ourselves into an overtime situation.
None, really. It's just very smart, keeping on the middle ground, the high ground, just to keep awareness of where Clutch is. They're both playing exceptionally well.
Uh-oh, and he might have just bit off more than he can chew. Look at that movement in the air. Or even the Anarchy cannot... He can't shoot through that dodge. Any kind of predictive shot he was trying to make just didn't work. Oh my god, that nail gun damage. All of a sudden, is that going to spin a curveball in this?
That was about 140 damage.
Shield coming out, the shield is on. 10 health left, and he's just going to kill himself at the end. That is 1 for 1. And Antofka's new playstyle with Clutch is definitely working for him.
It took him effectively 1 round to say, okay, this is what he's going to do, this is how I need to react to it. And eventually he found him in a position where he wanted to get him in the end, which was blocked into a corner with rockets.
Yeah.
But he's not willing to overcommit to make that happen.
He has to be so patient, though, to make that work for him. The amount of LG damage he's taken, he's trying to rush forward. He might make it work. The injection comes out at the correct moment.
He missed the critical rocket.
He hit something. It did only 25 damage, and Razy had about 12 health before he used his injection. But, yeah.
There was one more rocket as he was using injection, which could have killed him.
Oh, okay.
Lovely. And that was the first time Razy really overcommitted. He didn't have a stack, he didn't need to be there. And, yeah, Antofka made him pay.
It shows that maybe Antofka actually has more patience than Razy in that case. And Razy not willing to wait it out that long to get something correct going. Okay, we've got Solar coming in, and the amount of damage from the acid spit, the machine gun as well, and LG.
Sorlag,
huge amounts.
I haven't really thought about it, but Sorlag is one of the champions that can go toe-to-toe with Clutch.
Whoa.
Because he has almost equal stack, and the spit goes through the shield.
Yeah, that is underrated actually. I don't see it very often in Sorlag picked versus Clutch. It's quite an unusual matchup.
And he's relatively quick himself. So I mean, it's not a counter, but I think it's actually a viable choice.
Well, it's just whether you can stomach those shield rushes. But as you said, acid spit going through shield, you'd expect everything to be able to land then.
Yeah, exactly. So now we've got a Ranger versus Ranger, Razy on his last character.
So, and that could give an advantage for Antofka. We'll put him on map point. Antofka not quite able to find the way in though to these fights. Spot some algae, little bit of damage.
Razy's far too early. Should be using really.
Antofka just not really hitting a lot. Can he get down to that mega health? A lot of LG damage all of a sudden. Razy was just, I mean, really stubborn about moving in just then.
It does seem to me that Razy is nowhere near as comfortable on the other champions as he is Anarchy.
Yeah, that is quite a concern for him. I think Antofka just wants to finish this one. Whoa, die rob up. That might have done a bit of damage actually when it exploded. He's going to die quite possibly. 16 health.
They're both extremely... I don't think he knows how low Razy was actually.
Oh, the mega. The timing on that attack. 12 health left. Can he escape from this?
Oh, man.
The thing is, Razy's not doing huge amounts better. He's just picked up a bit of armor. He only had 100 health before that.
He knows where Antofka is, so it's just a matter of time.
Oh, that other health bubble spawning at the right moment for him. Oh, dear. Can he reposition with Dire Orb anywhere? There it is. There's a couple of health bubbles up here. Back to the 100 HP. He's stuck on the side. He was going to be pushed off the map otherwise. And that is going to be 2 for 2. Scale Bearer for Antofka.
Here's the bull rush.
Oh, he actually was going offensive with that. I thought he was going to reposition for the armor, but he decided to go all the way in.
Oh, no.
Up and down the bounce pad.
That is a really annoying bounce pad when that happens, because you just have that little clip edge and it can sometimes do that to you.
Well, bounce pad better is all I can say.
Really
I mean,
ballsy by on top.
he's hanging around
ballsy.
way too long in that one, and no, I don't know how much there was that he could do, because obviously he just used his bull rush. He'd taken a scenic route of the bounce pad and stuck at the LG area. You can't really do anything.
He shouldn't have gone into that room in the first place. He just needed to try and get back onto the rocket side.
Well, we are on Razy's Anarchy to begin this round. He has got a chance to pick up the first map. What's that? Rockets. Oh my god, the damage just keeps on coming, and I think Razy's just assuming the pressure's going to let go at some point. Definitely watch out for those rockets. Both items up in a second. This movement I'm finding very unpredictable from Antovka. Armor's been taken. Is the Mega going to be up?
It was the right choice.
Whoa.
That's what I mean. Anarchy can do things like that. He can get in and out that no other champion can do, and it really breaks the traditional conception.
He might go down. He might go down at the moment. And Tofka's been very good at making sure those items are his. I wonder if he's going to be able to do another rotation. Shield is up. A lot of damage being taken, and he is using the rockets a little bit. In between rocket shots fired is when Antovka's taking damage. Armor is around. Where is Razy off to?
I don't think Razy knows he hasn't taken it, and now he knows.
No, I think that was taken by Antovka somehow.
Yeah.
How the hell did he do that? Mega does eventually go to Razy, but still, massive rocket, and another one. 6 health left after Razy uses the injection.
This Razy is living on the edge at the moment.
Yeah, he's got so little for him. 10 seconds until the big armor's up. He's too scared to go over into the nail gun room to find if there's other health bubbles around.
He's not entirely sure where Antovka is yet. Now he knows.
That information said, okay, you can get the big armor. Enjoy. Oh, okay. I mean, it was pretty, but unnecessary.
I think he's just enjoying the air control.
It's difficult to stop doing that, but really in a competitive game, you've got to sit back and be like, and to stop appreciating your movement for a second and just get the job done, for Christ's sake. Uh-oh. Bad move for Antovka, although the little sidestep at the top of the bounce pad does really put off the aim.
This is nice. He knows there's no shield, yeah.
This is surely going to be a frag. Oh, the rockets is going to be so careful for this. This is 1 HP, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, health bubbles were taken, but with LG easy to hit like that, you're not going to get far.
And that's the last thing, obviously, Antovka wants, is to use that shield defensively. Because once it's down, he is so vulnerable to the Anarchy.
Razor's just happy to wait at the moment.
Yeah, nothing's really up, so just doing damage is nice.
I think they want to split their separate ways just for the items. Razy might even... I don't think at this point he'd be thinking, ooh, 2 minutes left, I can play defensively.
No, but at the same time he's thinking, I don't need to pick up the armor, so I'm not going to overcommit.
You also don't want to walk into a situation with Anarchy where you're stuck in the hallway, you're going up against a bull rush, and you can't move.
And
it's a real fear.
As we see, he is playing obviously defensively, and he's taking positions where he knows there's an exit.
Actually, this could be troubling for Razy.
It always looks pretty precarious going through that teleporter, but as an Anarchy, when you can just fly through the side wall, it's actually pretty safe.
Now is Razy taking the armor for the moment. Sorry, Antovka taking the armor. And Razy was basically just looking in the central part of the map to see, okay, which item does Antovka want to take? I know he was going to take one of them, just I don't know which one, and I don't want to be too close to him. No, he didn't. What? That's not what you had in your mind, I don't think, Razy.
No, and again, virtually everybody we've seen today just standing on items and mistiming has ended up paying because of it. Which does show you the...
Oh,
Jesus.
2 health left, we've got 30 seconds. There's definitely a chance still for Antovka to make it back.
Yep, and he has to go super aggressive, but I don't expect Razy to stick around anywhere.
Oh, he's got the chance. Find that last bit of damage. That LG is kind of inadvertently making Razy move a little bit faster. There it is, but all the damage from the acid spit.
Is he gonna die?
He might. Oh no, he's got the Mega, and I think he would have
yeah,
left with 7.
Sudden death.
Back to square one. Sudden death. Ranger on Ranger. To be fair, that was a nice read by Antovka to go back the other way to where Razy was going.
Antovka messing up his dire orb, but that's not going to matter too much.
I think it would have been a bait anyway.
That was a fake rocket jump to himself. He didn't even know it. A little bit ambitious with the LG beam length.
Yep, but there's nothing up against it. There's no real reason why anyone needs to take a fight. It's just keeping each other at bay, trying to do some damage.
And of course it is Antovka who needs to get this round win if he wants to continue having a chance of winning the first map. Otherwise, Razy will make himself 1 map away from qualifying
and
to the Quake World Championships
Antovka's
regionals.
mistimed as well.
I think they're just laying dire orbs on each other. He's pound the Mega though anyway. And he can soon start setting up for this armor if he wants to play the sort of comfortable standard way.
That was very fortunate. It was only a 4 damage rocket. It was almost perfect.
There we go. Got to be careful. That LG wasn't so good. Actually, Razy hit so much more than him at the beginning. 5 seconds until Mega health.
Yeah, and that's exactly why standing on the middle ground is...
Oh, what an attack actually. But that rocket return fire could have changed things up once again. And Razy, he might even secure himself that big armor.
Yeah, Razy's just taking super good defensive positions and dealing massive amount of damage, but it's a little bit careless of Antovka just to come strafing through the rooms, because Razy is consistently taking these positions and doing good with them.
Definitely a stalemate on this one. Neither player really willing to let it go. He actually comes back for the Mega. What a move all of a sudden, Razy. Okay. He used a dire orb to escape and was like, no, I'll jump back in.
Yeah.
That's you want to do things that your opponent won't expect, and that was definitely a surprise.
Yeah, that was the little bit of brilliance that one in the map. Overall, I think Antovka had a good game, but he did struggle with the Anarchy quite a lot.
Yeah. We saw an interesting adaptation from him, but it's almost like then Razy readapted.
Yeah.
And
it was very back and forth, particularly on a mental level. And I think Razy's defensive game just played out in the end. Antovka did run into him a little bit carelessly a couple of times, and Razy punished him whenever he made a mistake, so it was good play. Yeah,
definitely. And considering the performance we saw from Razy last week, going up against Antovka, I'd grant him the favourite in this matchup, although that's where we have the question marks above Antovka. Do we really know the true capabilities of this guy? We don't. So we would expect maybe to see a bit more moving to the next map where he's going to get his pick.
Yeah, and it'd be interesting to think where that will be if he is, say, a clutch main, if you want to call somebody a one-pick champion. But I don't know. From my thought process, it might be a Ruins, but we'll see.
It's definitely possible. Whatever map really suits Clutch more, if he is going to... The way he moves, it does make me feel that it's something that we're going to see again. Yeah. He seemed very comfortable. Normally you go up a bounce pad, and you're like, and if someone's there with a Railgun or an LG, you're like, oh god, this is going to be painful. But he seemed to be almost willing to go up bounce pads because of the way he's able to dodge in the air afterwards and the angles that he was choosing to take. So it was, I mean... Yeah, some interesting moves from Antovka. We're into the picks though. Razy to go first, and it is Blood Covenant. I personally would smell a clutch, but let's find out. Nothing yet.
We will see. He first picked it on Ruin.
Was that a slash?
I don't think clutch is that good on Blood Covenant. No, is that a slash?
It is a slash. I like his little the cosmetic day. The sort of uniform he had.
I thought it was a Nyx. Okay, we have a first slash.
That's the first slash of the day, I think. But I do like Slash. I remember commentating the North American qualifiers last weekend, and we saw Mav LP with his Slash. That looked really, really cool. He did make the movement look incredibly difficult, maybe probably harder than it actually is.
I thought you were going to say like spectacular.
You know, it did look spectacular, but the way he's moving his mouse, I was like, and then you compare it with Tox and Cypher's, like, that's different. But is there an extra effect to it? You don't. Okay. I don't really know. But I love watching Slash move, no matter what the technique is, essentially. So we'll see.
It's not usual that you play against a Slash.
Mm-hmm.
So again, you really have to think carefully about how you're going to approach the duel. Because as a player, unless you're used to it, it can put you off guard. And it might be that he goes quite defensive until he figures out how that Slash is being played. But
now, one thing about Slash, now, I don't actually know how many people know exactly how his movement works, but with Slash, the higher you drop down from a level, the further you can actually slide on the floor. And if you dropped from the top of pillars to the bottom, you can slide for a very, very long time. We are on Razy at the moment. It would be great to get the chance to see Slash on stream at some point, so maybe that's going to be possible. But let's check him out. Razy, a map ahead, and the pressure on Antovka.
Yeah, and not doing anything out of the ordinary, just trying to pick up the relevant weapons.
Here we go.
Really wants the railgun. That's why he's being super cautious about getting it. Apparently this guy's a good Slash player.
Well, the movement, he's making it look really nice actually, but he's going to be careful because it's going to be followed up. Can't get the air rocket at all. He's under a bit of pressure. The rockets from Razy make our Slash viewing experience short-lived.
For now, but yeah, I mean, it looks spectacular for the 3 seconds we saw it.
But the problem with Slash is because you're on the floor the whole time, sure, you've got a chance to dodge around and you're not in the air going up against LG, but in the path of rockets, you can be quite sort of frugal, sort of vulnerable. Razy is going up versus the clutch, which is something that from time to time had a lot of trouble with. But with that rail in play?
Yeah, it's definitely a different beast on a map with rail, and a map as broad as Blood Covenant, really.
Oh, didn't quite get the jump going that he wanted then. But going to escape. He might try to choose a different angle to get himself over to that armor. You won't expect this angle from Antovka. A little bit forthcoming. Armor is up already. Antovka making sure he's got the rail. Ooh. Almost lands the shot, but has a massive stack to play with. Razy, I mean, he's got the maximum stack without taking big armor or mega health.
Yeah, as a clutch
so weak
in
comparison.
this position, there's no need to really put yourself in positions where you're going to take lots of damage for items. You can use them as bait, and I think that's something that's slightly overlooked by the tankier champions, is that it's so ingrained you need items when it's not necessarily the case.
There we go. Getting one rail at least. Did have one over at the Mega beforehand. But with the armor up, I mean, Razy's not even focusing on that side of the map, which worries me because you need to be keeping an eye on those timings.
Yep, and
Ouch.
You need to be chipping away at a clutch. As we've said time and time again, your life becomes so difficult if you let a clutch have free reign of the items.
And he's not doing enough chip damage. He's right now in a enclosed space with clutch, and he's just going to get blown up. That was the shield used for Antovka, but there's going to be so many hourglasses around here. Should have no problem bringing himself back up.
Yeah, that is
ability on.
The biggest benefit of having clutch on this map is the amount of hourglasses to restock that ability for you.
And the Mega is up. Can Antovka get himself over there? He did hear where Razy was, so he's going to assume that he can get that item. There it is, very comfortably. I think he oversteps the mark sometimes with his movement, but you know what? It doesn't even matter.
He just glides so quickly around the map.
And I like the way he's able to maintain a good sort of crosshair position generally when he's doing that.
Yeah, that's something that's actually really overlooked. Nice. Ooh. Doesn't really dent clutch, but it's still every little counts.
There's another, but again, we've got that armor taken. He's going to need to keep on firing those rails. Mega up. Razy hasn't been on a big item in quite a while.
That doesn't seem to be his playstyle, and that's fine. In Quake Champions, the items are still key, but they're not as important in my mind as they were in Quake Live.
Yeah, you can play around them a bit and beat your opponent to the items, but when you're playing a small champion, maybe not so much effect on Ranger.
No,
Someone like Anarchy does need the items in order to attack.
100%, just as it works the other way, and that clutch doesn't necessarily need them.
Mega up in a moment. Razy trying to make his way towards it. Oh, almost got stuck on that bounce pad. That rocket almost finding the feet of Razy.
It's a lot of close calls at the minute, and Razy's living on the edge. So I expect that Antofka, when he gets that bigger armor stack, he will begin pushing him more, particularly because the shield's up.
One rail for Razy. Shield up on this occasion to defend himself from some of the rail blows. He's going to find him. The shield's still up for a moment. He's not done bad damage and even finds a frag right at the end. And 3 seconds left. That's going to be the first round to Antofka.
Yeah, really, really dangerous play by Razy. The lightning gun in this game is obviously powerful, but it's not as devastating as it was. And going up against a almost fully stacked clutch, it takes so long to get him down that if he's using rockets in those close quarters, it's almost impossible for you to win.
On the plus side for us guys, we get more slash action at the beginning.
Wow, I need to learn how to do this.
Yeah, that's what I thought when I was watching Slash plays. I just want to sit on a map on my own and do that. But this is where you've got to escape, and you've got a limited amount of escapability. And that's what happens. All of a sudden, Razy just presses the on button, and he seems to be evading the damage from Slash really well. That LG forcing out. Look at the speed there. All of a sudden, he pulls it into next gear.
And Antofka is actually okay with that. It keeps Anarchy very weak. He probably should have gone for the rail instead of just shooting rockets aimlessly, but wow, he got it anyway.
Rail exchanges here are decent, but Razy can't do a massive amount. Antofka almost finding that angle on him and having to go for those smaller items. We've got armor up. Where is Antofka going to chase him? Because right now this could result in Razy getting himself on the armor.
A flying tank towards you. Yeah, you're more than happy with trades as a clutch on an Anarchy, because once you hit one rail, they are almost nullified.
Problem is, and look at the amount of armor Antofka has. Small amount of him is definitely going to want to keep that stack going. Great rocket.
Yeah, but at the same time, he's almost undoubtedly got his ability up, which means he can hold his ground and Anarchy can't do anything.
Oh, we've got another rail from him. Injection, forced, completely railable.
Yeah.
I think that rail tried to hit him just then, actually.
What Antofka's doing that's pretty smart is taking these unusual positions in the Anarchy's kind of rotational path that aren't on the mainstream. He thinks that he's going to be on the bridge, for instance, but he's not. He's taking up these side positions on the middle level where Anarchy's going to be zipping around.
But those last two rails landed from Razy actually put him in a favorable spot for the moment. It forced Antofka to go to some of the quieter parts of the map.
Yeah, and we're back to the way in which it was on the kind of second round of Blood Covenant, where Razy's playing ultra defensive and just using it to get away from the clutch.
Well, Razy's going to be happy with this stalemate, as long as he's got that champion advantage. He's just going to be thinking, come at me, bro. It is your responsibility to do that. Armor's up, and he doesn't need to go for it. Unnecessary risk to take. Get the hell out of here. Oh, the amount of damage done by Razy so far has been very good, but Razy looking for a way out at the moment.
That's so frustrating as a player. When you think you've got...
Oh, this could be it. What? A couple of rails from Antofka. I was on the same wavelength as you for a moment. It looks as if it's another good escape from Razy.
Yeah.
Some quality movement we're getting from Antofka, and that's reflected on more than one champion for sure.
That is the exact point, really, that he moves so fluidly around the map, it catches you completely off guard.
And can they find him and try and actually gain the advantage and not just have a tied champion game? He's looking to win this map and keep that pressure on. Shields up. Doesn't want to push in just yet. If he could land that rail, then he probably would go in for it.
Yeah, I agree. But just missing him. It's not the end of the world. They're not make or break rails.
Oh, he missed the mega.
He did miss the mega, which is quite painful.
Does give a free item to Razy.
Probably wouldn't have got there in time, and Razy thinks it's bait.
I think that Antovka just moved out of range of the sound cue and didn't hear that armor getting picked up. Is that dire orb going to be used to get up? Nope. Just checking his peripherals. Oh, did you see him for just a moment there?
I don't think so. I think he heard him.
Very, very quiet from Razy.
Yeah, he's in a painful situation again because Clutch has had free reign, but they have found each other on the bridge, and Razy's pretty trapped, but he's got the dire orb. And Topka just letting him free. Look
Whoa.
at that.
Can't find anything from it though.
10 seconds.
Razy's just going to get to buy it to eat or something like that. He's just made himself completely invisible. Did you hear him for a moment? I'm not sure. Armor up. I mean, step one, you've got the stack, but step two...
Finding your opponent.
Oh, amazing rocket. And it has been Antovka who's been making a lot more noise around the map than Razy. So maybe that's where that extra intelligence is coming from.
He could have rocket jumped up, but there we see the patience in that he wants the perfect opportunity. There's no risk gaming right now.
And we have got overtime on the second round of the second map.
Moves around the map so fast. I love it.
But is speed directly proportionate to success? I'm not sure just yet.
That is the question, Einstein.
Oh, he just gets distracted a little bit by that dire orb, and is not able to allow him to position the way he wants to. It puts him in a very vulnerable scenario with no shield up and the threat of someone just completely destroying you with LG. That's pretty harsh. He wants to hit a rail. Oh, the rail gets hit the other way round.
And this does put Razy on more of the front foot now. He's managed to whittle down that stack.
But is Antovka going to have to do that all over again? Oh, another rail. He's got to be careful with the shield. Has taken armor himself. This might be an aggressive move. There we go. Shield's used.
Yeah, Razy has to put in right now.
But where's he gone? What the hell? Antovka's being allowed to escape with murder. Has the big armor up. We've got the mega spawning soon. He just used the dire orb for just a second. What the hell? Antovka playing carefully with the angles. Doesn't want to give the upper half of his body as a rail angle. And just breaks out. Whoa, what a shot over there. 26 health, but he can't escape the last rail. There's another one.
Yeah, I mean, Razy played extremely well. And Antovka just couldn't close the gap. Anytime he was thinking about it, Razy hit a crucial rail, and that just Antovka's mind said, all right, I have to back off.
We are going to, we're not going versus Slash first, we're actually going versus Clutch immediately. Antovka expecting to have more success on this side.
Yeah, the Slash has been underwhelming, to say the least. So
problem is, if you got a Slash right at the end as well, if you die and you're like, oh god, my whole tournament life hinges on this champion.
My first pick.
He's absolutely magical to watch playing, but unfortunately he just doesn't fetch the results that players want as well. You've not got a full level of control with that champion, particularly when you're being bounced with rockets and your movement just stops.
It's true. I don't want to call it a poor man's anarchy, but
but you just did.
I just did.
We see some players picking him, like Tox, Cypher, Backstein picked him as well, Mav LP. I mean, there's a handful of people. Hell regards him as a underrepresented champion.
I do think the champion has potential, but as you say, if you do get caught, things can get out of control. It's really nice to watch Razy play Anarchy because he knows the limits of the hero so well. He waits to the last minute and knows the exact movement patterns to get out of trouble. It's obviously very frustrating as a player to play against, but it's also good to watch.
I mean, just the more I'm watching him play, the more I'm just wanting to play him as well.
No.
Oh, the attack over here of the rockets. There's just barely in defense. The shield comes up, but it's just a bit too late. And it is Slash coming up next. And Razy won't be upset about that. He's had some good performances versus him.
Yeah, that was perfect by Razy, pushing in at exactly the right time.
I love that jump. And he does it so smoothly. Whoa, did not expect that so closely. He didn't crouch down at the bottom, so he's not able to move away.
And once again, Slash underperforms. No, I mean,
sounds like you're smiling even more every time you say that.
I mean, this is what we were talking about earlier, that when you're playing against Anarchy, you have to keep in the moment because it breaks the traditional rules of duel. Any other champion would not have really been on top of you so quickly there, and you have to keep thinking, respecting what you're playing against.
I think Razy's looking to finish this one. Going up with the LG, following up, there we go. This could be a second round. There is 2-1 for Razy. He's 1 round away from qualifying.
Yeah, and the region around the corner, I think he does have the potential to give players upsets if he wins this.
We'll see in a few moments. Razy, round 4, Anarchy. Slash is coming up #1 again instead of the clutch. It's almost like just get it out of the way. Slash has been absolutely ineffective on a multitude of levels, and I love that we're getting a chance now to see him again. We might not see him much more this this whole day. Oh, come on, show us something. Let's see some Slash frags. The thing is, Slash going against Anarchy, this could prove to be troublesome.
Oh, dear.
Oh, he can't do anything. He's probably going to die again. He uses his plasma trail, but the rockets annihilate him. I was hoping I kind of reverse jinxed him or something, but no, he just got slaughtered.
A little bit of frustration there. I mean, once you've missed one rail in that situation, you need to get up. Okay.
Right, that shotgun work was absolutely fine. I think Razy got a bit overexcited at the same time. He shouldn't have been in close quarter combat by the shotgun spawn to begin with.
Yeah, and that is a real big lifeline for Antofka.
Well, wasn't the shield up anyway at the beginning? He did some alright damage, but
just get out of there, man.
That's exactly what you should train yourself not to do.
Yeah. And now we have a 250 health and armor clutch running around the map. But it is Nyx, so as we know, Nyx does have a get-out clause at the end of the day. And I believe he's been taking range a second, so he has mixed it up, and I think he just wants to play defensive now.
Wonder if we can see any kind of implosions, as this is one of the larger characters to go against, but obviously no easy task to do. Both items are up. Where has that champion gone? Does he want to follow up completely? Antofka,
Preemptive there.
he can't do a whole lot, and by default it's kind of made himself run for the mega anyway.
Yeah, but there's so many of those time bubbles, it's not the end of the world.
Where is that information? I'm trying to find what on earth he's doing, but it's like he knows nothing. All you can do is spam and hope that just a slither of damage unfolds and you can get some of that understanding of your opponent's location.
He knows now, but he's already taken a rail, so that's quite painful.
Is he going to have a guess? Ooh, he won't need to. Rail comes out straight away. Another one. Is he going to be aggressive, Razy? I don't know if he can be. He just simply doesn't have the legs on him to compete against Antofka.
Yeah, I agree.
These rails just don't stop ending, and Antofka is giving angle after angle after angle. And I mean, rightfully so, he doesn't want to pop his shield every single time he offers a rail.
No, but Razy does need to be a little bit more proactive when he has hit 2 or 3 rails, just to get on top of the clutch a little bit more, make him, force him to pop that shield at least.
I'm missing that one. Oh, he is actually going to use the aggressive.
And now they trade positions.
I was going to say that's one of the few things Antovka could have done where fireworks would not have happened.
That was a nice little move. Just backing down to get the green, small green, so he gets more benefit from that heavy.
Solid rail. Razy's pretty weak at the moment. Now to chase nearby the pillars. Oh, the Ghost Walk used just in time. Where's he on? He's found him. Here's the runaway. Oh, the rocket was amazing. Thought that was going to be a direct armor up and a nice little jump as well by Razy. He's going to be able to escape as well up to the time bubbles.
The rocket jump up now and force.
Can he get to? Oh, the rocket finds him in the end. It's like a homing missile from the skies. And Antovka, he's got a champion advantage. 50 seconds to go. That's just a full rush down. I think he was trying to kill him with the dire orb. I don't know if he's going to be able to make it though. Damage is too great, and Razy, he had the pummel out at the end. And Antovka takes the 4th round.
Yeah, that was rather interesting.
Now, one thing I like that Razy tried is the dire orb on the clutch, but that wasn't the right moment for it. You can't do it vertically.
I mean, no, but it was a last chance saloon. It was, I'm going in for the kill, so I have to use this offensively. If I use it defensively, the clutch will just chase me down.
That's true. Well, there was time involved as well. Oh, I think he's going to make it out of there.
Unscathed. That is pretty fortunate. If he took a rail, it would have been devastating. But now he can just get on the map and actually pick up these items and weapons without fear.
Oh, is he going to be able to kill it? Oh, and he can't. He kills himself in the end. It was as if he was being bounced on his hand. There's a Goomba Stomp from the Anarchy.
Yeah, that's quite frustrating. That's the last we're going to see of the Slash today, and it hasn't done anything, unfortunately.
Well, unless Antovka wins this map, and we see him on the next one.
For some reason, I thought this was the 3rd map.
But you know, who knows what would happen? They've been quite eclectic with their champion selection as well, so...
Yeah, it's been really enjoyable.
Massive jump over. No commitment, though, from Antovka.
And Razy's more than happy just to play these rail duels. He's been generally winning, particularly against a clutch.
Just missing out on these ones. Does he want to go over and try and find something on the armor? Oh, a pretty enormous... And the rail as well. Antovka delivering some very important shots.
That was a crazy rail. And massively important because Anarchy is now gone.
This is a huge sigh of relief for him. But...
in all fairness, though, that was the right play by Razy, 100%. It's just you cannot account for people hitting a direct rocket and a crazy rail, so...
We'll see that armor up. Antovka looking more for the information at the moment, not trying to standardize his play too much on the items.
Yeah, I think the one thing I would say is Antovka has obviously cycled the items extremely well, but as he doesn't necessarily need them, and he needs to kind of get out on the map and pressure.
Oh, that LG. Shield is available if he wants it. Yeah, he finally decides to use it, but he's only got 100 health left, and Razy explodes.
He tried to dire orb as well and messed it up completely.
It's on Nyx with 2.5 minutes to go. Otherwise, Razy is going to be losing out on the 2nd map and will have a tiebreaker to try and qualify. Did he just realize? I don't know if he realized that Nyx was just there. Maybe he would have been a little bit more aggressive had he known.
He's got the shield up, so isn't there a reason why he can't go aggressive on the Nyx?
I guess a good rocket.
Now. Yeah, he has to now. He's got like 10 health.
Where's the Ghost Walk? It's not there. This is surely going to be a frag. I think Antovka, he might have it. Ghost Walk's been used, and the shield no longer giving him the information that he wants. Razy is so damn fortunate to have gotten out of there. Antovka's got everything.
A little bit of panic mode setting in when he realised that was nearly game, but good plays.
Off the bounce pad. Not enough LG damage done, though. Rails. Antovka just being careful at the moment. Sure, the shield is up again, but Razy's managed to find us stuck once more.
Still pretty healthy on the Nyx, though. And we'll have Ghost Walk.
Oof. Getting the direct. There's the Ghost Walk. Both abilities used at the same time.
Surprised that he didn't want to pressure the Nyx. Just playing safe, which is respectable though.
And that was railable as well for Razy. He had less than 25 health, and no matter how much armor you've got, you're going to die then.
Whenever you hit a full direct on a Nyx, it's almost a signal for go, 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 because they've just got nothing left.
You just can't lock him down at all. We've got 50 seconds.
Yeah, saying that, there's 50 seconds left, 2 champion advantage.
1 champion.
Oh, 1 champion, I thought I had all 3 for some reason. Yeah, so the ball is definitely in Razy's court.
His slash has had that effect on people though. I say effect, it's had no effect on anybody. Apart from being very entertaining to watch move.
Okay.
So there's just a
very
walked away.
Strange interaction here.
Alright, 15 seconds to go. Razy needs to pick up the pace a little bit, and Tofka just moving to the other side of the map. Is there going to be an attack?
5 seconds,
Look at the clock.
Run away with the shield.
I don't know if he can close the gap. No, 3 seconds. There's the shield up. Nothing they can do anymore, and that is going to be the map picked up for Antofka. Despite, I like that all of his characters are
he's
matching colours.
He's done that deliberately.
He's got his uniform set up. That is a nice slash suit, to be fair.
I haven't got really any skins to show off.
Have you not?
I'm like level 10 or 8.
You've got more. Oh, you've made a new one to get a.
My main's like level 10. My ult's like level 4.
This is poor showing. It's all about the uniforms. But we've got another map to go to between Antofka and Razy, and it will be on Razy to select that. It will be either Ruins of Sarnath or Blood Run. But Antofka giving us a good fight on this map.
What would you predict as an Anarchy player? Ruins or Blood Run?
Ruins. Yeah, Ruins, definitely.
Yeah, I was thinking Ruins.
I think it's better, and I think if anything, Ruins has gradually just pure subconsciously become probably one of my better maps, and I think that anyone else who plays Anarchy is probably leading their way on Blood Covenant and Ruins. I just find that those most suitable. I think Vu kind of argued that Corrupted Keep is somewhere that's very good for Anarchy as well,
we've seen
but that
Anarchy
suits a playstyle more about get up close and personal.
You say
than
that.
The other way.
You say that, but we've seen 2 very strong Anarchies today on Blood Covenant play 2 very different playstyles.
Yeah, that's true.
We got Razy with the super defensive, and then we had the first one of the day, which was obviously very, very aggressive. So, I mean, yes, it is very. I think it's a strong map for Anarchy. And I think it obviously suits Vu, but I agree with you. I would say Ruins is probably the best Anarchy map I find.
Now it's possible. Oh, it's actually going to go for a Blood Run in the end.
Blow us out the water.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. It can work here, but if you're scared that you're going up against a Galena or something like that, it can really shut off a lot of possibilities on the map.
We haven't seen a Galena today.
No, not at all. But we are going to get the clutch from Antofka once again. I think I saw a sneaky Sorlag queue. So Sorlag versus clutch from Razy.
From Razy, yeah, you're right.
So that could bring up something interesting. We had the Sorlag up earlier on as well, of course. But again, I predict Razy to take this map. He's a better known player, which seems like an awful way to say a reason for him winning. But he's not that much better known. It's just because we've been alerted to him from coming from other games, having a good FPS background, and already seems to be quite competitively aware anyway.
I'm gonna go with Antofka.
Oh really? Is that just for drama, for purposes just to kind of conflict?
Partly, but the way in which he played Blood Covenant, I think would suit the Blood Run more.
If he didn't play Slash, it probably would have been a much more convincing win.
Exactly.
Because Slash did nothing.
It was the bait pick.
Yeah, we saw 5 slashes, and none of them got a kill or survived longer than about 30 seconds. It was pretty unusual.
He wants it to be buffed, you know. Just deliberately through. But here we go.
Please.
Nice rail.
Razy right off the start.
Yeah, as a player, getting hit with that starting rail is really annoying, because it just means it makes it almost impossible to properly compete for the next round of items.
He's already hiding. He wants that rocket.
But he knows that it's being defended by the clutch. We didn't even need the X-ray for that.
Just here's a thundering around the map.
Exactly.
And Clutch has got so much. Whoa, okay. That vertical speed a little bit too much. Love the little move there with the nail gun. Behaving like the plasma. Giving us a, well, reminiscent of previous Blood Run movement as well.
I do like Crazy's patience. It is quite easy, I think, to get caught up in the fast-paced action of the Anarchy and think that's what it has to offer. But again, we're seeing that slower game, which suits his playstyle with a very rail-heavy game. Because it is so difficult to hit rails when you're flying around the map at 350 miles an hour.
Oh, he's just right. This is exactly what he was trying to avoid, is getting into a hallway with Clutch.
Yeah, that's not a dance you want to go to.
Fortunately for Antovka, though, he wasn't able to react quick enough to fully profit from that occasion. You can just hear that clackety-clack around the map.
Yeah, I mean, it just shows you Clutch is insanely easy to predict just because you can hear him.
Oh, he's going to get out in time. Just about made it. I think the rail possibly still reloading. Does find one rocket, and he's going to say, you know what, that's it. I don't want any more than that. I don't need it. This could be troublesome. Wow. The LG damage. The shield does eventually come out with 7 health left.
The only benefit of, well, one of the biggest benefits of being Clutch in those lightning gunfights is half of that did 5 damage instead of 7. So he did keep himself slightly more healthy than he would have done elsewise.
Yeah, reduced some otherwise potentially deadly damage. I think he had less than 50 health by the end of it anyway. Oh, here comes the LG. Shield shouldn't be up yet, and that is going to be a pretty straightforward kill in the end. It was just about locating him and locking him down. Ow! The pain with the 7s coming out, and he's looking for one more. Does find initial splash, and that's a good, actually, I like the way that Antovka played that slowly. He was expecting that.
Until he then strafes quite easily across like a sitting duck.
What? Okay. He almost made that work somehow, but unfortunately for him, he only had the rocket launcher. Bull rush. Oh, he finds 100 damage just as he finishes that bull rush.
That's painful.
And Antovka's going to have to settle down a little bit around the map and figure out exactly how he's going to recoup.
Yeah, Scalebearer is one of those champions where you have to be very good with your positioning, because if you get caught off guard, then you're almost certainly dead. So it's about maintaining very, very good positioning and using the bull rush wisely.
And at this stage, Rosie just wants to hide a bit. He noticed he was railable for a moment and didn't want to gamble his whole life just then. Getting the first round and getting a step closer to qualifying. I mean, he was already so close before on the last map, so keeping that mental composition, or composure, sorry, is essential.
It's smart by Rosie. He doesn't need to push or commit over heavily now. He knows the Scalebearer has a large stack advantage, and with his 2 champion advantage, he doesn't need to do anything radical. Yeah,
he's just got the pegs in now as well. And he's looking to put up the tarpauling. But does escape eventually as soon as he's got some bit of information.
Yeah, and he's really just playing the keep away game. This is old school Blood Run right here.
And it's fair play from Antovka, actually. That recovery from Scalebearer that he had to make in order to remain in the game, he got the health and he got the armor. The problem he faces now is that the clock is his biggest enemy.
Yes, he's got 35 seconds to kill 2 champions.
Or the rail! If there was a rail, then that would have been it. That would have been the beginning, at least. But we need to see something brave from Antovka. He's investing some of his stack to reposition himself, but he simply can't find him. Just heard the bull rush, and Razy is going to escape.
But it is almost impossible to chase an Anarchy as a Scalebearer. You have to somehow trap him, but when he's playing so effectively, it's nigh on impossible.
Yeah, you need a little bit more time as well. I mean, he had some earlier, of course, but obviously not able to make it come to any fruition. So
prepare to fight.
That is going to be 1 round in the bag for him.
The only thing is he can, Antovka can now sit back and think, okay, what went wrong and how do I change? That's the one good benefit of these rounds for losing anyway.
Oh, that's Ranger. He manages to get both items. Aerial, what? Aerial
You are
gauntlet.
Crazy, my friend.
If he could have followed that up with a second aerial gauntlet, I would have been on the floor.
That was incredible.
But unfortunately, it also led to his death. Oh, all of a sudden he does manage to hit a rail, does get the 225 health bubbles, and Tofka is going to escape for now and wants more items. He has used his Dire Orb, so see how many of these armors he can get.
Use the machine gun!
No.
No!
Simply no.
It's always...
Oh no!
No!
But fortunately for him, Razy is blissfully unaware of his problems.
Yeah, now Razy decided to slow it down after just going balls to the wall off that spawn.
Alright, this is now a nice stack for Tofka.
Nice.
Rail to start. Maybe need to switch it up a bit now, but keeping this higher position. Nice moves there from Razy, blocking that additional damage.
Is it a lizard?
Lizard, reptile, dinosaur thing?
I'll take that.
Female lizard, reptile, dinosaur thing there.
Reptosaur.
Whoa, the dodge of the rocket and then following up with the direct. Oh my god, what a combo there by Tofka. And Razy is none the wiser. He has no idea what happened, just that he's now playing a different champion.
It was all very fast and then there was darkness. No, there was, in all honesty, again, just a great read. He knew Razy didn't go for the upper health bubbles, so the only real direction he could go was back.
Oh, that was ambitious. I like the thinking behind that, but couldn't make the magic happen.
Yeah, it was the right move. Again, sometimes you just have to take those risks and just hope that your opponent doesn't hit a full direct rocket to your face.
Oh, he actually went up there. He used the Dire Orb to reposition, but maybe not for the best. And Tofka, though, very passively, doesn't want to commit to a fight that he's not 100% sure that he can win.
Exactly. The only saving grace for Razy was that Tofka switched to the rail instead of having the rocket.
Yeah, rockets, it would have been a done game. He actually goes in on the Mega. It was taken, and that is going to be a rail for Razy. Somehow survives. Looking off the spawn, it is clutch. Even if you are hitting that combo, there's still going to be more health and more armor that you've got to get rid of.
Yeah, really nice timing. Again,
that was brave.
Has to take some risks being at such a deficit, even though there is 2 minutes. If there is an opportunity, just sometimes you got to.
Can he get close? Well, to be honest, actually, he doesn't need... Oh, he does need to get close. My mistake. I'm misreading the champions like a buffoon, but a minute and a half in order to do that. This is it, holding on to that position. He does use the Dire Orb, but I don't like the way he used that. That was a bit too hit and hope. Hits one rocket, but is he going to be chased down? And that's what he fears.
What? Whoa!
What?
I didn't even know that was an angle.
That rail hit?
Yes.
Unbelievable.
I wondered what Clutch was doing. Just
okay, 15 health left. The splash is so damn close.
Yeah, both of these players, obviously being such an iconic map, you can see their experience shining through, showing me that they're obviously probably coming from the old Quake era. At least, I know Razy is, but maybe even have Tofka too.
Hmm. And there's now 40 seconds for Razy to bridge the gap. He's missing everything, though, that he needs to hit. One rail, and that's going to be it.
Yeah.
Lands on cue.
I mean, there wasn't really any other choice there. He had to commit for whatever fight he could find.
I mean, I'm not sure if even hindsight could give us better solutions to what was going on.
Maybe earlier in the round.
But that would be it.
By that point, it was kind of, I'm going in, boys. Okay, we switched up. We've got Sorlag.
All right, Sorlag going up versus the Ranger. Can he hit another rail? That would secure the frag, but it's going to be Razy that lands that. That's
actually an interesting swap because we've seen fights being breaking out.
That was the most spectacularly poor jump I've ever seen in my life. Is that even how it works?
Apparently it does if he's doing it. I don't actually know though. But yeah, I was saying we've seen a lot of kind of messy fights at the start of this map, and so switching to a Sorlag allows you to brawl a lot better. And it worked because he got the kill straight off the bat. So
Yeah.
he's a super smart pick.
And Razy eventually going to be able to stack himself up with some health. Some armor, sorry. There was the bull rush, which he was slightly concerned about, and that timing, he just misses him crossing.
Yeah, but now it's down to Antofka just to make sure he's well positioned, because Sorlag is someone that will punish you if you're not.
Had the Mega. Every rail miss just bruising the ego a little bit.
It's not the end of the world. Razy, once he's got two more greens, the small ones anyway, he's in great fighting shape. Even though Antofka's got a bigger stack advantage, it's not the end of the world because you have a very, very big one yourself. And one rail effectively nullifies it.
It's interesting because Razy's probably scared of the bull rush.
Yes.
And then Antofka's probably scared of the acid spit.
I think now they're in a position where items can be bait, because it's at the stage where they effectively only give you 50 health or armor. If you take a rail, you're at a 30 net deficit. So there's no need to take them unless you're in a 100% safe position to do so.
Yeah.
That's something, again, is just one of those habits from Quake, the old school duels where items were so important that you had to take them. It's about adjusting on the fly to whatever your situation is.
Wow, okay, it does remove him from the Mega area, but the problem is how much damage is he going to take it? The bull rush comes in, but he's already lost all his health anyway.
So again, that was a fight that Razy didn't really have to take. It was such a dangerous one.
Oh, this is troublesome though for Scalebearer. Rocket's coming in. Oh, that rocket just went below his feet. Just pops in and out for some extra machine gun damage, but that's not enough to get the kill. 10 seconds still to that Mega.
He's trapped though.
Wow, unbelievable. He's got the bull rush if he wants it, and he will eventually use it and get some health.
I thought he was going to go down to the Mega with the bull rush.
I would have loved that.
That would have been incredible.
What was interesting though about the fight at Mega between Sorlag and Scalebearer is how it looked like Sorlag had zoned him out first. Okay, this all of a sudden just transformed. Anarchy waltzed in and death occurred. To one of the players at least.
The clutch is the final hero, champion, sorry.
They did take a pretty nasty amount of LG damage, but
he's a clutch, he's got a lot.
Yeah, he's got plenty to spare. The thing is, you don't want to start being charitable. You want to keep it all for yourself. And Razy, again, when you've got the advantage, it does take a bit of pressure off. But your first thought isn't, hey, I'm going to make it to the end without getting a kill or being killed. It's how the hell am I going to survive against him? 2 strong rails. And that did make Antofka temporarily railable. Very, very close. That could have been a round-winning rail.
But at the same time, there's 1 minute left to put Razy ahead in rounds for this quarterfinal.
Oh, that was a nice move, actually. The shield and the jump timing, unbelievable. But he cannot keep up with him, and he's going to double back. What am I watching?
That was interesting.
So Antofka did try his damnedest there to make something happen, and his movement is very unpredictable. And I did think for a moment, actually, he could get these rockets to land on Razy effectively, but his movement was too wild that even he wasn't able to control his aim through it.
He's very calm when those kind of situations happen and does bust out some moves, but sometimes it's a bit bizarre and doesn't work.
Well, the LG here by Sorlag. Oh, is he going to be able to get the frag? He's trying to go for it, but he's railable.
Again, starting with the Sorlag for those opening round brawls.
Are you a fan of that?
For this round, for this matchup, yeah, I think so.
Yeah, it has worked actually. We've gradually been seeing changes throughout the series, and this is one of the very interesting ones.
Again, is the most important thing for me is that Razy's then thinking about what's going on and what went wrong in previous rounds and really adapting based on what he has available. Where a lot of people might just stick to whatever they've picked, straight up.
Yeah, people like me. He's trying to get a bit of zoning out with the acid. Does do a little bit of damage, and chases the dire orb just in case. He'll still manage to secure the Mega, and as well the armor. So Sorlag fully loaded at the moment with items. The LG is about to run out, but he finds the rail as he goes back up the bounce pad. Is this the start of the end for Antovka?
Yeah, it's a tough situation. He's taking clutch second this time, so mixing it up himself.
So yeah, 2 large champions remain for him to use.
Taking the Ranger at the start just for that maneuverability to try and get both major items, even though that can be very risky. But either way, back onto the clutch instead of scale.
A bit of a health and armor investment for Razy in order to get both the items quick enough, but worth it. And I feel bad for Antovka at the moment. I get the feeling we're going to see a pretty massive acid spit if that shield is deployed to close combat.
We haven't seen that shield been used to great effectiveness virtually all series, and that's really credit to Razy and the way in which he's kept away from the clutch.
He's not allowed those attacks to happen too often.
Exactly.
Oh, just suddenly blocking him. There is the acid coming out, but is there any much damage that can be done? LG flying through the air, and they're going to kill each other at the end of it. I think Razy even got the acid frag, but Antovka only with Scale Bearer left.
And that shows the power of the acid, that the acid effectively killed Antovka.
All right, it was good. Oh, we are going to get the rush. He's going to go all the way up, but he misses it, and a solid shot there by Razy. This is going to be very hard work. Antovka's going to be feeling the pressure at the moment. He's still got to win a round before he can even compete for qualification point. 1 rail. That could be enough to throw him out. Oh, but the rail comes out from Razy. That is the match-winning shot. And he is going to be qualified now to the regional finals at the beginning of August in order to play for that potential $1 million.
Yeah.
One step closer.
And now, I mean, I see why Faz was giving such praise to Razy. Because all series, we've seen him adapt his play, adapt his picks, and adapt his play style. And he switches it between super offensive and super defensive and plays both very well.
Yeah. So, and I think I noted just at the end there we had a lot more items picked up overall for Razy as well. Yeah. So his general control of the map seemed to be just on form there.
It was... Antovka wasn't a pushover. He was extremely good, particularly on his clutch. So Razy had to pull out all the stops, and we saw some great maps.
I think we weren't really sure what to expect from Antovka as well, but we saw some great moves from him. I hope this is, maybe I'll be educated later online in terms of what more he's capable of doing, but this is a great start to the history that is being made about this player.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he comes under a different alias or if he genuinely is just a newer player, but he definitely put up a good fight, and I would expect to see him in this stage again next week if he does participate.
Well, Antovka playing from Russia, and that is one of the communities where I'm expecting over the coming months to see a lot more really good players rising into the top ranks. Yeah.
And particularly his clutch, that was definitely for me his most effective champion. But that's not saying he had any other weak ones. It was just that.
Slash?
Okay. that was.
Am I allowed to mention that, or does that not count?
So poor, I forgot that this existed.
And we just saw his Slash get taken down there. It was, for the seconds we got to see it, his movement was brilliant to watch. But we're not really seeing Slash fit very often into the meta of duel, at least not with very many players able to control him the right way.
If you can play that champion effectively, it is obviously a really great asset you can pull out. But as we saw, and obviously Antovka's confident that if it doesn't go right, it goes very wrong.
Yeah, completely.
I think the average lifetime of that champion was about 15 seconds. So, I mean, that's how you got to take it, really.
Well, I think it's, again, it shows that the different styles that you've got to have to, sorry, the different the play styles you have to use for these champions. Oh my god, that aerial, the most useless but beautiful thing that we saw.
It was magical.
Apart from the Slash, sorry. I think maybe it's just a question of people haven't found what style they need to use. Is it a slow style? Do you need to play really aggressive? I mean, well, how are you going to play on the fringes of the map?
For me,
picking off?
the majority of people really need to respect that every different champion you pick and different champion your opponent picks has a dynamic that has to be respected, and you do need to adapt throughout the game, and you can't approach it in the same way in which you did Quake Live and the previous iterations of Quake. It is a completely different game, and that's what I keep saying. You have to think about every round in isolation, every matchup in isolation. You have to continually think about what's going on.
I think we've seen that most of the games today, that people are thinking about it round by round, map by map. I think maybe only Syndrome enjoyed playing at one speed and one speed only, which did and didn't work for him.
But I mean, even in individual matchups, we've seen like a number of people have been surprised by the speed of an Anarchy. That's because they're thinking, oh, I've just taken a fight, I can drop back. And in a traditional duel with the traditional speed dynamics, you could do that, but Anarchy's already swooped round and got onto you. Yeah. And it's because you're not thinking about what specifically can that champion do to me.
So basically, as soon as you see him leave one room, you've got to look at the other entrance and be like, is he about to go around here?
It's quite painful to think about the whole time, because you're always having to think switched on about what's my opponent doing, where's he going to be next, and then think what champion is he using, how quick is he, etc. So it's far more complicated thinking about it on an individual basis like that.
But that's a testament to some of the high-level play that we've been seeing from some of these guys that have qualified already and that are to potentially be qualified today. Guys, we are going to go over to a quick break before we make up to our next matchup. You've been watching the Quake World Championship 3rd European Qualifier, round of 16. We'll be back in just a few moments. Welcome back, everyone, to the show. We're doing the Quake World Championship here, the European qualifiers in this round of 16 stage. Remember, there is one more chance to qualify to the regionals, and it is going to be next Thursday. That is when the tournament's going to start, and it's usually at about 1800 Central European summertime. So make sure you are participating in that if you want a chance to play for the $1 million prize pool. Up next, though, we've got Bus Driver X versus Break.
Yes.
And the famous Bus Driver. He's a UK player. He plays for the Alliance.
And he's a bus driver.
Well, maybe.
Maybe.
We can only assume he's a bus driver.
All I know
somewhere in
about
Slough.
this particular player is he's obviously extremely strong in sacrifice, and he has a great aim. Apart from that, I haven't seen him duel.
So, I did see him duel against Backstein, actually, on Thursday. And he was alright. I think Backstein did, to some extent, choke, and I don't want to take away any credit from Bus Driver. It was a good performance.
Yeah.
It was fine. I consider him a heavy aim player, and maybe... It sounds weird, because we got the phrase, all aim, no brain. He's not quite like that, but I feel that it's less about the dual thought and more about just really using his aim as his main asset.
And Break, I know him from Quake Live, again, as a good mid-level player that never really broke into the top-level scene. So it'd be interesting to see, because there are a number of players that were rising that have now taken the next step in Quake Champions. Neutrino being one of them, obviously. He was never at a top level until the very end in Quake Live, but Quake Champions obviously suits his style a lot more, so it's very possible that Break is in the same category.
I've played against Break, and he's definitely very good, very capable player. And actually, I don't know who could win between these two. Break playing from the Czech Republic, he had his notable wins against Rel, who was in the round of 16 versus Agent in the first qualifier. So that's a pretty decent performance from Break already in this tournament. But we're starting off on Corrupted Keep. We are getting an Anarchy versus Anarchy mirror matchup.
Ouch.
And it is starting off pretty damn quickly. Who the hell would use a bounce pad against them? I guess there's no LG, but
yeah,
still.
That was very interesting. I don't know why, again, as you said, I don't know why he went up. And also Break really should have changed to the shotgun, but he's got the frag.
Yeah, he got the job
Can't be
done.
really complaining.
And here comes the shotgun being used from Bus Driver a bit, so Break is just going to break away. And settle down a bit.
I mean, in the preliminary kind of analysis, we see Bus Driver playing in a similar vein to Syndrome. Just hyper aggressive, trying to use his aim to the most effective advantage as he can.
I already like to see from Break that he is switching the mid-range, long-range to the machine gun when the LG's not working. That's something that actually not everyone would have done on a previous Quake iteration. They would almost just give up on it, but the machine gun's effective from long range. Although it's not 100% accurate, you can get some really good damage going from it.
Doesn't seem that Break's as effective with the Anarchy movement yet, but we'll see how that progresses as well.
Yeah, definitely, depending on his decision-making as well. He's got to get a full rocket onto Bus Driver. And he's going to manage to escape it again, remaining that healthy level of paranoia and just checking to see if he's being followed, but he's absolutely fine. And that looks like he's going to let Bus Driver take the Mega, and he'll have the armor for himself. Now, if he can close the gap and get something going, oh, that's a nice initial rocket. But wow, that rocket actually landed
really
direct.
Nice. Break just dueling better at the minute, not letting Bus Driver use his aim and just keep picking up a couple of clean frags. That's the most important thing.
And it is the Ranger to go against now, so not one of the small squishy champions that he's been going up against previously. But obviously watch out for that Dirop. That can do such a considerable amount of damage to a champion like Anarchy.
Yeah, if you do hit that 100 damage, is painful.
6 health left. Injection is going to be used at the right time. Watching out for the machine gun, but this could be a clean round for Break. Looking good off the start of that.
Yeah, solid. I mean, most of that was Bus Driver's mistakes, but Break just played nice and simple and just did what needed to be done.
3,
Let's see if we get that Anarchy versus Anarchy matchup again. Yeah, absolutely, that is what we're going to be getting. Usually Rockets is where fights end up starting out a lot. Again, Break, a decent beginning. Trying to hit just the edge or the lip of that bounce pad area to do some extra damage, but wasn't quite able to be on point the way he wanted. Got to be careful, he needs help.
He also needs ammo.
Is he going to be? Yeah, I think he's monitored that. He's just using the machine gun. That was a little bit sketchy. Any additional aggression from Bus Driver, and that could have been a very different outcome to the fight. Need to get back, settle on some of these big items. And he hasn't gone for the LG still.
No, that could really cost him here.
LG would be a pretty useful weapon at this stage, but doesn't make it happen. Does hit the direct rocket, but with all the items scattered around the floor, it doesn't take long for Bus Driver to get back up to the top. He got the 100 damage actually just then, and there is going to be an air rocket from Break in order to secure his first frag of the round.
Some pretty crazy frags going on as we're both, neither real player is afraid to commit. And that's why we're seeing such aggression when Bus Driver's going in and Break's not backing off.
Yeah, so Bus Driver has got great aim and great combat skills, and Break is, although he's respecting that, he seems to think that he's at no disadvantage in that. And to be honest, when I've played against Break, he definitely is he's quite powerful.
Yeah, it's also that in most situations so far, he's generally had a bigger stack because Bus Driver isn't really playing the items that well at the moment. He could just use to slow it down. We see he's just more than happy to charge him whenever he can.
Well, a decent little bit of chip damage. Any stack that Bus Driver had beyond starting is pretty much gone now. And that is Ghost Walk. Used already.
That was nice.
I like that, the repositioning. And not something that Bus Driver would have been able to anticipate at that point.
No, Bus Driver would have thought he got a free frag.
This might be another one. Very nice break.
Yeah, and again, Bus Driver, he's pushing in with champions that have, well, Nyx, for instance, is squishy, and taking a man fight against a ranger that's got a much more substantial stack, and just not hitting that much more to make it worthwhile.
Whoa. Oh, wow, the reverse one. It says, you can die up? No, I can do it better than you can. And he secures his second frag. So round 2, showing to be very interesting. But I think you're... Oh, no! He managed to get it. Unbelievable break.
That took some skill.
That actually does, because you've got to time the amount of seconds you've got in Ghost Walk, know when the item's going to come out, and also read that your opponent is going to go on the item at that moment as well. There are just several things that have to come into play to make that work, and that was masterful. I bow down in your general direction, but we have got Anarchy versus Anarchy straight away, and I thought I almost got the frag. I can't catch my breath before these players are in a fight. And another fight. And another. What the?
This is just mental.
Guys, I can't cast this. Come on.
Gung-ho Quake champions going on.
But I'm absolutely loving it, to be fair. I'm watching it. It is absolute chaos. And they're trying... There's the smallest details they're trying to outplay each other on. And there's like this microscopic mind games that we're getting in just the way that you're reading someone's going to strafe, or the angle or trajectory you're reading someone using their dire orb or something along those lines. And every small detail goes in favor or out of favor of one of the players.
Yeah, and the way Bus Driver sees Duel is, where can I take a fight? Am I healthy? Yes, let's take a fight. And he just looks for it. And Break's saying, that's fine, come at me, bro.
Can both my hands still touch the mouse and keyboard? Yes, let's fight.
See, look, he's more than happy just to stick around and take a fight.
That wasn't even a fight, though. That was just taking damage. He's happy to take damage. Whoa. Okay, there has been also... he's been allowed to get away with that break, has?
Yeah, the one time he should be taking a fight.
That LG. Now that's what we know Bus Driver to be able to do.
Yeah, that was perfect. Just in time to do enough damage. He's waiting for his dire orb so he can escape. Yeah, it's too late.
Nothing really Bus Driver could do. Even if his dire orb was up, he would have had to wait for the dire orb to reach to the other side. So, yeah, Bus Driver put himself in good shape. Oh, I thought it was going to happen again. Versus a Nyx. That would have been mad. I think it could be just because this is the first map or something along those lines, and you're seeing people test each other out, trial each other out a lot more aggressively because
I love it how
this
he's
is not crunch time yet.
Yeah, I love it how he's walking around with the lightning gun baiting a fight because you can clearly hear where they are.
Well, I think the sound of the lightning gun isn't quite as prominent as it was previously.
You're very true.
But you're still you're still right there. It gives away your position, so it's kind of counterintuitive, really. And Bus Driver is going to be allowed onto that Mega Break. Still playing with very few resources. Everything has been going in the way of Bus Driver in the last 30 or so seconds. And hopefully for Break's sake, he's got the Ghost Walk available. But one good rocket and things could go pretty miserably for him. Oh, the timing of that.
That was nice by Bus Driver, actually. Realised he was in trouble because he had no idea where Break was.
That rocket, oh, it almost takes him down. And that is going to be Bus Driver securing at least one round in this map.
He looks a lot more comfortable in the second half of that round. But still begging to fight with Break.
It's just some kind of, I don't know, obsessive compulsive.
Fight.
I mean,
it's just his playstyle.
Yeah. I like it, but I think we're going to see a transformation of that as we go through the series, if he has any level of sanity. And I'm fine for him not to have sanity. But I think that seems to be the sacrifice way as well, is just full speed, high tempo.
Yes, definitely. And it suits Anarchy as the champion to do that with. If he could play clutch effectively, obviously that's another great one just to run at people with.
So, showing he does want to go in a little bit, but he is giving up a whole bunch of items just then. He kind of just... He could have had the armor if he wanted it, but he decided to take in a more aggressive position. LG, Bus Driver, maybe feeling a bit overconfident there.
Yeah, I think learning slightly from mistakes as well.
Ooh, just a slither of damage. The Break does use the injection there, and Bus Driver's just got his injection back. I think Break's going to try and race for that the armor again.
And he gets it. Bus Driver not really caring about armors, apparently.
It seems totally unfazed going up against another Anarchy. Maybe that would change if depending on the matchup.
Doing considerable damage, and this is why Break...
Oh, Bus Driver. Pretty weakened from that instance. Going to use the injection himself. Break still has a bit of a stack and a little sidestep there before that rocket connected with the bridge of his nose. Trying to get these prediction rockets on him, but just not able to land it. We've had almost 2 minutes of Anarchy versus Anarchy, and Break has probably controlled the last 3-4 rotations of the items.
It is difficult to hit effectively on an Anarchy.
Break might want the kill now.
But Bus Driver needs to be connecting with more of those rockets when Break is making such obvious plays for the armors.
Wow, they've actually gone in on this. There's been a commitment from Bus Driver. He's on 7 health. The Mega comes up at the perfect moment for him. And a host versus a Nyx. Armors up. Nyx will get that. And Bus Driver, he's going to need rockets for himself, which he's just gone up against. No rockets to play against the Nyx, and this is going to be a frag for Break.
Super close, but once again, just taking a fight. He's quite unlucky, to be fair, but he doesn't need to be so aggressive right there. But that's his playstyle.
Full mirror Nyx now.
I like it. He just needs to temper it, I think.
Tame himself.
Yes.
Okay. Aggressive move here. He's going to find out. Good rocket. Ghost Walk is going to be used, though, from Bus Driver. I think he might have just seen him for a split second.
Bus Driver's still taking fight.
Unbelievable. He's got the better weapon out at the moment. Breaks didn't switch to his LG or to the machine gun.
Oh my.
That rocket was a little cleaner.
He's so brave.
And all of a sudden, the item game is also transformed because now Bus Driver, it's on him.
It's those type of moves that sometimes players should be making. because it can get you back into the game by making these brave moves that take your opponent off guard, but not. You don't have to take them all the time.
Constantly.
Yeah.
And Break, he just wants the 15 seconds. He's just hoping if some time can be spared to him. Oh, and those hourglasses will change everything. Does need a 25.
Yeah, doesn't want to grab it just yet, apparently.
Well, he could take a full rocket, and then he would have his health left. But I wouldn't be able to take a full shotgun blast, though the likelihood of that happening against the Knicks is minimal. Can he do anything with this, though? Not really. He hasn't hit anything. That's not manifested itself into anything whatsoever. Mega was still 2 seconds away, and he wasn't able to aggress on that.
Bus Driver might... Okay, I thought he might have gone aggressive with the Ghost Walk.
And that armor actually gives a massive opportunity for survival in favor of Break. He still needs time in order to use the Ghost Walk, but okay, he's going to find him in the air. Ghost Walk has been used by Bus Driver and will use that bounce pad. Again, just rockets going everywhere as he's terrified that he's being watched. And a 3, 2, and 1, and that is going to be the Ghost Walk once again. Very important for him. We are going to be moving it within 10 seconds into an overtime. I don't think he spotted him on the side.
No, I don't think he did either, but he has a rough idea of where Bus Driver's going to be.
Not an awful rocket at all. LG, good to see him use that, but it's so long until that Mega's up. He's not being chased. But once again, you just always expect it.
Yeah. Not hitting quite as well as he would have wanted to, but Bus Driver had the ability up anyway, so not the end of the world.
I think in 5 seconds, Break's going to make an attack because that Ghost Walk... Was that Ghost Walk used by...
Yes.
Yeah, so he's going to go for it.
Yeah, perfect, perfect.
He's hoping for the best. It goes to the LG instead, but this should still work for him. The Ghost Walk just came up for Bus Driver. Oh, that LG, all of a sudden, that was almost his life gone. And Bus Driver needs this round if he wants to have a chance of winning this map.
I think he thought Bus Driver was lower than he was.
Bus Driver was on about 3 health just then.
No, I mean when he started the attack, because if he went with the rocket launcher, I think he might have killed him.
I think he was scared that the rocket was going to miss. He's hit 2 rockets. They haven't done huge amounts of damage, but we've got return fire from Bus Driver.
Whoa!
Oh my god, the follow-up rocket right at the end. Break is going to be securing map 1 here in the round of 16.
Yeah, we did see Bus Driver temper his aggression. The last 2 rounds there, he began to fade off and play a little bit more positional and took smarter fights.
Yeah.
So if we can continue that through into the next game, then I definitely think he's got a chance because he's got the basic skill to do it.
We saw the game slow a little bit as we went to the...
A little bit.
I just announced.
That's a lot for a Bus Driver.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the Bus Driver, he was just taking us to town over there. There was just frags going on constantly, and if there weren't frags, there was just some kind of fight or some kind of conflict between Break and Bus Driver, and Break did well to manage that aggression.
And yes, that was the point I was about to raise, that it might seem a little bit silly at times, but as a player, it really can take you off guard when someone is being so aggressive. So Break did extremely well just to settle himself and to say, okay, this is what he's going to do. I just need to be very aware of that. And he was always prepared.
Yeah, oh, completely. I actually think that Break's going to take the second map as well.
I think
he looks good.
Yes, I think so.
I think his dueling mind is a little bit more used to thinking in this kind of way, and he's just adapting a bit better than Bus Driver. Yeah. Obviously, Bus Driver gets to pick this map, so who knows how it could go like.
And he has a very strong rail.
Well, Break or
Bus Driver?
Bus Driver. Well, his aim in general, the amount of times of that LG we saw on Corrupted Keep, and it was just doing phenomenal damage. We will see though. We're getting, again, mirror matchup, exactly the same champions, and that's the champion composition that I like as well, actually. Anarchy, Nyx, Rangers, bread and butter, I think, of quite a few players.
Yeah, and it's becoming a little bit more mainstream, and like a couple of weeks ago, Anarchy would be more of a niche pick. A niche pick, but now we've seen it obviously loads today, and people are becoming far more effective at playing with it. It's still very difficult to play against, so yeah.
What do you think would be the proper, if that's mainstream, what's the proper hipster pick?
Slash?
Slash, Galena, and...
Galena today. We've seen a Slash and no Galena.
And I don't know, a Scale Bearer or something?
Scale Bearer has gone from mainstream to barely ever seen.
Yeah, it's like almost overnight though. Because I really like Scale Bearer, and for a while I was trying to figure out, okay, how can I implement this into my game?
Very strong, but you have to be, as I mentioned, you have to be spot on with your positional play.
Yeah. Actually, all the Scale Bearers we've seen today haven't been that. The best
Scale Bearers are the ones with the best hit scan and the best positional awareness. So Toxic and Sturmy Beyond.
Yeah, no, that's a fair point. Well, we're moving into map number 2 now. It is Blood Covenant. We're on a break to begin with more Anarchy versus Anarchy action. Mega side to break.
I give
Big
it 15
armor.
seconds before the first kill.
15? That much?
Yeah.
Well, they saw each other and no one's died yet, so... Come on, guys, we're waiting for this. They picked up the items. And Bus Driver, you're okay? You're
they
not...
have weapons. Why aren't they fighting?
I think you were...
Interesting.
That was about 16 seconds, I think.
My
word. Going up the bounce pad and then dropping down as well. This is just very bizarre ways that you would approach a fight.
That whole kill was bizarre because Break hit him with obviously a very strong rocket, but had no idea where he'd gone.
Whoa.
Yeah, this is the rail. It's very strong.
In some sense, Break was unfortunate that he didn't hit that that rail 1 second later, because then Bus Driver would have had only 80 health.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, the shotgun, very powerful, 35 health left. Is he going to make a switch away? 17 remaining for Bus Driver.
He really, you're completely right. Should have switched out to the machine gun, but never mind.
Oh, he is actually going to go in for that, and he's already used it.
That was the right play.
With Break?
Yeah, you can't account for a full rocket.
He's going to go for the pummel, I think.
Nice.
He's going to get it. I was going to say, going for just the implosion, bit too ambitious. But you know what? The pummel is, I don't know if I say underrated, because a lot of people know that it does great damage. But it's something very viable. It used to be something that you used to BM people specifically, and in some sense it is.
The range is actually surprising as well.
I mean, I think absolutely, if you can incorporate it into your play, definitely find a way to have a good bind for the Gauntlet and catch people surprise around corners. Even like Gauntlet to Rail combos, or Gauntlet to Rocket, Gauntlet to LG.
To Rail combos?
Yeah.
What planet are you living on?
Well, if you're going up against a Nyx, they're dead. If you're going up against an Anarchy, they're dead. I mean, that is a perfect amount of damage. You're looking at... What's the net that would be? That would 155 damage right there.
How on earth are you meant to hit a Gauntlet and then follow it up with a rail?
Oh, I need to take you to school here.
Anyway, please, Matt. That's the match.
We'll see it now between these two. It's going to be amazing.
Okay.
If they does actually happen, I'll lose my head. Break spotted his forehead. That is living a bit on the edge, having only his Nyx remaining.
Yeah, he was just waiting out for that Ghost Walk again. Nice use of it.
But there's going to be, again, the Ghost Walk of Bus Driver in order to account for. Trying to just about slide along the edge and stay alive. Did they just trade places?
They did indeed.
Ooh, one rail. Break still got a decent enough stack. Can he keep him away with this? The shotgun. What a perfect weapon choice from Break.
Yeah, that was exceptional. I was sure he was going to lead with the rocket and miss it.
That's the gamble there, but I mean, again, shotgun sometimes feels like a gamble as well. You're traveling at high speeds just then. You're going up versus a small Nyx target. Oh, this could be nice as well from Break. Oh, an amazing rocket. Looking for the air rocket finisher, won't get it, but it's surely going to be a frag.
That was really, really nice.
That was perfect. And it's so difficult to predict as well that they're going to make cross middle.
It's one of those features of the game that breaks the traditional concept, because you just don't expect it, but you have to think, what is possible? And it's so hard to continually think about all the options that are available to players now.
And you've got to think about, as you said before, think about it on a champion by champion basis, otherwise.
Exactly. And even if you kind of guess what is happening, it's already too late.
And people are inventing moves all the time that are just making you have to watch out for. You've got to watch out for stuff you don't even know is possible.
Yes. So you predict the unpredictable.
Easy, guys.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Want to be a pro Quaker?
Well, to be fair, I think even well, pretty much everyone is struggling with it at the moment. When someone invents something new, it's almost, do you save it for a big occasion, or do you just pop it off in practice games or something like that?
Yeah.
Do you think that it's going to come to it soon? Maybe a discussion for between games, but we're going to have a direct rocket there from Break. Injection used by Bus Driver, but I don't think Break really wants to show his face anymore. As we get closer to the regionals and so on, we're surely going to see people holding secrets. Whoa, what a rail there from Bus Driver at the end. Barely an angle remaining.
It depends. Like, by and large, those type of moves will not win you a game. They might win you a round, but the better player generally will win. But what we have seen is, for example, recent times I've seen Cypher participating, he's always using different champions. And I think a big part of that is just practicing it in different occasions and seeing what works and what doesn't. So it's just a matter of getting used to different combinations and practicing other things, yeah, for sure. But I think the majority of players, the priority is qualify. So,
yeah.
And no one really has the luxury of chilling out to testing. It's all about putting 110% to try and get there.
Yeah, I don't think you can hide the chance. Maybe Sacrifice, probably more so. Whoa, that die roar, very, very close. Bus Driver a little bit weak. The LG's quite good from Break, but cannot go down. Bus Driver hitting these critical shots at just the right moment. And enjoying again that Anarchy movement. Might want to overstack his armor a little bit. And machine gun. Oh, it's going in for the pummel! Break, what is this? Perfect maneuver. It's almost like he's expecting this hyperactivity from Bus Driver, and just completely using it against him. Problem is, he didn't go for the gauntlet to rail combo, so we're not quite at that stage yet. But you know what, Break? You are taking strides closer to my expectations.
Wow.
What an incredible series of rockets there from Break.
That was sick. That was really sick.
While he was also carrying a lot of momentum, going to the bounce pad and up it. Unbelievable shots there from Break. He's going to try and go for the rockets again, but maybe got a little bit excited.
Yes, a little bit. But moving back to the Anarchy, yes, he moves extremely quickly and it's very difficult to hit, but the movement requires patterns that you know. And if you can, again, get in between those patterns of movement and really block the Anarchy, you can do significant damage.
Yeah. No, completely. Ooh, I like that. Just in case he's worried his momentum wouldn't carry him. Oh, missing out the rail. Bit of LG coming from Breaks, Anarchy. But nothing to destroy the confidence too much at this stage. Oh, that rocket. Unbelievable. There's going to be a drop down from Break, trying to find the extra damage and gets it with that rocket. Now that was excellently played from Break, and he doesn't have to play two champions down like he did last time. He's now got a solid edge and playing a champion he's comfortable with. Good extra damage. He's railable though. Oh, and he's just used that injection at the right moment. Ghost Walk. Is he going to fight? He's
Lovely read.
Wow, I don't know how he did that.
Bus Drivers, the old Bus Drivers coming out now.
The thing is, I don't really know if there's a sort of an emotional side to it, where if things aren't working out for him, does he kind of revert back to an aggressive play?
Could be right.
Or is that just him normal happy moment? I don't know.
Yeah, I honestly don't know how much he cares about the duel. Obviously, if he entered, it's probably more than just for a bit of fun and practice, but yeah, I mean, it could well be.
Right, we know that he loves the sacrifice. He's been practicing so hard in order to qualify with his team. And those teams, the Alliance and the others, I mean, they go through, spend so much time doing that. And it's kind of, the duel is a bit like, you're putting this hours of sacrifice into the duel, and some of the habits you have in sacrifice are coming out.
Yes.
Especially when you're not someone who's a natural dueler already.
Yeah, exactly. If you're putting in counter zones, it's always going to transition over.
Oh, the LG.
We can see
good work from Break.
Break plays a lot more careful than Bus Driver.
Yeah.
That's the key for him, anyway, in overcoming Bus Driver's aim.
But Break is someone who's not really making a run at it sacrifice-wise in the same way he is for duel. I think duel is something that he has a personal focus on.
Yeah, a lot of players at duel is obviously the priority. Not everybody's into sacrifice, and that's fair enough.
And I've got to remember that Bus Driver playing for Alliance. There were 3 people in the Alliance who tried to qualify today. Only 1 has qualified so far. And it might only be 1 who qualifies if Break goes ahead and wins this round.
Yep, there's always next week, and we obviously expect at least Sparty to be in the pool.
Oh, there's definitely a good handful. We've not seen Evil yet.
That's true.
And Evil runner-up at the last QuakeCon.
Chronic got knocked out today after a very strong performance.
Absolutely, there's still a very good handful of talented players on the European side. Now I think it's maybe slowing down a little bit over here. For Break, it seems to be. I think this is something that we haven't really covered a lot. Sure, we cover the mental game, but how things change when you get to that round where you can win it all and qualify to the regionals.
Things become a lot more important, 100%, yeah.
And you start to almost doubt your decision making, but that's some excellent rockets there from Break.
That frag will settle him massively. That bus driver's key champion is off the map.
He's got to watch out a bit because that LG damage from Bus Driver, that's just a brick wall right in front of him that he should stop trying to walk through.
He doesn't have a lightning gun of his own, which is what he was trying to wait around for, but...
I dig the spam.
Big mistiming, but it's not going to cost him, I think.
We got all those rockets being used, and all of a sudden, might be in a bit of trouble. Has got the rail out, is landing a shot though, and that is actually enough to push Bus Driver away.
Yes, definitely. As an X, you really can't afford to do that without giving any damage out.
And he's even seen the Mega. I mean, it's absolute, well, treasure chest for him. He's found all the glory. And he might just hear this. He had the rail out a bit too soon. Good damage. Oh, he's avoiding the rail.
But they're both very weak.
So risky, I think, for Break to hang around in that center part of the map. When Bus Driver was last seen at the railgun, I would have just been, I'd flocked towards the pillars, got down, got the armor.
I think you're right. He just was entirely unsure where Bus Driver was.
Very aggressive move here by Break. 61 health left. He's taken a fair amount of damage himself, but the LG looking to clear up. 14 health left for Bus Driver.
Bus Driver just hitting the crucial shots when he needed to.
He's still railable. They're still very vulnerable. He's just found it. That's the shotgun over there, but he survives. And the missed shot from Break, and he's going to kick himself for missing that. That should have been a frag. One more rail. I probably won't kill him this rail, and he's got to watch out. The die rob, he actually goes through with the pummel and gets him in the air. What are you doing, Break?
I think, is that 3 pummels in this duel alone?
I believe so. There's this unbelievable performance from the Czech Republic's Break, and he's even going to go up to the top. And he's like, you think you can be aggressive? I'll show you.
That was, man, impressive.
I don't think like single match replays are meant to have this many gauntlet frags in it as well. Not that we're at that point yet.
No, but it is Ranger on Ranger, last champion, 2 rounds to 1 for Break.
I mean,
it's got his rare.
It's crunch time. Oh, the rockets from Bus Driver, that was flawless.
Bus Driver did a really good job there because I'm sure he was confident that Break needed the rail, and he was just hanging around that middle area for that one opportunity where Break went to get it.
That was just slip gating into the apocalypse, essentially. That was nothing good happened for him.
Round now, deciding.
Yeah, this is the ticket. We're on Bus Driver. He's trying to get his way to the railgun. It might be a little bit premature for him to get that side, just because he's going up against the rockets of Break already.
I think after getting so far ahead in the previous round, that pressure's on Break.
Yeah. And his mind is not going to be cutting him any slack.
Oh.
You could say that this is breaking his confidence.
Yeah?
Did you like that?
I loved it.
I'm just going to get... No, I'm not even going to say it. I'm just going to... Let's just not talk. Okay, Bus Driver maybe a little bit ambitious trying to go through that staircase.
No, that was just...
Do you think it was a good move?
Break rocket jumped up.
Fair. Well, it's still a bit of a sketchy zone.
Bus Driver just likes to run around the map at warp speed, and Break cut him off.
Yeah.
He just didn't expect it.
Charge.
I get just horribly like claustrophobic in those stairwells, and I feel like there's so little escape room to have there. But yeah, I mean, fair point. Break. He's, I think, still behaving more aggressively than Bus Driver expects. I think he expects him to be the most aggressive player in the tournament, let alone the server.
But it's one of those things where he's not letting the occasion and scale of the round get to him. He's still making those bold decisions you need to win these type of games. If you don't take bold decisions against somebody like Bus Driver, he might just run you over with aim.
And thinking again of the bold decisions, he was hovering on the bridge there, railable. He had the injection available, which would have made him safe, and yet he was still adamant that he was going to survive.
Yeah, confidence. That's really, really impressive to see.
Now it's just a question of Break thinking about the clock, maybe. He's looking at it and going,
I think if you do that, you're playing not to lose, not playing to win. And if you get on the back foot in a game like Quake, you can just get suffocated and beat off the map. So this is what you need to do. You just push in. Really great play.
And now he's spotted the Nyx. And without not taking a rail there, he is going to be feeling pretty good, especially when he knows the timing of both the items. He's been taking them all. And it is Bus Driver's running away. Yeah. I think he's feeling under pressure at the moment.
Break's doing an exceptional job of making those bold moves for the items and keeping Bus Driver low. And he's also doing a good job of not overcommitting for the kill, but I do think he needs to get one more kill before this game's over.
Whoa, that was very dangerous. Not railable at the moment. The LG, though, coming up from Bus Driver. 18 health left, and Break cannot survive. Sitting and waiting. On that armor proved to be fruitful.
He had no idea Bus Driver was doing that, but he just missed all of his rockets.
He just had to connect with a good one, and it probably would have lined up everything for him.
Exactly. But now Bus Driver's back in the game.
He's so weak though after that. He wants to get a small armor just to health himself up, and I think that bounce pad may have given Break the information he needed. And Break doesn't walk into the rockets. He doesn't overcommit to that jump to the curved corridor.
Yeah, I think in those type of situations when you know a Nyx needs one of the smaller armors is your opportunity to really be aggressive on those items. It's not something we see a lot of players do just yet, because you're never going to commit to a big armor when you're railable. So it's your opportunity to read that and get on.
Yeah. Mega here for Bus Driver. 5 seconds until the armor's up. Is this something that Bus Driver not committing to that? He's looking for information on the mid-level, which will let Break get some much-needed resources. Forcing that Ghost Walk, something that Bus Driver's been able to keep control of a bit better in recent minutes.
And this time, Bus Driver not looking to overcommit. So, again, he's obviously feeling it with 30 seconds to go as well.
He's playing a lot more of a standard game than we've been used to getting from him.
He's still got the Ghost Walk. But he's
got armor.
Now not railable anymore.
And it definitely shows that Bus Driver is thinking about this game differently now.
Yeah.
He's not willing to just gamble it, just a coin flip situation, or even less in some instances, to get those glory frags in. And he gets the frags. He makes them happen. The 2 rails Break again. He was starting to do that a little bit too much towards the end of that series, braving it out, thinking I'm going to be able to survive. I'm going to have dodge that is good enough to get me through to the next fight where I can save the Ghost Walk for later on, or get onto another item. There's a possibility that the Ghost Walk wasn't there, but I think you're risking it if you're double peeking.
If you get hit in that situation, just go.
Yeah.
I mean, there's 3 seconds left. There's no reason. It almost felt like he didn't know where it came from.
Yeah.
And he was like, okay, what's going on? But it's just a mistake, and it cost him the entire series.
Yeah, and he's probably going to be kicking himself a bit because he was up in that series. Yeah. He was close to getting the win and qualifying, but Bus Driver there with his mental fortitude and his robust plays, getting more robust as the series goes on. I feel like at the beginning of the next map, we might see some more interesting fights. But as we get to the 2nd, 3rd, 4th round, that's when I imagine we're going to get some similar plays to just there, because you could see they were playing for their tournament life.
Yeah, it definitely
hits them in the face.
they were still not afraid to take the decisions that had to be made, and that was impressive to me. But you could definitely feel it, that the game was drifting apart, and they were just wanting to keep in their own little safe zones.
And some of the aerial pummels that we're getting from Break, I think, will be remembered for a while. That is absolutely ridiculous.
I've never seen such an effective use of that weapon.
I'm sure he is going to be loading up the VOD after this match, and he is going to be basking in his glory of some of the moves that he was making, and the air rockets as well that he was getting.
Small consolation.
Oh, I mean, he's looking for the grand prize still. He's looking to qualify. We are going to Blood Run, which is Break's map pick. Are we going to get the full mirror matchup again? Is this champion selection just a formality, or have we got anything to spice it up? Yes, we do. Bus Driver going with Sorlag and not Anarchy. And we've got Visor instead of an Anarchy.
Yeah.
Anarchy's just gone. All of a sudden.
It's a strange one. I mean, Blood Run is probably the map where it's least effective. There's lots of corridors where you can enclose that Anarchy and keep him contained. But given how comfortable they both are, I'm a little bit surprised not to see it.
Yeah. Almost particularly Bus Driver looked really good with his movement and everything like that.
But it does show you that he is thinking about the duel in the wider macro level.
Yeah.
That he's thinking about what will work. So, fair play.
And, well, of course, Sorlag does share some similarities with Anarchy on the movement, although it's different levels of speed. However, if you start rocket jumping around the map, then you'll find it's almost exactly the same.
Scary.
But you've got more health, more armor, but you're hurting yourself in order to move that fast. So, swings and roundabouts.
Big scary lizard running after you. You run.
Yeah. Well, I wonder how this Visor pick would also change things up. Something that we haven't seen Break do.
Visor's surprisingly tanky when you play against him. So
he's got that 125 cap health with the 50 armor. He can be a mean beast. But we are on Bus Driver. This is the tie-breaking map, guys. This whole series has been complete and utter euphoric chaos between these two. Are we going to get that same pace now?
Yeah, Break really could have closed it out and got hold of that series, but Bus Driver did a great job to stay in the game.
And because he changed the pace, I hope he recognizes that was part of the reasons. Oh my days.
Lord. Well, he said in the chat before this game he was tilted by the gauntlet. I don't even want to know how tilted he is now.
The gauntlet plays. I don't know if I could be mad. I would just be impressed. I was impressed as a spectator, but as a player, I would be like, okay.
You would sit back and give that a round of applause.
I would have been like, yes, that was the optimal play to make there, because in most instances, it actually was.
You're a better man than I am.
You're the biggest rager I know, so I mean that.
That's why I'm sitting here and not where they are.
Oh, that armor's coming up, but Break's going to get completely knocked off there. We have Mega too.
Yeah, but Bus Driver obviously has no idea.
Oh my god, that was so close to being an implosion, but Bus Driver will find the rockets anyway. That was pretty spectacular. Okay, once more. Pummel, pummel, pummel. Yes, it's going to be the pummel.
Did it again. That is 4.
I can
actually see
it might be 5 over the whole series. I don't know.
You're right. I can actually see some top players even taking note like this is how you use the pummel.
Yeah. Oh, seriously. And pummel with the Nyx, in my opinion, through Ghost Walk is really underrated. Obviously, don't do it against a fully stacked clutch or something like that.
That would be dumb.
Yeah, that would be.
Unless you're Break.
He'll make it work somehow. And Break going up against the Ranger of Bus Driver. Mega up next. Is he going to be able to hold steady? He still doesn't have the railgun, actually, surprisingly enough. But he might even be able to claim everything. Going in for a bit of an aggressive play. He doesn't know at all where Bus Driver is up until that point.
Yeah, and it is a good map choice against Bus Driver because it limits how aggressive he can be.
And it's not like he's picking a sort of clutch which can just barge into rooms as and when he wants.
He tried it with the Sorlag and it didn't work. So now he's definitely playing a little bit more defensive. Oh, this is nice.
I like this. He's going to follow all the way through. He's going to find him, and it's a perfect rocket. And that, well, If there weren't any more champions, it would have led him to a perfect control of the map. But 1-0.
Very
for
convincing
Break.
start. So Bus Driver definitely needs to reevaluate.
Now you see these things, oh my god, he keeps dire orbing me, oh he's so lucky getting this stuff. If it keeps happening, it's not luck. The guy's outplaying you. But, I'm not saying that Bus Driver is saying that, but
Trust me,
watch out for
in
this.
the mind of someone who's angry, that's exactly what's happening. I'm excited to see the Sorlag though. It definitely fits with Bus Driver's playstyle.
Oh.
He's just bold in every decision he makes.
He's going to find him. Look for the 7s. Acid is going to help. Oh, he almost got him again. Rocket's coming out. Can't quite get the frag. Let's see the health. 46 HP remaining. Break almost making the magic happen once more. I think there could be some more aggression. Oh no, Nyx is over by the armor at the moment. He has taken it.
Bus Driver's, sorry, Break's Nyx is the hero that did the damage last. So
yeah, it's all about preventing him, and the 7 straight away. Oh, the rocket follow-up now is to be very careful of a Ghost Walk.
But no, apparently he doesn't care.
Does not need to use it even. He did lose out a little bit on the acid, but it's all fine now. The Mega after just means the stack is spot on.
Nice. Oh, it was a Nyx. I thought it was a Ranger for a second.
And good job covering the rail as well. An important weapon that would have been. Oh, they're hitting the rails.
Excellent.
Break is on fire. He does not really seem to be distraught the way I was expecting after losing Blood Covenant. He's almost like he's grown stronger.
I completely agree with you that
Unbelievable.
this was his pick, and I would say this is probably his home map, and you can tell that he is entirely comfortable. He's catching Bus Driver out at every real turn.
So what's Bus Driver got to do right now?
He just needs to stop going in so aggressive and giving away free champions. His Sorlag was doing pretty well until he just decided to jump in for no apparent reason, so just has to be far more careful.
He's going in for this. Break is getting crazy. He's going to find health and he won't get killed by the acid. But
And I just think Bus Driver needs to get on the rail more. We saw how effective it was Blood Covenant for him.
this is going to be Break dying, I think. Unless he can get out of here somehow, this would be miraculous. I'm not entirely sure how he's alive right now. He's got the dire roll, but isn't able to make anything of it.
That was nice by Bus Driver. I think Break should have just chilled in the blood pool.
Yeah.
That was the safest play.
Uh-oh. Oh my god, the pummel came out again, but nothing bad happened. Or I say bad, too bad happened. And Break even kept the stack that he had.
The panic spit came out from the Sorlag as well.
I don't blame him at all. I would be getting quite frustrated at how effective that gauntlet use is.
I'd love to see the damage stat on that.
I think for the whole series that would be unbelievable. They even get the mutual frag on this?
Yeah, and
Okay.
now the Razor with a Nyx, so...
Razor.
Razor, sorry?
What?
Visor, what did I say, Razor? The Visor comes out. Pops it very early, nice.
Yeah, solid rail shot. Looking through the teleporter, and I think that's Bus Driver hovering in the blood pool. Ooh, just losing eyes on him through that encounter. I think Break can just play it slow. I mean, it's so easy to think, oh, I've got a couple of rounds spare. I don't need to win it on this one. But you don't want to just do something completely random thinking that, and then eventually getting to the last round thinking, oh crap, I should have played it serious to begin with. He has to really put his mind on this one. Good rocket work there from Bus Driver.
A little bit early on the piercing sight, but I think he just wanted to make sure that Bus Driver wasn't following him in Ghost Walk.
Incredible rocket. He's going to make it through as well, the teleporter, and get onto the health bubbles. That rocket could actually just have saved his life. He really wants to get up onto that armor, but it's a bit of a trap at this point. That LG could really hurt him quite badly. And he's just going to drop down. Very aggressive move, but I don't dislike what he's done.
He's mistimed the Mega though, so he can't stay around.
It's not up for a while. Here comes the LG, and that is going to be taking him down. And I think without that mistime, maybe Break stood a good chance, because I don't dislike the choices he made in terms of not going for the armor.
I think at the end it was a real make or break without a pun actually. In that he thought that I think he might have thought that rail would have killed him, and he did hit the rail, so it was just okay, c'est la vie.
Yeah, Bus Driver, Acid, or does decide to break away after that. It just means that Break isn't able to just plus forward into him straight away without taking quite a bit of damage. Weapons very much needed at this stage, though.
Yeah, he's obviously really in need of the lightning gun, but more importantly, the rocket launcher.
Uh-oh, he's walked into it. He stepped out quite a long way, and that's a lot of damage from Break. This Sorlag is hurting bad. Oh, what an amazing move. Is he going to be able to clean up the frag? Not quite. He's just using it to control the map a bit more.
Yeah, really unlucky that... I was trying to getting a little bit angry with his movement, but really unlucky from Break that that didn't pay off, because it was the absolute perfect play.
The Bus Driver is eventually going to be going around to the other health bubbles and finding that much missed rocket launcher. One good rail, a second as well. They're both railable. Oh, the Mega just taken in time. Armor up. And he's just going to spray that acid spit and try and make himself safe.
Yeah, Bus Driver's always living on the edge with every action he does. He always wants to get the last shot off.
He still can't get that rocket. I wonder if us Break kind of actively trying to dissuade him from it. Or if it's just...
It's more circumstance. Like, he needs to make more of an active effort to get it, because there's no way he can be taking any corridor fights without it, really. He probably will, but he shouldn't.
And Break not going to be overly aggressive, just going to ensure that that Mega is his. We have got the armor up, full information. Then Break is just completely destroys him, getting up to that top level.
Yeah, that was... I'm guessing he dire orbed to the surface, to the ceiling, and dropped on top of him.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, Bus Driver had no idea. We couldn't see it on screen.
It would have been too quick through the teleporter otherwise. I'm pretty sure you're right. Now Breaker is thinking, I've got an advantage.
But once again...
I'm doing it again. Oh, doesn't quite make it this time.
Once again, Bus Driver's partly with a good player Break, but partly because his own fault. He's just not getting any items. And on these champions, such as Ranger and Nyx, not so much Ranger, but you do need them.
Not going to walk into that rail.
Oh,
if that hit mid-air.
Yeah.
I don't like those what-if situations,
That
but
is a
still.
mic drop.
That is the get out of the server move. Oh, brilliant. Reed just then.
He really needs to get this and go aggressive.
It's still a few seconds. I generally don't like this, but firstly, he's not going against the Nyx, and he's timed the rockets very well, listening to where Bus Driver's moving in that corridor. LG ammunition, certainly a requirement from Break. He's been very effective with that weapon. He's
also split the items well, which is one of the reasons why it makes it so difficult for Bus Driver.
Yeah, Break's got to be feeling pretty confident this stage. There's just over a minute and a half to go. Uh-oh, we turned the wrong way, but Bus Driver misses everything just then. Was a free chance for damage, and he's going to have to break it off. Again, no pun intended.
He's happy to run the map, because every round of items he gets that's unreturned damage, he can just push Bus Driver back for another 30 seconds.
Break really wants to hit one rail here. That's it. And that Mega, not going to have such a huge impact. That's still it's probably 25 health off of what he would have had anyway.
It's still technically better when you hit the rails afterwards, but yeah, still good to hit a rail.
1 minute warning.
This could be a nice trap. You can hear what he's doing. Perfect setup with the rockets. Very weak. We've got about 25 health left. He's going to just go up to the armor.
Nice.
But he could have had the frag there. He could have had the glory.
He doesn't care. That was a drive-by, and it means Bus Driver again just can't do anything, because he hasn't got the health or armor to pressure break. So he's just taking very, very strong defensive positions with a get-out clause. He's got 30 seconds. I think we're looking at something spectacular here.
And Bus Driver's stack compared to Break. I mean, we want some kind of dire orb magic at the moment. We've got one rail. Actually, that helps quite a decent amount. 20 seconds, and he wants the armor. He wants to continue controlling the items through the stage. We've got the Mega. I think once that Mega's taken,
Looking at
I don't even know if he hasn't taken it anyway. He's going to just rocket jump towards him, but it's not going to matter. 2 champions in favor of Break. And it looks like he has done it. He's going to be absolutely ecstatic with that, making it through to the Quake World Championship Regionals with, and you know what, I think after watching all those frags and those fights happening, I think maybe a small crowd, no, I don't know if crowd favourite's the right word, but I think the audience is definitely going to be behind him as someone they want to see playing at the Regionals.
Yeah, it was entertaining. Someone we haven't seen a lot of on stream over the course of Quake. Hit 4, 5, 6 pummels and play some decent Quake. And
Yeah.
really held against one of the more formidable aimers in the scene.
Yeah. I think that's fair enough. I think you can definitely take that as a trophy and be happy with it. Now, this is a highlight reel that we're probably going to want to pay attention to. Just cut that into a Twitch VOD in itself, and yeah, you're good to go.
There was some bizarre frags on this map.
There were. Some of the bounce pad plays we saw in Corrupted Keep. I don't know if that was the guys just warming into the game or something, but it's almost like you're double bluffing people and doing something that they don't expect you to do. Again, I mean, I don't know how many dire orb frags we had as well during this game at the same time. It's just been absolutely mental. One of the most enjoyable maps this series. That was
sick. Yeah, I mean, Bray, he was creative, definitely. He pulled out some really good frags, and I think this shows the real fantastic quality this game has is that it lets players of kind of all capabilities, all strengths, be creative and define their own style. It isn't all about aim and control. It is about how creative can you be with the different champions and different abilities at your disposal. And somebody at Break who didn't shine so brightly before is able to show some of his skill.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. The amount of times you get into a game and you go, oh my god, that is an unbelievable rocket.
I would be proud of that.
Yeah, for sure.
You've never hit an air rocket in your life, so you would be
Shut your face.
Gobsmacked by that.
Get out of here.
That air bubble.
It's just such a good frag movie in itself. This whole thing. It just keeps going.
Awesome series.
I had no idea what to expect before we came into this. It's just unbelievable what we're getting. Like frag after frag. It's just absolutely hilarious.
It was so much fun.
And that was an important moment just there where he was able to kind of firmly establish control before the dying moments in that last map. But yeah, as you were saying about being creative, the amount of games I go into and at the end of it I'm like, I saw several new things in there that I didn't previously see or know about or that you could even do.
I mean, just look at this. We've had, was it 5 series today? And eventually we've seen different dynamics at play. It hasn't been, everyone's been played in different ways. We've seen different tricks in different ways. So it adds something completely new to the game of Quake.
Yeah, no, completely. We've got more games on the European side coming up in just a moment, though, guys. You've been watching the Quake World Championship Series. These guys trying to qualify to the regionals where they'll have a chance at playing for that $1 million prize pool. Do stay tuned in. We'll be back in just a moment with the next matchup. Hello and welcome back everyone to the Quake World Championship qualifier. We're on the European side on the 3rd week of the qualifiers. We've just had a pretty ridiculous game.
Bizarre.
But it's just
UK gaming.
I feel like I was never here. I'm not sure where to go with that. I don't know what happened in that game. But we've got an interesting matchup next. We've got UK's Hell going up versus Pikawa. Let's do this. Let's go UK represent. He's tried to qualify twice already. He's got to the round of 16 twice already. He's played against Cooler. He has played against Sturmy.
Yep.
And has failed miserably on both occasions.
Again, is that really a miserable failure?
No, it's true. I'm overstating it a little bit, but I'm trying to like get some encouragement, some hype in here a bit.
Bring the attitude down.
Sorry. Okay. Hell, he fought valiantly.
Thank you.
At the gates of Blood Covenant and so on and so forth, where he suffered. He still got slightly battered.
But then again, Pikawa last week lost against Victor. How do you say that? Victor. There we go. Victor.
Yes.
Who in itself is not a failure, because I watched that match and I was massively impressed with the way he played.
Victor's a good player, and he's been playing really well with some of the online cups as well. Yeah. And in the first qualifier, he was the person that actually knocked out Kilson.
You're right. German
Thank
on
you
German.
for confirming my correct. I know I'm right. You don't need to tell me this.
I don't always trust you.
Yeah, the fact that he's now in the round of 16 at the moment, again, for the second time, so he didn't make it on the first time, as far as I remember, he has got a chance. However...
He lost to Claws in the first.
No, he lost before the round of 16 in the first one. Don't believe that, that's wrong.
This is why I don't trust you.
Hell, though, I think he can finally do it, and I don't want to take anything away from Bukawa. He's a guy who's been growing phenomenally in Quake Champions. He was good already in Quake Live, and he's been getting better and better and better, and he's been increasingly more active. But Hell, he's my homeboy.
You're not Welsh?
Pardon?
You're not Welsh?
I lived 500 meters from Wales. I'm almost Welsh.
That's why I don't trust you. But Hell is... No, Hell's a great player. He's got massive levels of competitive experience. And he has some comfort heroes that draw from that experience, such as Slash. I mean, obviously it hasn't worked to the way he would want it to.
I will not be surprised if he doesn't pick Slash, though.
Sure, but it's an option that he was very, very good at in the past. And again, with Blood Run back in the pool, his by far his home map. He's got a great rail. He doesn't like the lightning gun apparently. But I mean, a lot of the features of Quake Champions again suits his playstyle.
His rail is unbelievable, actually. And yeah, as you say, a lot of competitive experience. He was very high up in the Quake 4 scene, what, 10 years ago or
it was a long time ago,
more than that.
But that stays with you.
Yeah.
And that he's definitely showing that experience now. That he's a natural jeweler. So I'm excited to see him back.
Yeah, and he's qualified, of course, with his Maestro team, with Garpy, with Hypno, and with Vu.
With Vu,
and
Vu already qualified for the duel.
That's it. Hypno, I don't know, has been making his efforts yet, really, with the duel too much. He might have played some of the early qualifiers, but he's definitely hoping to be qualified for the duel as well, and he's been working his socks off in order to get there. Hell, he's been going for the Ranger, and the Nyx, we've got Blaskovitz, and we've got Nyx on Pikawa's side.
Taking his time for the last pick. Don't normally see this.
Visor. Interesting. And from Pikawa's side,
weighing it up with
maybe with a clutch. It wouldn't surprise me if he was.
I don't think he's a clutch player.
Neither player going to be picking clutch on Corrupted Key. We're going to get Scale Bearer at the end there for Pikawa. I do predict Hell to win the series. I don't know about the maps. I'm not 100% sure.
I think it will be close, actually.
I think it will be.
I think it will be close, and again, I would probably lean with Hell as well.
I know he's going to kick himself. He's a very emotional player as well. I think it might have been you telling me about it as well, and he can get infuriated. If he was playing against Break, I would feel sorry for his mouse, his keyboard, anyone who lives with him.
But if he gets on top, he's got a great momentum behind him, and I reckon he can take the series convincingly if he does get off to a good start that he needs.
Yeah, he had a game versus Pechka on Thursday as well, where he looked a little bit uncertain as to whether he's even going to qualify, just because he couldn't close out the first map, and that ended up going into Petrik's way. He just wasn't hitting his shots. Fortunately for him, he got into his stride and started looking amazing from there on in. But I feel like we might... That's why I'm worried about the first map. I think Hell might need to warm into it a little bit.
I agree, and I would say probably of all the maps in the pool, Corrupted Keep is the weakest for Hell.
But we'll see how this goes, as we're 10 seconds into this match between Hell and Pikawa. And from Hell's perspective first, on the Ranger is where we're starting. Nice little information rocket just there from Pikawa.
Yeah, and it's already a much quieter affair than we saw all series previously.
It's true, we've had more silence in these first 30 seconds than we've had for the entirety of the series between Bus Driver X and Quake.
You're completely right.
Now, that was actually a close instance on the Mega. I was absolutely pretty certain that Pikawa was going to get some rocket damage, but just somehow nothing connected in that instance. And just missing each other there.
Nice from Hell. Taking the high ground again, as we said time and again, it's probably the safest position to be on a defensive level.
He hasn't spotted him at all. That is the Ghost Walk. And a bit of a surprise for him. And that is going to maybe complicate things moving over to the armor, and I think Pikawa should be able to claim both. Oh no, he doesn't want to walk in. Not a fan of taking any unnecessary rocket damage.
No, I'm... Ignore that.
Wow,
okay. Great play by Pikawa. I was about to say I was actually quite happy with that move because Hell knew the Ghost Walk was on cooldown and that he could bully his way in, but Pikawa stayed away and took a great position and just caught Hell off guard.
And Hell was just using the Ghost Walk just then to maneuver himself from the lightning gun area. And here we're going to have a counter. This could be a little bit dangerous. Not too much damage though in the end.
Yeah. Hell thought it was too good to be true that nobody was there and smelt that something was up.
It's always just patience on this side between the two of them. Wanting...
It's a very calculated duel at the moment, yeah.
Yeah, with the Nyx versus Nyx. It can be one extreme or another almost. In terms of just the speed that you'll get between the two of them. A bit of a gap between the two big items. Hell is going to hope to get this next armor. Well, won't get it. It's sent through the teleporter. Bit of return fire though from Hell. And I can't see Hell's health ball. I think he had 1 HP after that.
It was there. It was very small, yeah.
Well, it's going to go down regardless here in this this first round for the second time. With just the visor to work with.
Pikawa looking solid.
Yeah, very good start for him.
Using the piercing sight, so just play safe.
Yeah, he's not using the piercing sight as an aggressive thing when... oh wow, there's rockets, 21 health left, and no piercing sight now means it's going to be hard to track him immediately. So we need a good read from Hell to know exactly where he's coming, and I think there's going to be a bit of hesitation. Pikawa's stuck over here.
No.
How is he surviving? Hell!
Oh.
There we go! Redemption.
Sneaky. Well, Hell's on the board, which is, I guess, a start, but BJ's out now.
That's true. We have got a massive stack, though, on Visor.
And he is very tanky.
He just needs to hit that first shot. If he goes into a fight with Pikawa when he's got the dual wield out already and hasn't done any initial damage, you can probably expect to fail. He has to go in with the early damage.
He can also reserve the piercing sight a bit more now because he doesn't have to be afraid of Ghost Walk. Sometimes you want to use it preemptively if you have no idea where the Nyx is because she might be on top of you. But now you can you definitely know where he's going to be most of the time, so you can reserve that and use it when you're looking to get an objective, essentially.
And he's just used it there. He's zoned him out, managed to get onto it. He had the early damage, 2 good rockets. He's got to be very careful of that dual wield because actually Pikawa's being remarkably accurate with it. But there it is. We're down to 1 champion each. It is Scalebearer who is going to be going versus Hell's Visor. Leave that machine gun out. Do some extra damage. Has to be careful. The Mega is up, but that damn it! All of a sudden, Pikawa just found.
No, it wasn't.
It wasn't a bull rush. He found a rocket shot that just absolutely hammered him. Very accurate, actually. I was not expecting that to land.
It's a difficult spot to be, that lightning area. You can get trapped so easily, and Pikawa took full advantage of poor positioning.
Hell saw the Mega was up as well, and I think his eyes just kind of got really big and got a little greedy and maybe sacrificed a little bit of positioning for it. Picaro on the rockets early. We've got 2 Ghost Walks. So both players have got the rockets here.
Yep. So Hell switching it up and starting with the Nyx this time. I think it was a Ranger. Ranger, sorry. He began with previously.
Both players pretty weak, and I think we're going to get an exchange on the items.
Yeah. More than happy to do that when you're both weak. No one's going to commit. Just give away a champion for no reason.
Hell definitely on the weak. We've got the short end of the stick though. He does need some small armors before he can really have confidence to go in anywhere. And we'll get one of them. And now it's time to think, okay, how do I want to set up for an item? How do I want to approach the next fight with Picaro? Do I even want to approach this, the next possible fight? Mega up. He is going to go for it. 45 damage though, and armor's going to be up shortly. He might try and cut him off, but there's no way he's going to be able to make anything happen from that. LG, Ghost Walk used in the nick of time.
Yeah, they were quite...
Wow, he's got one more cell of lightning and he would have gone down just then.
1 HP. It was a really delayed reaction from Hell, to be fair. As soon as he even got touched by a slither of damage, he should have been on that button.
Right, he's going to almost go down again, and somehow Hell finds the frag from below the grate. Now that was a pretty important move. We were not expecting the fight to turn around like that. I thought that was the last thing that was going to happen.
That's the thing, you know.
Yeah, I like that. The grate is useful, but you just don't expect it to get the finishing blow at all.
Nice, Picaro was taking the high ground. Really nice.
Right, with this Ghost Walk up, this would be a nice counter to any dual wield possibilities, and he decides to pop it maybe a little prematurely, but it's tough to tell whether that rocket was going to land or not. If so, it was a good shout. He's got to get away from this dual wield now. He hasn't got anything going for himself regarding abilities, but he pushes him off of the edge.
Ouch. Being bounced around like a ping pong ball. But it doesn't matter, he hits direct.
Yeah, those direct rockets, that will do the job for him. And it looks like Hell growing into this round a little bit more now. I feel, despite him being 2 frags up, I don't necessarily feel that he's been in the lead in terms of control and the way he's played, though.
I completely agree. Picaro has taken the game to Hell, but Hell, with a little bit of luck, has been able to find the rockets he needs to maintain his life, essentially.
I mean, it's just slightly like superior combat skills.
Not really. It's just Hell's generally been in a good position, which means he's punishing Picaro for slightly over-aggressive and overzealous moves. But he has got very fortunate at times.
Yeah, so Hell, he can be a little careful with 1:45. The clock might soon start being on his mind.
Yeah, it's one of those maps where I really think until like almost the last 30 seconds, the clock never really enters your mind. It is quite difficult to keep on top of how long you've got left at times. Sometimes people forget, so... But I don't think Hell's winding it down yet. He's just playing safe because he knows he's up against a highly stacked champion with a lot more health and armor than he is.
And there we did just see a kind of a random bull rush trying to just get some information from Picaro was.
It's those type of moves there where Picaro took essentially 100 damage with his own rocket dump that keeps him back, because Hell's positioning is always very good, making sure that Picaro is taking that damage.
I think he spent enough time on this part of the map that he's actually become an official resident. He's just been here constantly. He is going to be using the Ghost Walk. He's finally going to leave.
He has no idea of mega timing, so that's why he's not going into the room. He doesn't want to get out of a bad position.
Yeah, he's back home. And
yeah, so now he's actually, you're completely right, he's been running on the clock since 3 minutes. It's a very risky tactic, but he does have 2 champions to play with.
Oh, that rocket was critically important. No, he's chosen the wrong route, and that is going to be Picaro chasing him down. He's still got another champion, though.
And Picaro is still relatively healthy.
The range has been selected for this.
But there's no way he can go back for the Mega.
10 seconds.
Time.
Yeah, rocket jump, that's the only way he's going to get close enough. He is going to find him. We've got the die orb. He's going to actually go through in the end, and that is going to save him.
I thought that die orb expired.
Yeah, he went straight through, past the doorway, and into the midsection of the map. And I think it felt like an age.
The last possible moment he could have pressed the button.
Well, fair play to Hell, he did survive. Little bit sour though, using a hyper defensive Nyx in order to make that work for him. Okay, that's some massive damage there from Hell.
We've said this actually every time Corrupted keeps on. That rocket launcher zone from the top, from the first spawn, let's say, is a death zone.
Yeah.
If you're not on the Mega side, it's highly unlikely you ever get there first.
Yeah, it's almost always where the fight starts. So really, you just have to be very, very calculated and assume that you might not actually get the rocket right at the beginning of the map. And finding another rocket, Hell is all over Pikawa now.
Yeah, there's no reason why he shouldn't be going super aggressive. Oh, he's still got a weapon, so there
what?
we go.
Oh, he's looking for the double air rocket. Didn't quite find it, but he will finish the job on the ground. And that is 2-on. What a quick... That was sub 1 minute, surely.
I think it was like 50 seconds.
Wow, okay.
I mean, that was the second Mega, so...
Yeah. Insane. Fair enough. We're going to the next round. We're back on Hell, of course. And can he make that happen once more?
Once again.
Oh, okay. And he had the Mega side. It kind of seems to sort of flip and reverse. He had the Mega side on this occasion, and he was slower getting to the rocket.
Yeah, I think it's because he went for the lightning on first, whereas if you go straight for the rocket, you can get there first.
10 seconds still till he can use the Ghost Walk. He's not willing to go over to those hourglasses. There might be some down on the bottom level. No, taken already. Hell can afford to chill
so after
a little bit.
The failed experiment, Pikawa's back to Nyx.
It didn't work out well for before. Oh, that follow-up rocket almost did him wonders. Did he just spot him over there?
I think he heard something, but wasn't confident. He could rocket jump up and follow though, but doesn't want to.
It's just a little bit slow. He will know the timing. He's following through the wrong area. Interesting choice of route from Pikawa.
That's nice play by Hell. Does he want to take the jump pad because he didn't know where Pikawa was?
Both players getting very similar damage rockets on each other.
Pikawa did that, by the way. But yeah.
Stopwatch.
It seems a bit of a stalemate.
It is. Again, Nyx on Nyx, this can happen.
Kind of just feeling each other out to see who's going to break that routine first.
Hell's number one priority in duel is just maintaining safety, which is completely the right place, right thing to do. So he's always in the better position, really, to get these items and not take damage, despite taking a full rocket to the face.
Yeah, he didn't feel threatened, though, to use the Ghost Walk itself. They might run into each other at the moment. Bit of lava damage. Oh, Hell almost falling off the map completely. And he is going to go back towards the teleporter to try and find any kind of bits of health. Towards the defensive rocket. Ghost Walk has been used. Both bubbles.
Okay.
There's desperation. He was just so unsure. So many different things could have been happening just then. I'm not sure, though, if doing kind of 40 to 50 damage to yourself to rocket jump is a good idea as a Nyx.
He thought, before this fight breaks out, he thought Pikawa was chasing and Ghost Walk, which was right, but I guess he predicted he had rocket out and wanted to get away. Pikawa had the right weapon.
Yeah, Picard definitely prepared for that that chase, and is looking good to potentially. Oh, as Hell recognized, he would have seen a little blue trail of smoke. 9 health left, and it is going to be Hell tying up the champion scoreline a bit. Both Nyxes now eliminated, and now Mega taken as well. So Hell looking very, very good. And I like that he's going over to the rocket launcher to try block off any path over here.
But it is obviously Blazkowicz, so he has to be extremely wary of the dual wield. Hell playing very slow. Great
Perfect.
opening rocket.
Wow. Okay, that was just completely KO'd.
Doesn't have to be that wary of it apparently, because
Yeah, that dual wield did nothing for.
no, but then
for him.
Hell's doing what we mentioned earlier. He's protecting that rocket launcher.
Whoa.
This has to be.
This could be it. This could be the round for
Jeez.
Hell. Sorry, the map even. He just needs to get this frag on Scale Bearer. Pikawa's got 60 seconds where he needs to get things into his favor, health-wise, armor-wise, just aggression-wise.
Yeah, I think Hell wants to go for the kill now.
He wants to, he'll definitely want to finish it, but he's going to be looking at the time and thinking,
Yeah.
how can I cut down the clock? He's got piercing sight. He
Because-
uses that for information quite rapidly too.
Because Pikawa wasn't there, he wanted to get in while he was weak. Now he's got a little bit of chance to stock up. There's no way Hell was going to be pushing out. But I think Pikawa, after his previous experience, will know where he is.
Interesting jump there by Pikawa. Oh, they're going to meet by the health ball. This is actually a huge move by Pikawa and makes the frag work. That aggression through the Tri-Bolt area worked excellently for him, and maybe just a slight misread from Hell.
It really
The
did.
run's not over yet.
Hell camped there, the exact same spot when he previously ran the clock down, and Pikawa just charged straight for it.
5
Yeah, I
minutes.
think maybe just a read on the player a bit too precise.
Yeah, but this is what I mean about playing not to lose instead of playing to win. You're always leaving yourself vulnerable because Pikawa had the stack, he knew the position, and Hell's always on the run.
Do you think Hell should be a bit more creative in the way that he did escape, or I mean, what would have been better?
It's not the escape, it's that he just leaves the map, and if he just did a little bit of damage on the Mega and stuff like that, then Pikawa's not in a position to chase so aggressively.
I think he felt the clock was so clear. I can see where it's coming from, but absolutely, he gave everything away, full resources. And now, fortunately for him, he's kept his mind on the timings and is able to stay within the game a little bit.
Yeah, but this is obviously a highly important frag.
Whoa, the rocket's coming in. Dirorb does do a bit of damage. Who's going to be able to take out this frag? It is going to be, holy crap, Pikawa getting that just in the end. And I think a very deserved round for Pikawa. He had his mind 100% in that game all the way.
He does. Hell's been on the back foot almost the entire series so far. And Pikawa that time had adapted a little bit more, but I think Hell just going a little bit defensive too early.
Well, they are going to meet each other. That's going to be one big item going in favor of Hell, but he's not going to step back at all. He'll take the lightning gun, and Pikawa is going to be getting that armor instead. And I think Hell used the Ghost Walk too.
Yeah, they both used it now.
Problem is for Hell is that Pikawa already took a whole bunch of Hourglasses, and he's taken a whole bunch more. He is going to have his Ghost Walk up very soon, and this sets it up in a good position to make a really aggressive move right now. And I like this. This is very good from him. There's got to be a frag for him. He doesn't quite make it. Is there return fire from Hell? No, he's hiding in the health areas.
You're right, that was a really great play. Just unlucky that last rocket didn't do that much damage.
No way. And you think when you hear the opponent is in the same room as you and you're trying to make that jump happen, you probably should save your movement tricks for a little bit later.
The duel's been used to secure the rocket launcher. I'm fine with that.
Interesting. There's just a couple of seconds to go. Oh, he's going to find it, but he's not going to be able to take the armor in time. But he doesn't have to worry about the dual wield, at least for the time being. It's basically just about holding position and making sure Blastblitz isn't going to get in your face or deal unruly amounts of damage.
As always with the Nyx, without the Ghost Walk up, you need to be slightly careful.
Just got a couple of seconds left. Whoa, be careful doing a little bit of self-damage. And he's going to medicate on some of the smaller items on the map. But that is Blastblitz that's taken a Mega and a big armor.
Don't think Hell knows it's been taken yet.
He's going to see it. He's surely going to have a guess. And this is something that where he faltered against Cooler in his first round of 16 game in the first qualifier. As his timing just wasn't quite on. And it's something he's been trying to fix since then. And it's really the first time I've noticed this match so far that his timing could probably...
No way.
Whoa.
Pikawa rocket jumped up to hit Hell off. That was spectacular.
Hell is living on the edge right now.
Yeah, he's not on any major items. He's not particularly aware of when they're spawning. And as such a squishy champion, he really needs to try and get on something.
The one thing he's got going for him is that he's a frag. Oh, that... Wow, I can't believe it. That rocket sent Pikawa into the skies and gave him that perfect angle on the teleporter exit. Hell now. Onto his second champion. We're going to be getting Ranger versus Blazkowicz.
That was just a great read. Pikawa actually rocket jumped.
No, he didn't rocket jump. That was the rocket of Hell that sent him up.
It looked like in the X-ray he was rocket jumping.
Maybe it was a combination of the two. I don't know.
It was, either way, it was either luck or a great read, or both.
But, you know, you make your own luck sometimes.
True.
And targeting that teleporter exit was definitely the best thing for him to do.
Maybe Hell can feel a bit more confident with a bigger stack on a champion like Ranger. Because he's just not got any presence on the map. Pikawa's really in his stride.
I really hope that Hell is conscious of the item timings. I know that's going to be something that's going to affect him a lot and really dictate where he should be standing on the map in order to make any attack or know what the hell he's supposed to do next. And he's not hearing the items getting taken.
That's one of the main problems. He's not in position.
Dual wield rockets at the moment. Hell is going to take that frag just in the nick of time with 20 health.
Because with all due respect to Hell, the majority...
Oh, no way!
He's been rushed. The majority of frags he has got have been a little bit fortunate and very much on the back foot. He's quite literally living on the edge. Yeah.
And he's got 15 seconds to rest while Bull Rush spawns again. And again, it's Pikawa who's just got the absolute fluency in terms of item timings and map control. I feel like the only way Hell can win this map is just through better combat skills. And it's not impossible. Oh no, he went down. He went into the Bull Rush and he's just floated into the air. Pikawa is going to be taking the first map. Hell, he is going to regret hard dropping there to Mega. And that would have been one of the first items he'd seen in quite a while.
Yeah, I mean, the loss was very self-inflicted. Pikawa obviously did a good job with what he was playing with, but Hell didn't do enough to make his presence on the map felt. He took good positions, but it was always on the defense.
Yeah.
He never took the initiative to Pikawa.
And it was the earlier round where he was just hiding for ages and ages and ages.
That was what cost him that particular series. Because he needed to go a little bit more on the initiative and just do some damage. Even if it's like machine gun from range, it could be 30-40 damage, but that limits the potential of Pikawa to go aggressive on him. And if he's going to go, he's going to get punished even harder. Yeah.
I do know that Hell will be picking now, though. We imagine it'll be Blood Run, don't we?
I would say Blood Run.
And he is very strong there. This is where he really came alive in one of the last series that he played against Pechka in the Thursday qualifier. Honestly, at the moment, this is all the signs pointing towards a very typical game from Hell, where he is in a pressured scenario and there is something on the line. He usually wakes up at around this point, but Pikawa is kind of an upgrade from the Pechka situation. Yes. Pikawa's very strong, very stable.
If I was Pikawa and I was looking at the way Hell was playing, I would think I need to pick more of these tanky champions. If I'm getting free items and I need to make the most of that stack and just trade with Hell. If you can do that, you're always going to whittle him away because he's always going to be on the back foot once again, and you can just keep him in his zone. Hell is, if there's anyone, very few players in the world that can play this map as smoothly as someone like Hell. So when he is in his flow, he's very hard to stop, very hard to track down.
He does definitely need to look into the timings and not... He just can't lose track of that, really.
It is Blood Run, so yeah.
Absolutely. As I think expected for us, Ranger gone first for Hell. We've got Ranger for Pikawa. I imagine we'll be getting a sort of Nyx plus star.
I think Pikawa's, yeah.
Alright, so mirrored each other for the time being. That's a question of what do they want their... do they want to spin a curveball in it? Do they want to do something a bit crazy? I'm not sure if Hell would go for it. No, he's going actually for the same as before. They're taking a lot of time to pick exactly the same champions.
It's very true. Is it going to be the Scale Bearer though?
It's kind of weighing up how they want to do it. It is going to be the Scale Bearer in the end. And I think they're kind of weighing up is this optimal? Is this something? And at the end of the day, they're thinking, what do I feel comfortable playing?
It's the first matchup of the day where we've seen the full length of time being taken for a number of the champions, and that again shows to me exactly what you're saying, is that they really are thinking, okay, I have these two options, what's the cons and benefits?
Yeah.
It's people thinking about the game in more detail.
I think they definitely know the composition that works best for them at the end of the day, and they're thinking, because it's really a balance between what do I feel most comfortable with and what is a normal guide, handwritten counter to what you would traditionally get. And but at the end of the day, can you play that counter?
And it's about what is my opponent doing and what champion fits that situation. So there are many things going on actually into the thinking, and the majority of the time it's, yes, this is what I am comfortable in playing, and as long as you're in your comfort zone, then that's probably when you're going to play your best Quake.
And well, I think from our side, we did quite a good job at not being too biased. I think we've been all right. We've been slightly a bit. It's been hard to avoid.
Come on, Hal.
UK represent. We will make the world of esports proud one day.
One day.
Oh, okay. Watching Picaro off the beginning, his Dire Orb was a little bit off, but maybe it was trying to catch him on the off angle. Either way, the chaos is going to subside, and that is going to find Picaro in the lead off the start.
That was quite simply, as you say, chaos. Just all-round chaos.
Hell dropping, though, in that fight. I mean, he had a bit of a chance to get out of there properly, but decided he wanted to go in and fully commit. Not sure how I feel about that, but he is going to get that armor as Nyx, and he's going to be able to reset his mind a little bit from that. Hell looking for some defensive rockets. Is he thinking of going in a little bit aggressive? He's not available quite at this stage. Interesting. Oh, that rail shot though. Hell is going to be fairly weak from that. He is going to be able to get health bubbles and armor up at the top, and he's hoping that he can challenge for that armor as both items spawn at the same time. That was a pretty huge shot there from Hell.
That was critical.
This could be good. Found him with one rocket, and the follow-up is spot on. Those angles, he made it look a lot easier than that actually was.
Yeah, and prior to that, Picaro was just spamming random rockets all around him. I thought it was predicting the Ghost Walk, and that was pretty much the one time he didn't predict.
Maybe he heard him up at the top, because he landed a 100 damage rocket himself, Hell did. And an armor up, Mega surely going to be going for the Picaro. Okay, perfect. We're seeing the rail now from Hell. We're seeing him make some use of it. And that's something that he's probably been looking forward to doing in this series.
But we can see him getting onto these items now. And it's all down to the fact that he knows how to play this map.
Yeah, he's definitely noticeably more comfortable. Scale Bearer though, Picaro trying to get some presence on the map himself. He still needs to collect the weapons. He's got that rocket launcher. Hell looking to land shots here. Mega gone. Is Hell going to be able to get himself onto the armor? That rocket jump up, I'm not sure. He's just looking for damage, and yeah. I hope on this occasion we don't get that same passive play we saw on Corrupted Keep.
No, that was okay. Yes, Picaro took a lot of damage, but he also took the resources away from Hell, and that's obviously critical when you are one of the lightweight champions. Nice. He's just hitting all the rails.
And he's forcing Picaro away. There is going to be the red armor. Is there going to be a rocket jump over? I like this. Change in angle. Just missing out on that. But evading the bull rush, and all Picard wants to do is just get away. Stop taking rails.
But again, now Hell's resorting to keeping away and just giving up item. He is able to do a lot more damage though because of that rail, so it's not as bad as it was on Corrupted Keep.
Oh, the rocket, perfectly timed. A follow-up, he even gets the rail afterwards, and he hits the final blow.
Incredible. See,
that was
it works
majestic.
because he knows how to do it so effectively on Blood Run. He wasn't really ever present on the items, but he was there to do damage, and that was the key difference between that map and the Corrupted Keep.
I thought it's kind of like slowing him down a lot, but I mean, as you say, I mean, I guess you hit the nail on the head really. If you're able to do the damage on the items, you keep forcing them to go to the items, rinse and repeat. Exactly.
He also didn't use the lightning gun, I believe.
Yeah, barely any of that. Oh, Hell, he's going to be dire orbing out of there. There is no armor to take. He's just trying to survive. Machine gun coming out. And that was a good little dodge. Picard will have pre-aimed right on the door angle.
Exactly.
And a great read. Oh, he hasn't got the rockets though, and that is a counter read, I think, there by Picard.
Oh.
Wow, okay. Both these players make it so confusing with this dire orb. And Hell, unbelievable. Is he going to get the last shot? Not quite going to make it. And that would have been pretty ridiculous. He does need rails again. He does need LG. Just a little bit premature with that shot. And that was way too aggressive by Hell. He pushes right through there. Picard takes full advantage and is like, thank you. I will wrap up with that one.
It was aggressive, but at the same time, it was a judgment call, and Hell just missed everything. He should have got the frag, in all honesty.
All right, now Picard is picking up a second major item. He still needs the LG himself.
Oh, that was nice.
I do like this. There's a couple of moves on this map you can do. Using speed, going through the teleporter, teleporting to bounce pad by LG, and so on. There's some can strike confusion into the mind of your enemy. Excellent rail there, Picard.
But that's fine by Hell knowing when to get away.
He needs a small armor for himself to survive a little bit longer. And deny. Very nice, Picard.
Yeah, that was good.
No armor whatsoever, and he might even try to deny the next one. He just has to be careful with the major armor. And, in the end, Hell did find it. Something.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a stalemate because, again, Hell isn't committing. But Pikawa is fine with that, I think. He doesn't want to get into the rail battles, though, unless he doesn't seem to be trading as effectively as...
I think he wants to close the gap a little bit, but without being surprised.
But Hell, again, he knows all the tricks in the book when it comes to this map, so it's extremely difficult.
And Hell just breaking away. He is getting information. The problem I have for Hell at the moment, he's not really doing much chip damage at any point. Okay, rails like this, if you can get more of them, that's positive. But that, by and large, he's not really been that present on the damage.
No, and that was the difference between this map and the last map. The last map he was hitting a lot more, but Picard was going in a bit more recklessly. He's been more calculated. You think he's respecting Hell's rail now.
That's very good by Picard, getting the entry damage, picking the fight at the right moment. Just Visor to go up against. Armor going to be taken by Hell. He's going to opportunistically do that. I think Picard is happy to just take the foot off the gas a little bit and say, right, I got what I wanted. I got a frag. I don't need to go too deep into this next part.
Exactly. Particularly when he had the use of the Visor ability, so...
And he might have to be a little bit careful now. So he's taking a lot of damage, and Hell does understand when the items are going to be spawning. He could just take full control of the map at the moment, and this is a critical point of the game with about 60 seconds left. Sure, Hell takes a rail, but with that Mega, he should be fine.
Very healthy, but he needs to get a frag quickly.
Because there's going to be a Nyx as well to go against too. He hits a little bit of damage, just then one rail, 18 health remaining. He needs to chase through the teleporter. He's not going for it.
Yeah, he needs to, but he can't afford to, because it really is his last champion. So.
Oh, this is great damage from Pikawa. He might be able to clean up this round at the moment. That is going to be 3 champions down. Pikawa had everything remaining. 1-1 here on map 2.
I think that is going to dent Hell's confidence quite dramatically.
Mm-hmm. He needs to get a better start on this next round if he wants to see any successes.
Yes.
Ranger versus Ranger. Pikawa, the early damage straight onto the armor. And that's a good job from him. I think Hell took that damage before the Mega was taken.
It looks like it from his health bar, yeah.
I think Hell will still need the rail gun, although it may have made a move across. I can't quite see at this stage. Okay, very aggressive there from Hell. The rockets!
Good.
How on earth did he just engineer that fight into his favor so much? That was astonishing. And the pummel coming out? Okay. Didn't realize Break V 2.0 was on its way.
Not as effective. But
No.
finally we're seeing Hell make a proactive move, and I am a big fan of that, because I just think being so passive, you're always on the back foot, just waiting for your opponent to make mistakes. Sometimes they don't.
Whoa. No, indeed. Available just there. If anything, he's almost getting too aggressive. But that Mega is going to be going to Pikawa. He's going to get himself onto the armor. Takes the damage after picking it up. What a combo, though. Just as if you thought he was on completely the back foot, on centimeters from death, he returns fire with just a super strong combo.
Yeah, and it's great. He was very greedy not using the orb, but it did fortunately pay off this time.
Alright, he has to break away from that. Has to be careful maybe on the teleport to exit. We are getting some maneuvers though from the Scale Bearer. I like that. Not committing to it. Cherishing his two champion advantage.
Yeah, now he's playing a bit safer. He knows that Pikawa needs to take the initiative, but at the same time there is 3 minutes remaining. So it's a long way to run if he wants to run.
Absolutely ages. And I think with the aggression we might see from Pikawa, we could be forced, well, he could be forced to make a move in terms of either getting the frag or probably getting fragged. These moves from Pikawa, what do you think of the, oh, never mind about what you think about it.
I thought it was a little bit silly.
I was going to say, because something about Scale Bearer is that the build rush is up quite frequently. The cooldown's not that long at all, so you can use it a fair amount.
Sure. And
often use it to reposition, but you know, sometimes you don't want to be directly below your enemy.
No, I'm not sure what the game plan was there, but either way, Hell got the frag and is looking to tie up this series.
Oh, the timing there. Zooming out just as Pikawa was showing his face. Of course, if Hell does manage to take the series, then it will be on Pikawa to pick the final map between these two. Algae coming in, something that Hell is not playing with at the moment.
Yeah, I genuinely don't think he's used it. We saw the same thing at Sturmy. He just doesn't use that weapon.
Yeah, it's very unusual. Oh, it does do good damage. That rail would have taken him out. But Mega just clutched by Pikawa. Nope, Algae would have spawned in a second, but doesn't want to waste the time with that rubbish.
Why do you use a lightning gun when you have a rail? I mean,
it is peculiar, though.
Yeah. Each to their own.
Be careful on that one. 2 rails taken.
It's greedy again, very greedy.
There's going to be a health bubble up above, but he actually decides to dive across, and that's a very safe way of playing that bit out. However, I think Pikawa took a lot of things just a moment ago.
I don't think Hell's concerned. He plays without items anyway, as we said time and time again. But all it means is that it makes his life a lot harder when he comes to fight him.
Pikawa might find him in a second. What? Watch out for that Dire Orb. And that is going to be Pikawa moving over to Mega. Might see him go through the teleporter once again. There it is. And Hell is actually going to make a move forward, looking for the rockets on the side. He's been weakened himself and he's gone for the rail. He switches weapon but loses time on it. And Pikawa with the LG is going to snatch the first kill. in this 4th round.
That was a desperation rail. Unnecessary, really.
Oh, is that a Ghost Walk just then? Die roll used by Pikawa. Still a little bit of damage taken from Hell, but he's now down to Visor only and at risk of giving us a tiebreaker round in 2nd map. He's being aggressive. It's as if he wants this round to be over. I think he did. I think he wants to reset.
Yeah, I don't think that's the case, but a little bit frustration, desperation, time was running out, and he just got caught and had to commit.
We've got 2 different mental battles now between the 2 players. Hell, I mean, he's on the back foot. This would be the 3rd time on the trot not qualifying right off the beginning. Hell being so aggressive.
The Mega as well.
He didn't get it?
No.
Unbelievable start, and Hell is not going to be happy about that. He is 2 champions from going down this series. He has to Ghost Walk. And he's just got to play phenomenally now if he wants to survive. Another rail could do him wonders. He hits it anyway, but there was 12 health to go. It is just Visor.
And Pikawa knows how close he is to clinching this series.
This is unreal.
What would be, I think, the first 2-0 of the day.
Now this would be pretty mad if Pikawa does get this, but this is where the game gets its hardest. He's got to have that mental fortitude to basically hold on for 4 minutes and 10 seconds or magic up that final frag. And this could be where Hell is at his strongest. But after what's happened, maybe I'm to think otherwise.
Hell, because he doesn't use the lightning gun, he always leaves himself vulnerable to return damage.
Uh-oh, this might be it at the moment. No!
Great rockets, though.
Hell manages to get that frag with 25 HP remaining. But he's going against Nyx. And Nyx is going to be surely thinking about, how can I attack him? This blood pool. He's got to watch out, though, if that Ghost Walk is used. There is trouble to be had. Oh my god,
Nice.
And he gets the next frag as well! He's going versus a Scale Bearer. Can he force a spawn on that side? No. Unbelievable series of attacks. What's he going in there for?
Oh no.
What did he do that for? Why would you go forward in this stage?
I don't know, but that was a very strange decision.
That's not,
Back off and
don't have anything more than that. This was unusual.
Well, he did shake his mouse around a bit. I'm not sure he knew what he was doing, really.
I hope he does. But 2 minutes in, a champion remaining for each player.
Nice.
There's a rail. Any extra damage he can get would help him out enormously. Does he want to brave that jump across?
Yes, I think he does.
Oh, he didn't quite go for it. But that blood pool, he needs to get something from that. The rail is going to land. Hell gambled for it. He went for the shot, and this was something that I was anxious about watching him. You just want to get that health back in the blood pool. And the comeback that he almost made on that round would have been immense. But he says, I played like a donkey, like a
Bottom.
like a penguin.
A penguin.
Penguin, I just, you know,
A donkey.
whatever those stars cover up, it could be anything. Yeah, Pikawa, fair play to him, doing very well there. And I think we saw some aggravated mistakes and things like that from Hell.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, we did say it was slightly emotional. Maybe that came through at the end. It was
UK gaming.
sloppy. It was sloppy, but I definitely think Hell needs to sit back and look at these type of games and say, what am I doing wrong? What can I change? I mean, it's up to him to use the lightning gun, but I think he leaves himself extremely vulnerable when he's pushing into those mid-range fights and he doesn't have that at his disposal. Because if he missed one rail...
It's like he's allergic to it. Why doesn't he not pick it up? I'm not really sure.
He's so comfortable with his rails.
3 times, Hell. 3 times you did not qualify after being in the round of 16. We haven't had to say that with anybody else.
No, and he's come up against good opponents. Today was by far the biggest chance, but I think today was the furthest away he has been as well.
Yeah, he's just playing very. It was just unusually. This was one of the good frags actually from Hell. He had some good moments, but I feel like it was the first map, as we've been through a few times already. it's from disadvantaged positions that he's managed to have very impressive combat skills. But he needs to make sure that he's actually in a good position to begin with.
It was that he was a lot more comfortable with his defensive play than his offensive play. Whenever he was making the initiative, he was almost inevitably really missing the opening rocket, and you just can't do that. If you're taking the initiative, someone, you have to hit the first shot. That's why it's aggression, and that's why it's a risk.
Yeah.
And I think 2 or 3 times he tried to take the initiative but just couldn't do it. But you look at all these frags, they're some really, really great play, but it's all on the back foot. And you're looking at how much damage he's notching up to actually get that kill. That was like 220 damage or something.
Maybe he's... because it's been a long time since he's really been competing in 1v1, and maybe he's just finding it quite difficult to get back into that sort of level of comfort that he would have been in before, because he's making some uncharacteristic mistakes. It's almost like he plays scared sometimes. He plays way overconfident afterwards, and he's trying to kind of gauge the level that he's looking for.
He's another one that's obviously playing a lot of sacrifice. I don't know how much duel he's playing, but with all the experience that he has, you would expect him to be a slight level above where he's at most point.
Yeah. I mean, I thought, I don't know if dead certain, because that kind of takes things away from Picao, and he's been playing really well, so I cannot take a single thing away from him, but just because us UK gamers, we stick together a bit in the Quake side. I'll send him a sad message or something later on. I don't know, but you know what?
Sad emoji.
I know Picao streams as well.
Does he?
Yep, he streams quite frequently, often playing high-level duels, so I know you can catch him if you're looking down on the Twitch list at some point during the week. But, guys, we're going to take a break. I think we're coming up with what could be one of the last games of the day for the European side. So do get a drink, and we'll be back in just a moment with the last match. Hello and welcome back everyone to the Quake World Championship European Qualifiers number 3. We are on the final European game of the day, and it is down to Proximo versus Slib. We've had quite the adventure on matches. To be noted though, guys, in a couple of hours time there will be the North American dual qualifiers as well, so do make sure to tune into that. But moving to the game.
The better side of the world. EU.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
That's just
I didn't realize we were.
opinion.
Are you talking Quake-wise, or are you getting kind of really horrifically political
I mean,
here?
we could go a long way.
No, I don't want.
But, yeah.
I want to get invited back. Okay, so let's be gentle. Yeah, definitely Europe's going to be bringing the pain, I think, to QuakeCon.
Beware,
in one way.
Dallas, Texas.
Yeah, seriously, it's just getting hot in here. Also, actually, to note that some Australian players are going to be going to the BYOC in America. There are 4 of them. There's Python, there's Phrase,
How many?
there's Dander King, and who's now known as Astro Boy, and there's another as well.
How many BYOC spots are there? Is it 8?
So there's 8 BYOC spots in total, so they'll be hoping to get all. Hey, if you're assuming you're not going to get through next week's qualifier, that's fine with me.
But I can play this week.
Okay, well, okay, bring out the excuses already.
But we're here now.
Here and now, in the present moment.
2 players on either sides of Europe.
That's right. We got Slip representing Spain, and I believe Proximo is playing from Kazakhstan at the moment, or something along those lines. Whereas Flag is staying on ESL at the moment. We have got Slip with the Nyx Visor Ranger, and we've got Blaskovitz, Scalebearer, and
Visor, I think.
And Visor over there for Proximo. Fair enough. Do you have any immediate expectations? Can you tell us a bit more about Slip, maybe? Because a lot of people probably won't remember it, and it's a name that I saw a lot more in the earlier periods of Quake Live. I don't know if it's someone you came across a lot in your escapades.
Again, yes, he was around predominantly in the earlier years. He was always in the scene, but not that active. And obviously he's come back recently and has been doing really well, actually, in Quake Champions, putting out some decent results and beating some decent players. So he's got a lot of potential. He's always around this kind of stage of the tournament, so it's just this next step he needs to take.
Yeah, and Proximo is definitely a formidable opponent, although I'm not really sure who I see being the better player in this instance. I do know that Slip plays with Dreams and Magic team. It's essentially the Spanish national team for Quake Champions, and they were so close to qualifying for the regionals and Sacrifice, but weren't quite able to make it. We will be starting, though, the first map of this final series right now between Slip and Proximo, starting with the Spaniard.
Yep. So it's Nyx against Scalebearer.
Interesting.
For me, this is all about Scalebearer just pressuring Nyx, maintaining very good positions, but apparently that's not on his mind just yet.
And Slip just can't do it too soon. It slips away. No, sorry, that breaks my heart a little bit.
Worse every time.
Right, he's going to be trying to play for some of those hourglasses a little bit. If he's going to be thinking of engaging Proximo anytime soon, you're always going to want to have that to use. And there we go. Proximo, though, you can see he's got a pretty formidable amount of health and is sneaking on by.
I like it. I like that because, as we mentioned before, getting caught out as a Scalebearer, whoa, now he's in trouble.
That rocket was enormous. On the follow-up as well, would have had to be careful, but did have the Ghost Walk available. You can see he kind of just instinctively uses it after, even though he had already gotten the kill. The funny thing is, it might end up biting him in the behind if he's got 30 seconds without it.
But this is nice play by Slip. Again, showing a really great, solid, basic duel in controlling that rocket launcher.
He doesn't want to double back on it. He's going to let Proximo pick up the... oh, that was very close to getting the kill. There was small amounts of health points for Proximo at that point.
Yeah, and Slip's not even really venturing over to that red armor. He doesn't need to. He's doing enough decent chip damage to Proximo around the Mega that he doesn't want to risk it at this point in time.
And with that champion advantage, he's just not forced to make a play. It's all about not getting caught off guard.
Exactly.
Scalebearer up at the top level, but he's going to try and escape from that. This is a good opportunity for Slip to do some good damage. Will eventually use though. The rocket jump back. That will of course Slip off guard a little bit, and the LG. Proximo making a play, catching Slip by surprise.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much he was aware that Slip was hanging around. Obviously, he had no visual
Fair play
interpretation of that, but maybe he guessed it. Either way, it was a solid choice.
I mean, it was a win-win for him at the end of the day, in some respects. He either catches him by surprise, or he's repositioned himself to the higher ground where he'll get good vision going back to the armor anyway.
Yeah, you're completely right.
I think Slip clearly just, maybe like a brain fart of some sort, just wasn't expecting that to even be a sort of a possible move in this chess game that is Quake.
No, he definitely thought Proximo was going to charge through the lower ground to that heavy armor, and he just didn't do that.
That's why you never make assumptions.
Either way, it's a visor on visor, so Slip's got strong aim, and now he's got a tankier champion. Perhaps he can put that to better use.
Oh, Proximo looking down maybe a little bit too soon. Good chance here for Slip to do some decent rocket damage. We've got 3 seconds till the armor's up, and Proximo says, no thanks, I shan't be challenging that.
Yeah,
Proximo getting on out of here.
Keeping his ability in reserve a little bit too much.
He's dead.
He is dead, but I think he could have avoided that. There was a few times he lost track of Slip, and you just need to pop it. It's going to be up again soon enough. There's no real situation where you're in a dire need of having piercing sight.
Now with the BJ to go against, that was a good rocket, and dual wield's been used already, so Slip manages to force Proximo on that ability.
Yep. Forced him back and just happy to trade then.
1 minute warning.
Is 1 minute to go, 1 champion all.
Oh my god, the damage, and he's going to go in for the fight. Surely it's time to commit. Got the LG below, but I don't think he will have the ability to use it. But it looks like he's playing it carefully.
Safe. Yeah. Perhaps too safe. He could have dropped down into the entrance and just tried to hit a rocket and escape, but fair play. First round of the game, just testing the waters. One gets one on the board, nice and safe.
It's the opposite. We've seen like some very backwards way of playing these first rounds. Some people choose to go completely aggressive and just kamikaze into the other player. Something happening, no one's really sure. And then other times it's from the beginning, they're building their confidence throughout the game.
Yeah, and that's it. Some people think, oh, this is the time I can really go aggressive. And try my luck almost, but at the same time, people like me.
Oh no, that's
dead.
gone wrong. Getting pushed off. I don't know if he's jumped off, a little bit of rocket damage helped push him away, but either way, Slip getting caught out on that edge.
But yeah, I much prefer trying to get one on the board, playing nice and safe for the first round, and then you can build it from there. You've got a little bit of leeway. Either way, it cost Slip in the end.
And that's going to be oh, this could be very nice for Proximo, actually. Trying to force his way there quickly. There is no Ghost Walk as well to be worried about, but that nail gun damage, he could take so easily 100, 120 damage.
Yeah, perfect. Reading that, actually. I'm sure a lot of players would have tried to chase through with a machine gun or something, but excellent.
And Proximo is a player who, in Quake Live towards the end, was becoming one of the sort of top 4 people that you'd see all the time. But this damage that Proximo's taken, he is going to try and bull rush away. That armor's going to be up shortly.
Yeah, I think Slip should have left the Mega Health and really pushed in, but again, Slip playing a slightly more defensive playstyle than we've seen other players today.
Whoa. Was there maybe a bit of lava touch there by...
Yeah, there was.
By Slip.
Unfortunate, because it does hurt Nex quite a lot, to be fair.
Proximo going to try and bank on the Mega. He's not really going to get it. He's going to try and bull rush away, but he's only got 37 health. The LG trying to chase him. 13 to go. Can he cut him off? The rocket just about lands. Clutched that at the last possible moment, and has now Slip to get himself on the board a bit.
Yep, and if you're new to Quake and you want an example of why timing items is so important, that was it. Slip fell onto that Mega the split second it spawned. Otherwise, Proximo would have got it, and it got him the frag.
And that was a really interesting fight we had just before. Slip was trying to... Oh, I can see the climax of a frag over here. The armor's going up, but Slip cannot get away from that scenario. Beforehand, Slip tried to do a Nyx attack going into Ghost Walk, but Proximo obviously just getting Visor. He had the piercing sight and used it immediately. So Slip was denied the opportunity for another frag, and would have worked against any other champion as long as it wasn't Visor.
And he did get the Mega, but it's just not enough.
Crikey.
There is a chance he can go super aggressive before he gets any real health, and he tries, but it's just not quick enough.
There's so many health bubbles around here as well to collect, so Proximo is going to be getting all of them. And it's going to be too late at the moment for Slip to make something work, and that is going to be Proximo clearing up his second round of the first map.
Proximo playing very, very solid, doing everything right. I think Slip just needs to be bolder with some of his decisions. He needs to take the next step. He knows Proximo is low, and he's letting him get away, and he's letting him restack.
Yeah, this is could be troublesome for him, but again, first map, get your nerves out of the way. Proximo moving in with the rockets. LG not looking too bad, and Bull Rush already been used.
At the end of the day, all it takes is one good rocket, and that Nyx is pretty much dead.
This is bad news, I think.
Yeah. That's the type of play I want to see Slip do more of. Getting back into Proximo's face. In previous rounds, he might have let him get away.
Yeah, Proximo though was maybe a bit careless as well, the amount of damage he took early on, and maybe thinking he was a bit too indestructible playing as Scale Bearer with a big stack.
Yeah, no, it's all about knowing your limits.
And Slip though, he's going to try and get away now. I think he sees himself as having that frag advantage, and he's got no. He needed a second and a half left for him to use the Ghost Walk, and he could have just run away from the room. Probably would have had an hourglass next to him and have been able to immediately use it.
Oh no, off the spawn. Even still.
Is he raging?
No.
Because he looked like he was just hopping into the wall.
It's because he had no other choice.
That was.
Slip has left the match.
Yeah, I think...
Slip is DC'd, I think.
Well, one frag away from losing that map, so I think we'll probably come back into this relatively soon.
I'm guessing that's internet and not, as you say, just rage.
That's possible, because... yeah, Slip, I'm sure I could see him just jumping and facing the same direction.
I was like, got pushed into
this
the wall.
Is unusual. The only times I'd see that is if someone is maybe lagging out a little bit, or if someone is just kind of looking away in anger.
I'm pretty sure. I mean, as we said right at the very start, these guys are playing from opposite ends of the walls. I don't know what server they're on.
Yeah.
I don't know who had the ping advantage. The fact that Slip DC maybe means they're playing slightly more towards Kazakhstan or wherever they're playing.
I'm not sure. I couldn't even begin to speculate, but...
Either way, Proximo was on course to take that round. It wasn't finished, but he was playing very well. And
that round would have been the map as well.
Exactly. It was
so we could get the whole instance where they decide to replay that particular... to replay the map just to get one round for Proximo win and 3 for Slip. But otherwise, Slip could make a decision to go, let's go, let me pick the next map, because I think it was heading that direction anyway.
I mean, Slip would have died in that situation anyway, leaving him with one final champion against Proximo's 3.
Yeah, I mean...
We'll see what happens.
Stuffed, I think it was. He was the technical term.
But I thought Proximo looked solid.
Yeah.
Really good.
No, he looks good. The Slip was making some all-right plays, but on the back of what you said...
I've seen him aim better, again, which shows me he might be on a higher ping, because a lot of his tracking seemed a bit off. And that might be why he is playing a bit more defensive, because he's not aiming as well. Yeah. Because as we said, there were situations where he should be pushing in, but he just either wasn't confident in his ability or was being super defensive because of the situation. Yeah. And Proximo was capitalizing on that massively well.
Completely, and I did just hear that Slip's actually his PC crashed apparently. Just in the nick of time to maybe restart the round.
Well, I'm not personally sure on what the rules are for that.
No, so I don't. I'm just trolling anyway. We will get information on that in a moment. But speaking of Spanish players, Pony is one of the guys who is absolutely amazing and has a great history within Quake. But yeah, nowhere to be seen.
I don't know. I mean, he used to be called Phoenix and he was called Pony. I know there's an association. I don't know if he now has a different name and he is in the scene, or if he's just got real life stuff going on.
It's possible. How dare he? How dare he? I know that he had internet troubles quite a bit when he was playing in Quake Live, so maybe he feels that he's not uncovered that well enough. Or
to be, but
some computer as a toaster, I don't know.
The net code, I mean, his hamster might have. But I mean, to be fair, the net code in Quake Champions seems a lot better than it was in Quake Live. I've played on a higher ping before, and it didn't seem to affect me that much. So there are chances.
We had Astro Boy playing in the North American qualifiers on what, 240 ping or something like that.
He qualified to the round of 16.
Yeah, against Davis he played, and he's made it to it. Obviously, he means he had he qualified to the regionals.
Oh, he's in the regionals.
Yeah, so he gets to play. So that's the weird thing, because they've announced him going to the BYOC.
But you can do.
But if he qualifies from the regionals, then he's just like, well, I'll just save my ticket for QuakeCon itself.
Yes.
Because he can just get straight through.
Going anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
So
mean, if he qualifies with 240 ping, then well done.
Yeah, exactly. Happy days. And that was amazing. That was Vu and I casting that match last weekend, and that was on our marathon stream.
If you're the opponent, that's quite demoralising. You've just lost to someone with 240 ping.
Yeah, I don't think Davis was that happy. There was a bit of drama online afterwards where they were trying to set up a match where I think one of the sort of managers of a team or organisation in Australia was obviously like really hyped and supporting his Australian buddies, as he absolutely should be.
Yeah.
But Davis was saying, I could have done that if I was playing on Australian servers. I would have gotten the same result that he did on the American servers. And so they're saying, well, why don't we put some money up and see if you can beat him? I bet you won't win a single map. And it all got a little bit out of hand. Not naming any names or anything like that, but they think, you know what, let's settle down a little bit. We don't need this right now. So let's get to QuakeCon first, before we see what's going on.
So who's been your standout performer for today?
The first person that came to my mind as you said that was Break. I just thought that was
okay, apart from
a hilarious game.
Pummelsmeister himself.
Okay,
what was your favourite series?
To be honest, Kilson vs Chronic was really cool. Break versus Bus Driver was just quality for probably all the wrong reasons.
So Kilson vs Chronic was the first series of the day. So I don't know how many people were actually not tuned in for that. So that is definitely our tip of the day, is to watch that. That was just awesome. Yeah, Bus Driver versus Break, mind blowing in terms of, I don't know what they were doing half the time.
Yeah, it was absolute chaos. Biggest disappointment of the day, Hell.
Yes.
Sorry, Hell. I mean,
and
I hope you're watching so that you can be aware of our disappointment in you.
And a little bit Jox.
Yeah, Jox could have done a bit better.
I just felt he didn't put up much. I mean, it is strengths. It's one of the best players in the world. But if you're getting to this place, even though you're playing at strength, it just felt a little bit anticlimactic. Yeah. But then, I mean, I'm pretty sure 90% of the players...
After those games, you think there's so many things I could have done differently.
Yeah, and I think he would look back on that thinking, I changed this, I changed that, but it's one of those things that happen. Yeah.
I have heard that they are going to replay the map, and we are going to start
the whole map.
Not the whole map, but start with 2 rounds. In fact, you didn't let me finish my goddamn sentence, all right?
Sorry.
Yeah, 2 rounds in favour of Proximo, and play things from there. So I guess how it goes, they'll just exit out the map if Proximo does win that first round, or something along those lines.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm... Honestly, that Break game with Bus Driver, I'll be watching the replays on that later. Because there's just I hope there's some kind of, I don't know, highlights on Reddit or something along those lines, because there was just the amount of moves that you expect to see on Reddit throughout an entire month. They all happened in one game.
I'm also disappointed we didn't see any professional / action today.
Professional / action. Well, Hell decided he didn't want to give us that.
And we haven't.
He was playing seriously and was still disappointing somehow. It was unbelievable.
Oh,
sorry, Hal. One day I'll drop that.
And we haven't seen any Galena.
Yeah, not a single. We usually expect a fair amount. Yeah, even you pick Galena.
I pick Galena.
And that says something.
And that's why I'm sitting
here. It's relatively... Galena is somewhat viable though, and if you're on a map like Blood Run or something along those lines, it can be quite good at using the totems to trap. But maybe, again, that's how quickly the meta in this game is changing around at the moment. There's like the sort of, it's not like the flavor of the month, it's the flavor of the day almost.
Yeah, again, it does have its weaknesses, and it's almost similar to Visor, just not as effective. And so I can see why it's falling off a little bit. The totems, as long as you're smart about playing around them, they don't really do anything except heal yourself. As they very rarely save you, whereas the piercing sight has a lot more value, and Visor's slightly tankier in general.
Do you think... so I always find that I feel comfortable playing champion where you have that escape ability and that you have that kind of exit option.
Exactly, it doesn't have that maneuverability either that Ranger has, for instance.
Yeah. That's why I pick generally Nyx, Ranger, and Anarchy, because they've all got something that helps them get out of combat and a way into combat at the same time. And I think for me, the way I play, I'm able to I can see the similarities between the champions, and it's easier to adapt my game around it.
Yeah.
Where if I start playing, I want a big one, a little one, and a medium one, and I feel like, okay, I've got to really divide my mind, which works for some people, but I think it doesn't work for others.
Eventually, I definitely feel you need to be able to play all of the champions effectively. That way you can have massive versatility going into a match, and you won't just have standard comfort picks. There'll always be some that you prefer, but you can really mold it based on your opponent, and that gives you a big advantage.
Yeah.
And like we've seen Cypher, for instance, pick a whole range of champions. I think the only one I haven't seen him play is perhaps Anarchy, surprisingly. But that makes him totally unpredictable, and he can respond accordingly.
Right, we've got a couple of replays just coming up on the map we've seen. We will be into the match again within the next 2 minutes. And this was actually a really good early frag that we had between them. Prox were completely catching Slip off guard at that stage, and that's just not being aware of the kind of possibilities, the creativeness that you can have in the map itself. And of course we did get over to the third round, where Proximo was very close to winning it, but it's got a tiny bit of hard work left to be done for him. Now, Dan.
Yes.
Looking at how you train in order to get really good at Quake, is there an optimal way in order to improve your play?
Go to the gym.
To improve
I think
Quake.
The most underutilized skill is actually looking at your own play. It's so self-explanatory to look back on your demos, and I know Quake doesn't have that built in at this point in time, but you can stream yourself or you can frap yourself. But looking at your own play is even more important than Quake Champions as it was in Quake Live. And then you can see what you're doing wrong, because at the time it's very difficult to discern all the time what went wrong. And only by looking at it and comparing it to the way others are playing, you can think, okay, well, why? Like, sometimes I look at myself playing, why on earth did I do that?
Yeah.
At the time it might make sense, but you're looking at thinking, this is where I'm going wrong, and then you can change.
Sometimes you do that straight after a game or straight after a round even. It's like, why did I make that move? That was on top 3 most stupid things I've done this year.
This is what we've seen today with the best.
But it's not enough really just to do that.
Yes, but with the better players we've seen with this round format, where they have thought, okay, this is where I'm going wrong. The players that aren't quite there yet, you see trying to play the same style time and time again, even if it's not succeeding. So it's all about thinking, what can I change, and putting in that legwork on your own, really. And, but at the end of the day, playing as much as you can will always make the biggest benefit. Yeah.
Just play Quake.
Just play
Moral of the story. That's it.
It depends. Like, think about what you want to work at. When I was growing up as a player, all I wanted to do was be a good aimer. So that's all I thought about doing, was analysing how to aim better. And that's probably why I suck.
How much detail can you go on aim though? Is it all config, and is it things like that?
It used to be all config, but no, a lot of it is about movement patterns. And I used to watch demos of like Tox back in the day, and players like that, and look at how they aimed and kind of modelled my movements upon that. I mean, there is a lot of detail you can go into if you want to think about it. So.
No, completely. You can get to the scientific levels. We are now going into we're actually going into the second game, sorry, where Proximo is 1-0 up on that one. Yeah. He's got an advantage. This would be the Slip that is going to be actually starting off, with that map select that is on Blood Run. So no problems at all. And it looked like actually whatever was finalized cleared up pretty quickly there. Yeah. And Prox, I think, with the deserved win in the first map overall, he definitely looked like the sort of more powerful contender on that occasion.
Yes, and Blood Run allows Slip to play that defensive style more effectively. We did say this about Hell. He does need to be more proactive, and I think he will be more proactive in Hell, but it does allow him to sit back and chip away with rails, and if he wants to just hide completely, he can a bit better than he can on Corrupted Keep. But still, I would love to see more proactive play from Slip, taking the game to Proximo, because Proximo's combat skills are good, but they're not world beating, and you can again capitalize on that in the right situation.
Yeah. Well, I don't think Slip's going to disappoint us much, at least not as much as Hell.
So much hate.
This is negative reinforcement, is what I call it. Anyway, guys, we're into the second map between Slip and Proximo. And we're on Slip's point of view. He's got to start getting some wins in his bag. Otherwise, he's going to be going out in this qualifier, and Proximo will be making it to the regionals.
Yeah, already pretty decent start, hitting a good rail. Micro-millimeters away from a second rail.
He's going to push down, actually going to find him, and there is the nail gun.
Yeah, Proximo does not have a rocket launcher, so Slip's priority has to be to keep that away from him as best he can.
I find him a cheeky little rail shot though by Prox, keeping himself intact. And Slip trying to make some reads, finding another shot, so weak, and again, just millimeter, it's so close, it's like just drawing around him with the rail.
Yeah, we can see that Slip's rail is probably his preferred choice, but the big question here is Prox still doesn't have a rocket launcher.
The armor coming up in just a second. Is there going to be a gamble onto that item? I think what happened there, that was a ghost walk that was just used by Proximo.
Yeah, you're right.
So that one's going to be gone. Slip's got 10 seconds until his is back up again. And actually, it is Prox's stack that looks ever so slightly better, but maybe still missing that rocket?
He's still missing the rocket, I believe. Slip could use this ghost walk effectively, but because his stack isn't that big, I wouldn't say he will.
Rocket's finally been found by Prox. We might see a bit of an aggressive move. Actually, no, I think Proximo did just see that. And now he's being aggressive with it, trying to find a shot, not quite going to be able to find it. Interesting uses of Ghost Walk. Normally we see the people being very careful in terms of when they're going to use it, but they're quite open and liberal about it, trying to be aggressive.
Yeah, and against another Nyx, you can do that because...
Oh, Slip, find the rail. We're just getting exchanges between the two players, but Proximo not able to dodge anymore.
Yeah, because your opponent is equally as squishy as you, it isn't like a massive risk.
Here comes the LG, a lot of damage on the visor. Slip, he's going to be getting his second frag and already looking so much better on this map.
Yep, and that right there is one of the reasons why I would say those mid-level heroes are not as favoured, because the lack of maneuverability to get out of situations like that.
Rail only in favour of Proximo at the moment. Slip can't feel too comfortable.
No,
he's not won the round yet.
He's playing exceptionally well.
Well, he actually went for it.
He didn't get it.
Slip, he still had his Ghost Walk up, so he's on 33 health, but who the hell can hit another rail? Machine gun coming out. Oh, smart weapon choice, but he can't quite find him. And he went back to the railgun when the machine gun would have finished the job.
Oh,
Jesus.
No.
That was just a whole series of events that just went quite badly wrong for both players.
It was Monty Python of Quake Champions.
I think Slip might be the one who's slightly more grateful for that happening in such a way. The dire orb comes through, the LG Proximo. He didn't get all the dire orb damage, but he did position himself in a way that could clean up a little bit and start bringing this first round a bit closer.
Yep, but Slip now on the Ranger, so a champion that he can go a bit more aggressive with since he has a bigger stack.
And Proximo's got to be careful because he does not have any rail slugs. We'll pick up a few more. But it's only 5. So a limited amount. He's actually going straight in for this one. 78 health.
I like that.
That is clearing him out of the armor area and securing that item for himself very nicely. Yeah,
exactly what it is. It's just a zoning rocket jump, body on the line, but...
Oh, great rockets though. Dire Orb to switch the positions up a bit. Oh, Slip almost earned himself a kill from that. But we are at 1-1 with just over... well, time doesn't even matter anymore because it can go on for eternity. It's all about who gets this next frag that determines the round winner.
But Proximo's been using those rocket jumps to great effect.
Whoa. Rails. Oh, and Slip, it is going to be able to find it in the end. He had such an advantage earlier on in that. And eventually closes out, but not without making it close.
Slip's rail is on, and he needs to keep hitting these rails because Proximo's combat, he's taking the game to Slip, so it is crucial that he doesn't miss any shots at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's definitely not all done and over at this stage. Let's see if Proximo's got any more ammo left in him to return fire like he was performing in Corrupted Keep, because that was Very impressive from him. So just making sure he's got that extra amount of that rocket. That's not the Austin Powers bit where you've got the steamroller coming towards you slowly, and he just somehow wasn't able to get away from that shot. Great read there from Slip.
Big rocket, yeah.
And rail follow-up as well, almost finding another shot at the end. And if that wasn't a bit of stone in the way, that could have been a rocket to the chest at the same time. Both players stacked equally. Gonna counter each other at the same time. The follow-up on the damage. Proximo's on about 3 health. Maybe less. And he's going to come back into this. Oh, if he went straight forward, he would have got the kill. Hello there. That is going to be another frag for Slip. Looking very good on Blood Run.
That was impressive.
It's a complete change that we're seeing from Slip. It's like he's a different person.
Yeah, I completely agree. He obviously knows this map like the back of his hand, so, and it plays again into his comfort zone, which is using that rail and then following up after he's hit 2 or 3 really good shots.
I think that's Proximo just waiting around the corner, but Slip completely unaware until that moment. Mega's going to be up. Proximo, he has got the balls to go in for the Mega, but he might regret that with the amount of damage he's taken. Slip does not want to use an aggressive Ghost Walk. Okay, literally, that wasn't aggressive. I feel happy that I wasn't cursed.
No, it was, again, securing the armor, which is fair enough. A good way to use it.
And I don't know if Proximo was actually aware that he used it at all anyway.
No, he wasn't. So you have to, again, assume all the time that the opponent's got it up.
Wow. Why is Proximo walking into these places, though? It's like he's got this level of confidence completely wrong. There's no justification for making some of these aggressive moves.
He got knocked out into the middle, but he shouldn't have really been down there.
I guess that first rocket must have done its job correctly, and that is going to be another frag.
That was clean.
Easy peasy.
Really clean. And as Slip, he should be feeling a lot better about the way that game's going now, because he seems to have found his rhythm.
Yeah, I'm almost not expecting Proximo to even have a presence in the rest of this map anyway. It's been seeming so easy for the Spaniard. Dire Orb does come out.
That's a lot of damage as well.
Yeah, that definitely hurts. And Slip is going to be getting himself the rocket as well, so everything that he needs to take this forward.
He gave the rocket away a bit too easily, but never mind.
You might get surprised from the top. He couldn't quite see his fringe. Ranger was showing himself ever so briefly.
Nice. Oh, he swapped out.
He just kept swapping weapon. Just couldn't choose what he wanted to do damage with. Great shot. Can't quite find the next angle, but Proximo is very weak, and this is surely go time.
Aggressive with the Ghost Walk.
That would be perfect timing for it. He's not gone for it. That's very, almost overly safe play.
It is, but he's 2 rounds up. Proximo seems to go pretty aggressive by himself anyway.
He got those first frags so early. There's so much game left to play. Oh wow, he actually pushed through to that Dire Orb and almost had a chance for a rail. And he just wants to get out of here. That Ghost Walk being used does send alarm bells to him. Just wants to be safe. Armor up. And he's out securely.
Nice. Great
rail shot as well from Slip. Definitely making good things happen at the moment. And with that Ghost Walk up in a moment, this could be it. He might want to walk in for this. There it is. Might have been heard. I would be very worried if I was Proximo, and he's just going to be following with the algae. There is the first frag of the 3rd round.
Excellent play. Just patience, and it paid off.
He maybe could have used the Ghost Walk earlier, but I think secured it then. I think he'll be delighted with that. And Proximo,
super aggressive.
I mean, it almost feels like I didn't pick this map. I want to play the map that I picked.
What is it? Slip's rail is really on point though, and it's incredibly annoying to play against a player when they're not missing virtually anything.
Slip does need to be a little bit careful still. This is, in some sense, far from over. But if Proximo is walking into things, okay, this is a nice move actually. He knows exactly where Slip is, and it is going to react accordingly. And with items coming up right now, this is quite a big deal.
Yep. And Slip's been forced off that mix, which has been so successful.
Just the tribal? I mean, this is surely going to be one champion each. I don't really know why Slip went there.
I think a bit of cockiness. It's again one of those things from Quake Live. It's so ingrained that you must take the items.
Ooh.
And again, that would have been a relatively decent move in the old Quake, but not this version.
Oh wow, that attack just then from Slip. He lets it get close though. He gives away frags. That's what happened in the first round. That's what happened in this round. Second round was obviously a lot more comfortable for him. But Proximo, yeah, he's not had a good map at all.
Yeah, I mean, you can see there that Slip's rail was just a lot more effective than Proximo's.
There's a lot more mega control there. 15 megas for Slip to 6 for Proximo. Map control in general just better. Twice as much damage for Slip as well. Almost 4,000 to about 2,000.
And his lightning gun was also very good, whereas in the previous map it was lacking a bit. So it's just far more in Slip's comfort zone when he's got a rail in his hand and he can really base his movements around the shots he hits, and he's not being forced into those fights.
Yeah.
So there was sometimes over caution there, but at the end of the day, he's erring on the side of survival than just risk.
Right, you got a gun to your head and you got to place a bet.
Oh jeez.
Who are you going to put all your life belongings on? Slip or Proximo?
Proximo.
Proximo. And why do you say that after just a crushing defeat we just saw?
It's his map, and I just feel it was Blood Run more than anything else that made Slip play that well.
I see. Okay. Apparently we've got a minute until we get to the next game, so at least I can say...
might be swapping servers.
That is a possibility. However, my thoughts is... I think Proximo a little bit more, actually, to be honest, as well, just because I'm not copying, or I'm not... You know,
okay.
But he was so solid in Quake Live as well.
Yeah.
And I feel that he's got that more recent experience, whereas I think Slip is almost in a bit of a sort of Hell way. It's still kind of coming back, maybe more recently than Hell, he's still trying to come back to his original self and perform to a certain level. I think that Proximo overall is a ever so slightly more impressive human being.
Impressive human being? That is a leap.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
It really depends.
I'm sure you're wonderful, Slip.
The final two maps, I can see Slip doing well on them just because they both have the potential to really abuse that rail. I would prefer Proximo to pick Ruins, just because I think Slip will be weaker on that map, but that is just purely speculation.
Yeah.
And I think Proximo is also a good and classy human.
I think Blood Covenant and Ruins, they do share some similarities in terms, not like it's got the precise layout or anything like that, but in terms of the pace of the game, they share some, and you can see almost the end-to-ends of the maps on some instances, the rail angles and so on.
I just feel that
similar
on the
pace.
Ruins you can force those corridor fights and those more close combat situations down in the heavy armor in the corridors towards the Mega, and you can keep away from the rail a lot if you play smart. Whereas on Blood Covenant, it is extremely hard. You're always feeling exposed because there are so many different routes and angles, as you say, and different levels that you can come from. The rail can be abused a lot more. Yeah.
No, but money's on Proximo. I wonder what you guys as well have thought. Of course, you can tweet out to QWC and #Quake. Sorry, #QWC and #Quake and your thoughts. Of course, we're going to have the North American game starting in the next couple of hours on this very channel as well.
Any Australians?
Not as far as I know this week, but I could be.
So should we call it North America and Australian Cup from now on?
I think it's North American, and then it's kind of like in small brackets, understated.
Any Aussies that got the balls to play?
Yeah, essentially.
Cool.
But no, I'm glad that we got one through in the regionals already.
It's pretty cool, actually.
We got hopefully more to come through at the BYOC. What I think is really exciting though in all of these qualifiers that we've had already is the sacrifice side of it. I don't know how much you've been paying attention to it, but the EU regionals for sacrifice are going to be absolutely unreal. So I won't go into too much more detail, but I think it's something that you guys should really pay a lot of attention to, because the level at the moment is crazy high. Slip Proximo, they selected their champions, and we're moving it into Blood Covenant.
Same real mix of champions, nothing really changing, nothing at the box. Again, that shows to me neither of the players have fully embraced the new mechanics of Quake champions. They're quite happy to play with the old tried and tested mechanics, but that's fine because they are all very, very effective champions.
Just to highlight, just heard actually that the North American stream is not in a couple of hours. It's actually going to start immediately after these games have ended and that we've tuned out. So make sure you hang in there, because you got games all day here from the Quake Champions stream. Yeah, so they'll get going pretty much instantaneously. But yeah, we'll push into Blood Covenant in just a second, where we will see the final match of the day for the European side. And also to take note, the fourth qualifiers next Thursday. Better be playing. I'm playing. You want to play me? I'll play you. Beat you.
I doubt that. I hope a ban mechanic is put in at any point in time, and then we can just see you plummet to the depths of matchmaking.
Definitely not. Okay, apparently Slip is just... Oh, sorry, Slip. So I just assumed. Slip, it's all your fault, Slip. No, someone's disconnected, so we'll be into the game in a moment.
It's definitely Slip.
Is it just...
Spanish internet.
Just on that assumption, yes. But no, I'm seriously, I'm looking forward to the next qualifier. I've been having so much fun playing them.
I hope I can have time to play it.
You better make it. I don't know.
What would you mean to do?
Get out of your ballet classes and just
I would,
early.
Yeah.
Try and finish on time.
And if I get
out of your 2-2
bracket against you again, if I get seeded against you,
then I'll definitely win on this occasion. I learned everything I needed to in the last game. I've absorbed the knowledge and I've gained greater powers.
Is that how you work? You're like some sort of...
I eat the brains of my enemies.
You eat... Fair enough. That's a weird thing to do, but...
No, but honestly, I've been digging these tournaments so much because there has been so much that you play for, and there's such an interesting pipeline of events as well. It's a pressure that I've never had playing competitive gaming before. I've always been this kind of degenerate who's here shouting down a microphone.
Nothing's changed. Nothing's changed. You just play now instead.
And now having the chance to... Hey, I'm having a moment here, okay? Give me a second. And honestly, if you guys haven't experienced it already, it's well worth it. And unfortunately, next week you don't have to play against someone like Cypher, so I don't have to worry about running him into a bracket.
In the qualifier,
yeah,
you're not going to be casting.
I'm going to be on Thursday in the qualifier. Yeah. What, are you trying to piece together some clues?
Well, I'm just kind of saying.
Okay. Well, I'm qualifying. I'm not. It's not. I'm going to be trying to qualify. I'm qualifying. It's just a formality. I just have to be present, basically.
I would love to see you in the regionals.
I can make it.
I would love to see you in the regionals.
You know what?
Versus Cypher.
Easiest game of my life.
I doubt that.
I've had some close games versus him.
Just
at the beginning.
Throw it out there for everyone to know. I played Cypher.
Yeah.
I was good against Cypher.
Were you?
No.
What do you consider good?
I haven't played him in Quake Champion.
Oh really? Okay.
I see. But I haven't played as anyone here as much as I would have liked to. I've watched a fair amount, but I mean the game is super interesting from my point of view.
So you're inadvertently giving yourself excuses for why you might not qualify. I haven't played as much as I'd like to.
Yes, that's what you do when you're competitive. There's always a reason why you're not good enough.
And you have to make sure everybody knows this. More specifically, the opponent that you've just lost to on the server. You've got to tell them that there's sweat on my monitor.
You don't talk to the person you lose to.
Oh, okay.
You're too busy smashing up your setup.
But for me, I get to make excuses to absolutely everyone.
Because you're streaming while you play.
Streaming while I'm playing,
I actually admire that. That's tough.
Yeah, I find that I'm breaking barriers here.
You're not really breaking barriers, but it's still tough. For one, my PC would melt if I did that.
Yeah.
It would literally melt.
either way.
You gotta.
I mean, I'm as bad as Slip. That's how bad my setup is.
Hey, Slip could surprise us, but we both called him losing this one.
Yes, Blood Covenant. It is Blood Covenant though, so that changes my opinion. I was.
Is it because blood is in the name and he was really good at Blood Run that he might?
No,
he might be really good at this.
Because I just feel the map benefits his style.
Okay. I preferred that analysis instead, but
yeah, that was like the worst analysis we've heard all day.
I guess that's why you're here, is to sort of prevent these things from happening.
I can't talk for you, unfortunately.
Oh, I've got a note, actually.
It would be a one-man show.
Dolphins have names for each other.
You actually have made that note?
Yeah,
Why?
That's true.
Where did that come from?
I just thought if we had a bit of time to kill, that we can at least learn something today.
I'm so glad I'm casting this and not actually listening to this today.
I think we just had champion picks.
I think we're ready to play.
I was more...
Before we descend into full insanity.
Yeah, I hope you guys learned something.
It's been a long day, and Zoot is struggling. So I apologise.
Hey, we're doing all good here. We are going over to Blood Covenant in a way. Can tell the strain is getting to us. No, we're absolutely fine. I wonder who you guys at home are thinking is going to be winning this. A lot of you will probably be more familiar with Proximo as he's been much more active on the recent cups, but I'm sure there's going to be some of the die-hard old Quakers going to be, hey, I know Slip. I know he's been around the block.
Slip is...
Want to see him do well.
I think Slip's underappreciated as a player. He's very good. He does well against everybody he plays against. He just hasn't achieved those top seeds yet. So we'll see.
Yeah,
can he do it today?
I have another interesting point to note. Slip, his computer again messed up.
Again?
Something is horrifically wrong with this
so
human's
you mean with
hardware setup.
We have to wait some
So what we're going to do, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to be back when Slip has somehow figured out how to, I don't know, connect cables to his computer, and we'll get that last match. So guys, do stick around. We'll be back in just a moment for the last game. Welcome back, everyone, to the Quake World Championships European Qualifiers. We are ready, I believe, for Slip. I would say Slip because it's him we have to be ready for. Proximo's.
Let's not be around the bush. We're waiting for Spanish internet.
And I believe they've sorted out their draft. We'll be jumping into the map in just a moment. And just to recap, they are both one map each against each other. So this is the final one, the last map for the European section of the third week of qualifiers, to see if it's going to be Slip or Proximo who will be breathing that sigh of relief.
And we have seen two rather one-sided maps.
Yeah, it's been slightly unusual. I'd say the first map was slightly less one-sided because there were at least 2 rounds where Slip got 2 frags on each of them. But
there were a few instances in Blood Run where Proximo could have pushed and got a frag and just got a little bit unlucky as well. So it wasn't entirely one-sided, but it was heavily Slip and heavily Proximo that took both maps. So Blood Covenant was Proximo's pick.
Yeah.
And again, I'm assuming it's a comfort pick.
I mean, at this stage, you say, oh, you got players, you've got their picks, and it's going to be a clear advantage. I think after the sort of first pick, there's a finite amount of pool maps in the pool.
Yes, I know, and I'm not saying it's a clear advantage for anybody. My intuition would say I think Slip uses these larger maps with the railgun better, but that's based off just watching Blood Run, which is clearly is by far a home favorite map.
Do you think if you're getting into Duel at the moment, is it really good to learn 1 or 2 maps really well, or is it better to just learn everything just as much?
It's difficult if you're just getting into Duel because you often don't have a choice. You get saying this is the 2 maps you have to play, so you get forced into variety, which is a good thing. When I started out, I just ground out campgrounds, so that Quake Covenant, Blood Covenant, and then I was forced to branch out. But I found I was always favourable to some maps, and that did limit my pool. So I would definitely recommend just playing a variety of maps and getting comfortable with a variety of styles. So that would be my advice.
Then you sometimes go against a player or two who have just been playing. I mean, the famous thing in Quake Live was that people who played Blood Run equivalent, well, ZTN,
there was
in there, and people would play only that. And you'd have these generally Russian players who would live and die by the playing Blood Run, and they would be so good at it.
But then you put them on any other map in the game, and it would be, they would just nowhere be anywhere near the same skill level.
So I wonder if you could sort of divide the time you put into one map just by 2, and to sort of like just be half or the majority of a map pool, and could you get some good successes from that?
Like if this format, for instance, completely eliminates anyone that wants to do that because you have to play every map. So it is definitely in your favour to be comfortable on every map.
Yeah.
But there are certain different styles of maps. Obviously, we have got a big map pool at the minute, but Blood Covenant, Blood Run, and Ruins all playing fairly similar dynamics. So we're just looking at the replays of our rather short but exciting Blood Run.
Yeah, just a quick replay of what we've been seeing as we get onto the server ourselves, onto this next game.
Predominantly Slip with these highlights, but
I know some decent moves right at the end there by Slip as well. Yeah, I think we're just trying to sort out the server with... I'm guessing we're just going to blame Slip again, but that's absolutely fine. Can we really sort of like get the pitchforks out and start a witch hunt against Slip? Do you think that would be a mature and responsible thing to do?
I would expect that from somebody of you. I would not recommend it in any way, shape, or form.
Oh, it's fine. I think we'll be all right.
In this casting relationship.
I'll get the mailman away from Slip's postcode in that case.
But I mean, I don't know if it's just his personal issues or if they're actually literally trying to find a balanced server for the third game. I don't know which one it is because, as we mentioned, Kazakhstan and Spain, if anyone's that's good at geography, is quite a way away from each other.
Yeah, it's like almost as far as...
I don't like playing anyone outside
France and Belgium, no.
Ireland. Like, that's my server.
I'd like to play someone in my village, my little hamlet, that's
because
it.
my UK internet is that bad that I don't want to do it, but...
Fortunately, as UK players, we don't have much to aspire to, so...
It's true, I mean, we have Garpy leading the way.
It's true, actually, and to be fair, he's done well. He qualified in the second qualifier.
He did, yeah.
And he did extremely well. I think when it comes to the UK in terms of the podium for the UK players, we're probably looking at him leading the way, in my opinion. With probably me a close second. I think other players are quite far away. Really.
I would just agree to shut you up.
Nothing more to add? I'll just assume you...
After the show.
Just...
I'll be talking to you.
And it looks like, guys, I think we are going to be moving now into the game between Slip versus Proximo. We have gotten ourselves to Blood Covenant. I am on Proximo's point of view at the moment.
And we have, again, a mirror matchup with just very standard comfort heroes, as we said before.
Comfort heroes.
Comfort
I like the sound of that. I prefer the sound of comfort champions.
I do as well.
And Nyx just showing his face at the top of the bounce pad. And careful your head. Does a punish. I was worried actually that he was just going to let that rail go for free, but does manage to get some damage in, and it's easy peasy right at the end for Proximo to get that first rag. What was Slip doing?
I was about to say it's actually quite difficult after a long break. That was like 20 minutes or whatever it was to get back into your rhythm. So it could just be a bit of rust and just a lack of awareness of really where Proximo was.
Oh dear, and Slip is don't make the puns. Messing up on his dire orbs a little bit, and he's just going down. These are just very easy frags. You'd wonder why Slip is just hanging around there. We might see another one at the moment. LG coming out, but that is going to be 3 champions down at the speed of light.
6 seconds, and they were all from Slip's mistakes.
Yeah, I don't...
Round begins.
There was just such obvious mistakes, though. Maybe he needs to get... He's in the wrong headspace at the moment, and because he can't surely have thought, oh, this could work. Because they were so far away from working.
Yeah, who knows what goes through some people's minds, but he needs to calm it down.
Yeah.
That's the most important thing for Slip at this point. But again, it's the exact same start. Like,
that's deja vu, isn't it?
It really is.
Almost exactly. Apart from the frag happened there instead of here at the LG.
It was quite literally a replay.
He's going to spot him again, getting the rail out. And maybe, oh, wow, okay. Now, if Slip was already feeling bad, that's not going to make him feel any better. Armor has been taken, but it is going to be Visor.
I mean, Proximo hasn't had to do much, but what he has done is, well, in the limited 2 minutes we've been playing, is keep Slip away from that railgun.
And Proximo thinking that he could be aggressive and he could try and just finish the game straight away, but I think he's having some self-restraint a little bit.
Could go aggressive with the Ghost.
But there is the possibility of the piercing sight.
That is true. That is very true.
Would love to hit another rail, but he's not going to try and force it too much. He will back off and get himself the armor. Not without a little bit delay, but not going to mean anything unless he fancies on getting the Mega first. Rather than just trying to hide that information from Slip. Great vertical rail as well. Yeah, Slip is really struggling on maintaining that stack. This is good.
This is going to be a kill, really.
Oh my god, the timing on that piercing sight. That was excellent from Slip.
Yeah, and as you said before, you just have that nagging feeling as a jeweler.
Oh, you might get the frag as well. Little bit of help down there from the blood pool. Wow, okay. That little bonus damage could have been very nice from Proximo, but it's gone. Opportunity missed.
Very close.
How's he going to be able to escape from that? He's got the Ghost Walk up if he wants it. And he's leaving it very late to use it. I think he wants to just save it for another moment instead. Finally, not railable. Maybe able to move around the map a little bit.
Yeah, but at the same time, Slip's stack is pretty large now.
Piercing sight just got used, I believe.
That's good.
There we go, capped out his armor. Looking and feeling good. And Slip. He's got lots to play with. 1 rail hit, 2 rails hit. It's LG to come out. And because that piercing sight got used already, this is a good chance that he can get the frag. Does he want to drop down? Wow, he found another rail shot.
Did he need to
What on earth was that? Rocket going up the bounce pad, and Slip gets the frag, just injecting random plays in to add confusion.
Yeah, Proximo obviously didn't expect that to happen. I don't even know if Slip meant for it to happen, but whatever, it worked out highly fortunately for Slip.
and getting himself on the board, he'll feel a little bit better about that. And going up the bounce pad, Proximo. I don't know if this aggression is justified, but Proximo is going to be able to find the rail in the end, and that is going to be 2 rounds in his favor. He's 1 round away from qualifying to the regionals.
Yeah, it's just been, again, solid play, but Slip is slightly giving away his life.
Doing, I mean, compared to the first round, this is a million miles better. Oh, I like that from Proximo.
Yes, I've not seen that. That's a good trick.
You can do it just off the wall as well, but I mean, he's just a little showboat there. And he still hasn't taken the armor, so he's eventually going to go and grab it.
I was about to say that rail was very good, but what it gives away is the fact that Proximo hasn't got the armor yet, so Slip should have an inkling that it's been delayed quite considerably.
I think Prox is going to make a crack at getting onto the Mega himself. He's got position on it. Oh, dodges the rail and hits his own. Sink the nails further into the coffin right there. As Slip is getting vastly outplayed right now.
Yeah, Proximo, this is why he picked it. He's playing it very, very well. He knows all the nooks and crannies and the tricks. And we're seeing him delay items, which he hasn't really done on any other map quite yet.
Prox, though, forced to use that Ghost Walk. Spots him up at the top. A small delayed reaction just then. But with those hourglasses, he's almost got his Ghost Walk right up again. Can't quite find a rail to add that extra pressure, though. Slip is actually going for this. He's all the way on the other side. He's used Ghost Walk. Proximo has got the Ghost Walk himself.
Oh no.
The timing on that. This is bad news at the moment for Slip, but he's retaliating quite well, and the rockets work. Proximo maybe chokes a little bit in that.
Yeah, just missed his shots. Slip, I mean, even though you don't know where your opponent is, you can hazard a very, very good guess. So it's always even risky for the invisible Nix to make that move.
There we go. Slip managing to connect with the rail. Going to be important for him to hit the shot. What he's got to be concerned about is, has he given away too much in the early rounds of this map?
Yeah.
He's finally kind of got into the system a little bit and is thinking about the duel in a more correct way.
This is the first time really on this entire map he's been able to get the rail and slow the game down a little bit for Prox. Without the rail, he looks very uncomfortable.
Yeah, those early frags he was giving away at the rail before was a little bit silly, and you don't want to have a weakness that big. Just going to find him in a moment. Good rail shot by Prox. Top up of resources there from the Spaniard. And it might meet in just a second. Oh, he's used the weapon maybe a bit early.
Yeah, and he hasn't got the item either.
Oh, the damage, but the damage returned as well by Proximo. Is he going to change weapon? He's not. The 12 HP Nix is going to be surviving, and Slip might be looking good to secure his first round of this tie-breaking map.
Flick rail, really, really nice. Still has to be wary though, because Prox does have a rail, as we see.
Oh, just missing that rocket, that pillar getting in the way, but Proximo goes back up to the top. Is this a freebie? Ghost Walker's up, but it doesn't even seem to matter. Slip is on the board, and it's not over yet.
Prox knew Ghost Walk wasn't up, and that's why he went in so aggressively, but he was super unfortunate to get knocked down, and after that, it was just suicide to go back up, but just a bit rushed.
Yeah, it's almost as if he wanted to just finish that one off and get back to focus.
What?
Okay. Hello, Proximo.
That's one way to use that weapon.
He connected with absolutely everything that he needed to just then, and he's not even going for the rail early anymore.
I don't think he knows the nail gun jump trick, otherwise he would have done it.
Yeah, it's definitely possible, yeah. There it is, all the weapons very early on. Does need a bit of armor himself, but he can just wait out here on this side. Can he hold on to it? Oh, armor's up in just a second. He's not able to get it. And this should mean that Proximo is able to get over to the Mega as well. He's not attacking it directly, but okay. Eventually gets over to it.
Why? That was close.
Any bonus damage from Slip would help out quite a lot. And he's going to be very late over to this armor. Something taken by Proximo rapidly. And he's going to try and hold steady on this Mega. Proximo, he might try and make a move. He's going up the bounce pad. He's had forced to use the Ghost Walk. And I actually quite like that. Even though he disappeared into the middle of the pillar floor, he gets the Mega, retains most of the stack that he had. Ooh, 2 rails. Has he got the cojones though to stick around is the question.
No, I would not say so. Even though he hits 2, he also got hit by 1.
A bit of LG. Slip wants to aggressiveness, and it actually proved to be the exact right moment to do that. Proximo just melted just then. It seemed a completely pointless exercise to get in front of the Slip then.
He just wanted to hit 1, but after that it was too late.
This should be a frag. Slip looking to tie up the rounds, and we are surely going to be going all the way in this. He can't find the last bit of damage. He's so weak. The splash.
No way, he got away.
Armor. Does he want to rocket jump up? How confident is he feeling at the moment?
Is this one of those situations where Slip could have pushed that tiny bit harder?
Oh, with damage like that, the rail just narrowly missed, and Proximo has got nothing remaining, and the rocket lands! Are you absolutely kidding me? And he's going to be able to get the Mega health from this. Okay. Proximo giving himself a chance. Slip would be very upset if this results in him losing out on this match, because he has made such a magnificent effort at trying to get through this. Right, I thought this round was kind of over and done with.
It should have been, but it is that slight hesitation. Yes, he was weak, but he had more than 100 health. He could have afforded to take in a direct and still get the kill.
Maybe kicking himself a little bit later. And Proximo, after looking so weak beforehand, is finally stacked up again. I think he's just now isolated him, knows where he is. Goes in with the rocket. LG damage is good, and I think Prox is going to be going down. Slip, it looked like he may have made a round critical mistake, but he is going to hold it together, and we are going to get the final round here in this tiebreaker.
That was not the play by Prox, but again, it was kind of ushered on by time, so we'll have to let him off.
Yeah, for now. And Slip here to start us on the final round. He's going to get that Mega side of the map now. How standard does he want to play this? He's rushing over to the rail straight away.
Saw the delay as well, which is important.
Both players with the railgun. And this does make things a little bit... Ooh, rail miss. Didn't want to go in there. Worried about the rocket launcher. But remember, if you shoot the railgun and miss, you've got to reload before you can switch weapons, basically.
He has used his ghost. He could go very aggressive. Just doesn't want
One
to
rail.
the rail.
Mega's going to be up. Slip escaping. And a couple of seconds left for the armor. And Proximo's not going to be able to make it there in time. Clean trade on items. And a quick hello said by them, but Proximo, no armor at all. Someone give this man something on the map to help him out. He's waiting to spawn. Oh, he might have just seen it there. So just a frame or two before he turned away.
Crucial rails as well.
Oh, missing that one is on top of it. And now Slip gets railed. And all of a sudden, that's how quick the tides can turn. That armor's no longer up.
Yeah, with such lightweight here is one rail unreturned, it does change the momentum of the game.
He might have to use a Ghost Walk. There it is. There's a couple of items on this side that are up. He can take them. If he can get a rail clean, he can't get it. He needs to land one shot, and then all of a sudden it will balance everything out. Okay, one rail might kill each of them. Oh, in fact, Slip can afford to take one. So you can see why he had the confidence still to hang around a bit longer. Oh, my Proximo. Now it's gone back in favor of Slip. We're exchanging, I don't know if control's the right word, but whoever's got the current map dominance.
Yes, exactly.
This is a good way to end a series at the moment. 2 minutes into this.
We can see the importance of it weighing on them now. As we said, they have both slowed it down dramatically.
I mean, it looked as if Slip had forgotten about the importance at the beginning of the map, but he is properly heart and mind into this at the moment. Oh, that rocket does hit a little bit of damage, but I think, did he receive a rail as well?
He did, yeah. So it just, when that happens, it just halts you from pushing in for that kill. It's so important.
I feel like it's something we were touching on earlier. We're in this kind of routine stalemate where we need to see someone break that rhythm somehow. And that mega up at just the right moment. Whoa, my God, that was good. That was even close to just being a complete perforation as well. Big armor up. And Proximo going to be able to escape from that one, but who's got the Ghost Walk remaining? The rockets come out. Proximo comes out on top.
Yeah, and he's so healthy. In those situations, I mean, you just have to go with the rocket. The lightning gun is just not as effective as it used to be at this point.
Yeah, I think Slip will regret that attack. It wasn't a certain enough event as well. Okay, Proximo moving into this, but Slip, he manages to get the Dire Orb.
On
And it's now,
that's a hard task.
He gets the 1-1. Ranger versus Ranger, and a pretty strong stack for Slip. He just turned away as soon as Proximo came into view. He's very early on this item, but it's not going to serve as anything negative at all. He's just pushing in. He's showing he has got the guts. They both hit a rail, and Slip's going to get out of there. I think Proximo as well does not want to challenge in the fight at the moment. 1
minute. Next frag could be the decider.
Oh, that LG Dire Orb comes out. It's going to do a little bit of damage on the edge, actually.
This is what I mean. Proximo is on 1 health, but Slip just cannot afford to push in.
Proximo stack. He might get spotted in a moment. I think he was just behind one of those little those railings up at the top of the entrance. 36 damage. Proximo still barely alive, but you can see that Slip doesn't have enough health to feel excited about going in.
Slip could have waited half a second more and got over railable, but he didn't, and just paid off.
Prox still needs help. I think he just found a couple of 25s.
20 seconds. Next frag will be the decider.
And now Prox has got some more health. He's probably feeling like he's up for this sudden death. And despite not being at the 5-minute mark, it's the next frag that wins.
Yeah, I expect them just to trade. Nobody wants to take any risks right now.
I love this as a Ranger versus Ranger matchup as well. This is one of the most interesting champions for me, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree.
And the amount of crazy things that can happen in terms of the positioning, the swapping of positions with the Dire Orb. And it could all end in Slip gated through one's face.
Please.
Oh, you want that to happen now.
Just Dire Orb away.
He's always got to be wary of that, but there's going to be another rail shot from Proximo landed.
That was,
in the end was equal damage.
Yeah, that was actually smart. I expected him to Dire Orb away, but he did it as a bait. Was able to hit a rail and get out. Because Slip had to look at it. Oh,
got to be careful. Dire Orb sent. A little bit of rocket damage. This one could be the end already. Proximo, very, very weak. Going to find him with the LG. Surely going to be the kill. Slip. He is going to be the champion of this match, and he's going to be going to the regionals for the European duel. Very close match at the end, and I got to say, I thought he was out of the running. After the first 2 rounds, he looked like someone who'd had enough with life.
Yeah, but as we said right at the very start, once he got over that rather big blip, we saw his play style come into play, and he was able to use the rail so effectively, and his whole game was based around the rail. He hits his shots, and then he knows when to move in. If he's not hitting his shots, then he's, hey, okay, I'll keep back. So in the end, he was able to get over that atrocious start and come back to, was it all three rounds in a row? Yeah. Yeah, so...
No, remarkable from Slip. He proved us both wrong. We both called Proximo to win the last map, so if we did but all our worldly possessions, I'm pretty sure we'd both be in a pretty sticky spot. We'd both be pretty poor.
Very poor.
Yeah, definitely. Got a couple of replays here from the final map as well. We did have a little bit of drama as well with some of the Dire Orbs that were going on at the same time, I think, in that last round on top of that.
Yeah.
And this was a great frag, actually. I loved that from Proximo.
Yeah, Proximo, the first few rounds did exceptionally well. Slip kind of played into his hands. This was the turning point. Proximo just didn't hit enough.
That's actually true, and that was before Slip had won any rounds.
Exactly.
And you would expected that to carry the momentum and take him to the victory.
Slip, that round was so important. Obviously, that you couldn't get a better start than that. But that third round, Proximo should have won it. He had Slip on the back foot again, and just was unable to finish it off. And then he was. I thought it was 4 minutes. It was actually 3 minutes. That move there was a bit of a brain lag.
It didn't make any sense at all. And that situation before where that nail gun killed him at the LG right off the spawn, that's, you just don't expect that much damage to happen. You can ask, well, why didn't he use Ghost Walk? Is that much damage has happened to you that quickly? You don't expect the nail gun to hit you so much and Slip again with that critical frag.
So we can see Slip in the clutch moments doing what needs to be done, but it was slightly down to Proximo not closing it out.
Yeah.
He had the opportunity.
Yeah, he definitely had the chance, but I think that's it. Nerves maybe went into play more on his side than it did on Slip, and I regret saying a couple of things I said about Slip maybe not being warmed up into that competitive environment. He seemed to outplay Proximo, who'd been very active recently.
Yeah, and I was actually impressed. I think the better players will work Slip out, but he's got a very, very solid foundation, and he can work on it to improve. And yeah, I think it's he should be good going into the region.
And well, all the people who have made it through the qualifiers today, they've completed the first leg of this journey to QuakeCon, going through to the regionals, which will be at the beginning of next month. Of course, there is still one final chance, if you're in Europe, for you to qualify to the dual regionals to get to QuakeCon for that $1 million prize pool. And that's going to happen next Thursday evening. You're looking at around 6 p.m. at Central European Summer Time, maybe 5 p.m. UK time. I believe those are the timings for it, so make sure you're playing that. And ZSX and I will hopefully both be playing. And we can tell you guys up. Playing, winning. I mean, they're synonymous for me.
We're winners.
What we've got coming straight after is the North American dual qualifiers round of 16 for their third qualifier. And so basically from our end, stream's going to go down very briefly, and then it'll be live again with more Quake games happening pretty much straight away. So make sure you stay tuned in for some more Quake action there. But otherwise, it's been amazing, for at least from my end, being a part of this whole Quake World Championship commentary, production, the tournament in itself. I'm really glad to have been here. So thank you for joining me.
Thank you for, well, I've got to thank myself for putting up for you, but I guess thank you for having me as well.
I don't know why I was expecting anything nice to happen there.
You know, that's my affection, really.
But anyway, massive congrats to the players that qualified today, and GG's all around. Definitely some good highlights to look back on from today's games. Anyway, we are going to be tuning out. So thanks guys for watching. Enjoy the North American games, and we will see you guys soon.